Tarkovsky, Branthwaite and Young the back four, Garner, Gay, Anana and McNeil in midfield. Doucouré plays behind Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who has scored 4 in his last 6. Underway at 4.
Here at the Etihad, it's simple. Winning City are champions yet again. West Ham stand in their way with the team news. Alex Crook.
And just as with the absence of Saka, a big boost for Manchester City and a body blow for Arsenal before a ball has even been kicked here. No Jared Bowen in the West Ham squad, let alone the starting 11. The Hammers' top scorer missing, we believe, due to illness. As for the champions, Pep Guardiola was keeping his cards very close to his chest when asked about the fitness of Kevin De Bruyne. City's assist king was forced off at Tottenham on Tuesday with an ankle issue, but does start. The hosts make 2 changes from that victory at Spurs, which left destiny in their own hands. One is enforced as Ortega steps in for the injured Ederson in goal. Jeremy Doku replaces Mateo Kovacic, so it is a very attacking lineup from Pep Guardiola. Ortega is the goalkeeper. A back four of Walker, Diaz, Akanji and Guardiola. Rodri will sit deepest in midfield, with Doku, Bernardo Silva, De Bruyne and Foden all behind Erling Haaland, chasing the golden boot up front. It's 2 changes for the Hammers in David Moyes' final game in their dugout. Mavropanos and Cresswell come in, out go Bowen and Ogbonna. Areola is the goalkeeper. A back 3 of Zuma, Mavropanos and Cresswell. Soufal and Emerson the wing-backs. Ward-Prowse and Soucek in midfield, with Kudus and Paquetá in behind. Antonio up front. And tell you what, Adrian, Man City fans just making their way to their seats in the concourse next to us. They are all stopping open-mouthed at the news. No Jarrod Bowen for West Ham.
Yeah, I know who else is wondering what's going on there, and that is Darren Bent at the Emirates, watching Arsenal against Everton. We know Saka's out, but I think you're even more gutted that Bowen's out for West Ham, Darren.
Yeah, I am. I mean, first of all, Saka's been fantastic again this season for Arsenal, but for Jarrod Bowen to get that news before the game that he's not available, because for me he's been West Ham's best player, most consistent source of goals as well, a threat, dangerous, can cause teams all host of problems, and the fact that he's not playing as well is a double blow as well, because as I said, Saka being out for Arsenal, I mean, Arsenal fans look to him as to make things happen. Had a really good season as well, been in good form, 2 goals in his last 3 appearances as well. It's a double blow, but again, West Ham, I wasn't expecting much at the Etihad anyway from West Ham, but them losing their best player, certainly one of their best players, that's a massive, massive blow for not only West Ham fans, but for Arsenal fans here as well.
Darren, just talk to me about what will be missing from the Arsenal side without Bukayo Saka.
There's almost a safety blanket with Bukayo Saka. I mean, there's been times where he's been a bit quiet and he's had to find other ways to get into the games, but usually when Arsenal do well, you get him the ball early, and the relationship between him and Ben White is something that's been crucial. That kind of little overlapping run, getting him the ball coming off the line, it's going to be huge, because he's Arsenal's top goal scorer first and foremost. Dangerous, can create goals, can assist, can go past people, can cause real problems, especially against someone like an Ashley Young. Yes, he's been playing fullback for a number of years, but by trade he's not a fullback, he's a wide player, so that could have been an avenue as well. But the fact that he's not there, I mean, Arsenal fans will be thinking, right, it's up to Martinelli, who hasn't had his best season this year, but I believe he can step up and cause problems. But it's a huge, huge blow that he's not going to be there.
We'll go to Wembley very shortly. Crawley have beaten Crew 2-0, they've been promoted, we'll be there shortly, but I want to bring in Alvin Martin on the absence of Jarrod Bowen for West Ham. I came here today thinking if there is going to be an upset, if West Ham are to get anything from this game, then Jarrod Bowen with his pace on the break is the outlet for West Ham United, and he's not even on the bench for them, he's ill. It's a massive blow for West Ham in terms of trying to get something. It's a big blow for Arsenal, Alvin.
Absolutely, Adrian. He's been my player of the year. I think he's fulfilled that role up front on his own. He's willing to run in behind. He's somebody that you always feel if he gets a chance he's going to stick it away. So yeah, a big blow to West Ham, and I'm sure that David Moyes, if he had been fit, not ill, would have based all of his attacking orientation today around Bowen.
He would have done, but it's not going to happen today. What else have West Ham United got that could possibly trouble Manchester City here at a sunny Etihad Stadium? You know the teams for the 2 big games. We've got commentary on talkSPORT of Arsenal against Everton. The show comes to you live from the Etihad. Manchester City against West Ham. We'll have the team news for the rest of the Premier League games on the final day very shortly. But let's round up what's happened at Wembley this afternoon. talkSPORT Ian Abrams.
Crawley 2, Crewe 0, and for the first time in their history, Crawley got into the playoffs. For the first time in their history, they made the Wembley final, and for the first time in their history, they'll play in League One next season. A goal in each half, Didier Orsi just before half-time, with a good finish outside of his right foot from 10 yards out, and Liam Kelly's cute and wonderful effort from just inside the penalty area on the left-hand side, after being sent through by Conray in the end. His initial ball into the area was blocked by Dimitri, but his second effort curled into the net. They were better Crawley than Crewe, did have a second half penalty overturned by VAR. This is one of the great promotions though, Adrian. Crawley will play in League One next season. Finished Crawley 2, Crewe 0.
And congratulations to Scott Lindsay, and Crawley Town will be in League One next season. Let's carry on round the grounds in the Premier League, getting team news. Chelsea are ending the season superbly. They could even finish 5th. They host Bournemouth and at Stamford Bridge for talkSPORT.
Good afternoon, Adrian. It is incredible to think that just 46 days ago, Chelsea was sitting 12th in the Premier League, yet today can still European football by avoiding defeat to Bournemouth, who are one of 4 teams who could finish 10th by the end of the afternoon and add further to their record-breaking points tally. Chelsea, on a 4-match winning run, make 2 changes. Mudryk is out following concussion protocols. Raheem Sterling replaces him, and Thiago Silva making his final appearance. Starts with Gusto dropping to the bench. So Chelsea in a 4-2-3-1 formation with Petrovic in goal, Cucurella, Badiashile, Shabala and Silva the back 4. Gallagher and Caicedo the midfield pivot, with Sterling, Palmer and Madueke supporting Nicholas Jackson up top. Bournemouth make 5 changes to their starting 11. Travers, Kelly, Smith, Uatara and leading goalscorer Dominic Solanke named on the bench. Neto, Kirkes, Tavernier, Unal and Aarons start in a formation that mirrors Chelsea, with Neto returning in goal and skipper in the sides. A back 4 of Aarons, Senesi, Zabani and Kirkes. Cook and Christie the midfield duo, with Tavernier, Cliver and Semenyo supporting Unal, leading the line for the visitors. Chelsea are taking on Bournemouth here at a sunny Stamford Bridge. Kick-off at 4 p.m.
Now, Newcastle fans have been singing about being in Europe again, but they haven't sealed it yet. They go to Brentford, watched by talkSPORT. Ollie Klink.
There'll be a fair few of those Newcastle supporters with their tops off this afternoon, Adrian, that's for sure. It's a scorcher here in West London. The Tomb fans will know that if Newcastle can match Manchester United result, they'll be in contention to play in the Europa Conference League next season. Ironically, they'd need Man United to lose the FA Cup final to make sure. That's unless Bournemouth do them a favour, beat Chelsea and give them a chance of finishing 6th. As for Brentford, they can finish as high as 15th, but can't finish lower than 16th, where they currently sit. It's not been their best campaign, but they are safe in the knowledge that they'll be playing Premier League football next season. The team news then, Thomas Frank makes 4 changes from the Bees' win over Bournemouth. Out come Collins, Ayer, Damsgaard and Lewis Potter. In come Zanka, Rorslev, Jensen and Visser. So the Bees line up with Flecken in goal, Rorslev, Zanka, Pinnock and Reguilon at the back. Jensen, Norgard and Janelt make up the midfield, with Mbermo, Tony and Wisser up front. As for Newcastle, there are 4 changes from their loss at Old Trafford in midweek. Nick Pope comes in for Martin Dubravka in goal. Anthony Gordon misses out altogether, while Kieran Trippier and Elliot Anderson both drop to the bench. Fabian Schär, Joelinton and Harvey Barnes all come into the starting 11. So they line up with Pope in goal, Kraft, Schär, Byrne and Hall across the back. It's then Longstaff, Guimaraes and Joelinton in midfield, with Murphy, Isak and Barnes up front. At the Brentford Community Stadium, it's Brentford against Newcastle.
And there's games in Scotland in the Premiership this afternoon, and a big goal. Ross County lead Aberdeen 1-0. Simon Murray with it. Stays like that. That's enough to condemn St Johnstone to the relegation playoff place and this afternoon. So we'll keep you in touch with the goals as they go in the Scottish Premiership. Last match for Roberto De Zerbi of Brighton, and it's against Trouble Ten Hag and Manchester United at the Amex for talkSPORT. Alfie Reynolds.
And Brighton are 10th, level on points with Bournemouth and aiming to finish in the top half of the Premier League for the 3rd straight year. But all of that is overshadowed by the departure of Roberto De Zerbi, who makes 6 changes for his final game. Out go Verbruggen, Lamptey, Dunk, Gilmore, Enciso and Buonanotte, with Steele, Barco, Lallana, Baleba, Moda and Welbeck coming in. So Steele is in goal. Gross will probably shift to right back, with Webster, Igor and Barco the back 4. Baleba and Moda are in front of them, with Adingra, Lallana and João Pedro the 3 behind Welbeck. As for Manchester United, they need to better Newcastle's result to guarantee European football. It's just the one change for them. Lisandro Martinez comes in for his first start since February, and he replaces Johnny Evans. So Onana in goal, Wan-Bissaka, Casemiro, Martinez and Dalot in defence. Amrabat and Mainu continue in midfield, with Diallo and Garnacho out wide, and McTominay playing behind Fernandes, who continues as the false nine. It's Brighton against Manchester United.
Sheffield United's nightmare season coming to an end, and just to be clear, Spurs fans definitely do want to win this one. At Bramall Lane for talkSPORT, Adam Bridge.
They do, Adrian. A win would be nice, given they've lost 5 of their last 6 in the Premier League. It would also secure their place in the Europa League next season, and regardless of all this week's murmurings, it would be considered a successful first campaign for Ange Postecoglou. As for Sheffield United, their 4th relegation from the Premier League was confirmed weeks ago. They're without a winning 13 and are said to have the worst defence in Premier League history. But who's to say they won't finish their campaign in style in front of their own fans and Spurs fans who've only witnessed 1-9 victories away from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Team-wise, 3 changes for United. Ahmed Hodzic, Osborne and Lowe replace Sousa, Larouci and Brooks. So Fotheringham's in goal. It's Robinson, Ahmed Hodzic and Trusty across the back. Bogle and Lowe are the 2 wing-backs. Harmer, Arblaster and Osborne in midfield, with Brereton, Diaz and Archer leading the line. One change for Spurs. Kulusevski's in for Højbjerg. Vicario is in goal. That same back 4 from Tuesday night against City. So Porro, Romero, Dragusin and Van der Ven, who will play at left back. Sarr and Bentancur are the 2 central midfielders, with Johnson, Maddison and Kulusevski providing the support to Heung-min Son at the top. At Bramall Lane, it's Sheffield United against Spurs.
Emotions are going to be running high at Anfield as Klopp leads Liverpool for the final time. Wolves making up the numbers. This one watched by talkSPORT's Matt Jones.
Tribute to plenty planned here for the Liverpool boss, who takes charge of the Reds for the 491st time, hoping to rack up a 299th win. In the 8.5 years since Klopp arrived on Merseyside, he has delivered 8 major trophies, including a 20th English crown and a 6th Champions League title. So can he deliver a fitting send-off? Just one change from the 3-3 draw with Aston Villa last time out, and the only person who is replaced is the only person Jurgen Klopp didn't sign. Joe Gomez drops out with Andy Robertson coming in. So Alisson starts in goal with Alexander-Arnold, Kwanzaa, Van Dijk and Robertson across the back. Endo, McAllister and Elliott are in midfield, while Salah, Gakpo and Diaz are up top. As for the visitors Wolves, well, they're hoping to spoil the party at a ground where they are without a win since 2010. They were beaten by Crystal Palace last time out, and Gary O'Neill makes 3 changes from that one. Jose Sarr is back in goal, Dan Bentley dropping out, while Santiago Bueno and Jean-Rigner Bellegarde come in for Matt Doherty and Boubacar Traore. So it looks like they'll have Sarr in goal with a back 3 of Bueno, Kilman and Toti Gomez. The 5 in midfield will be Samido, João Gomez, Bellegarde and Aït-Nouri, and then it'll be Cunha supporting Hwang up top. It's Liverpool against Wolves from 4 o'clock.
Villa will be in the Champions League next season, but they head to a Palace side in brilliant form this afternoon at Selhurst for talkSPORT. Jake Robson.
Yes, Oliver Glasner's men unbeaten in 6, winning 5 of those, and they could finish 10th, which would equal their best ever Premier League finish. And it's one change from the Palace side that beat Wolves last week, and it's an enforced one. Gahey replaces the injured Will Hughes. So Henderson starts in goal. We think it's going to be Klein Anderson and Gahey at the back, with Munoz, Wharton and Richards going to move into midfield, with Mitchell outside of him on the left. Then of course it's Elise, Mateta and Eze up top. For Villa, and Unai Emery makes 4 changes from their 3-3 draw at home to Liverpool. No Martinez in goal, in fact he's not in the squad at all. Neither are Tielemans and Bailey. Pau Torres drops to the bench. In come Olsen, Chambers, Longley and Duran. So again, Konza, Carlos are certainly going to be starting at the back alongside Longley and Dean. It looks like Chambers is going to move into midfield alongside Louise. Diaby and McGinn on the 2 wings behind Watkins, and Duran up top. The referee is Darren Bond at Selhurst Park. It's Palace v Villa.
Luton's relegation will be officially confirmed today. They host Fulham in front of talkSPORT's Jeff Peters.
Yeah, Luton were resigned to their fate after losing at West Ham last week. Rob Edwards says he feels like he's let people down by failing to keep the Hatters in the Premier League. Luton fans have been quick to let him know he shouldn't feel like that at all, and they are 100% behind him. It actually doesn't feel like a relegation wake at all, such as the positivity around this place. They're without Ross Barkley and Reece Burke due to injury for this final game. Onyedinma is benched, income of Benny, Clark and Hashioka. Fulham sit 14th, they could move up a couple of places with a win. Issa Diop is suspended. 6 changes in total, including Jimenez preferred to Muniz up top, Wilson and Adama will be either side of Jimenez. It's Luton and Fulham at Kenilworth Road.
Burnley, perhaps one of the biggest disappointments of the season, and they host Forest on the final day at Turf Moor for talkSPORT. John Dunn.
Yeah, Burnley straight back to the Championship with just 2 wins here all season. Failure to record a victory today would mean they have failed to win more than 2 home games in a league season for the first time in their history. One change from the defeat at Spurs last time out. Zeki Amdouni comes in. He replaces Vitinho. Muric in goal. A defence of Signol, Esteve, O'Shea and Taylor. With Brun Larson, Berg, Cullen and Amdouni midfield. It's Odegaard and Foster up front. Forest are safe, barring a miracle where they lose here and Luton win with a 12-goal swing. 2 changes made by Nuno from Forest's home loss to Chelsea last week. Harry Toffolo and Anthony Alanga come in. They replace Musa Niakate and Ola Enya. Sells then in goal. It's a back four. Montiel, Bolly, Murillo and Toffolo. Danilo and Yates sitting in front with Hudson-Odoi, Gibbs-White and Alanga in behind Wood up front. Here at Turf Moor, Burnley and Forest.
Well, less than 45 to kick off on the final day of the Premier League season. And I'm getting nervous, I don't know about you. No Bowen for West Ham here at Manchester City. No Saka for Arsenal against Everton at the Emirates. That's our commentary. The show coming to you from City. Commentary of Arsenal-Everton here on talkSPORT.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
Ooh, you're a hustler, boy. You know me, I just eat my KFC with free popcorn chicken every Friday. You mean, we just eat? Whoa, find your own deal, Nicholas. That's cold. Come on, man, one bite. Get Friday freebies from McDonald's, KFC, Pizza Express and Local Eats. For Freebie Fridays and everything else. Did somebody say just eat? Subject to availability and certain times. Participate in stores. Check free item and required minimum spend on the store page. Fridays only. Brands and free items may vary weekly. See justeat.co.uk for details.
There will be 14 minutes of extra time.
With Betfair's 90-minute payout, you don't have to wait for the final whistle to celebrate, because your winning bet will be paid out in full at 90 minutes. Betfair. Applies to match odds 90 market or markets with a 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Whether you're levelling or landscaping, get the job done with big spring offers on trade essentials at Screwfix. Save £10 on the 4-piece Magnuson Spirit Level set, now just $39.99. And tackle those lawns with the Titan electric lawnmower, now only $119.99. A saving of £10. Shop spring offers now, on the app at screwfix.com or in store. Delivery fees may apply. Prices valid until at least June 2nd, subject to availability. See screwfix.com for full T's and C's.
Hope there won't be any VAR delays today. Heard that rumour about their striker.
Can't wait to see what the pundits make of that booking. Looking forward to the match report on this one.
When it comes to football, never miss a story. Get the best news, opinion, interviews and gossip at thesun.co.uk. For the football lowdown every day, it's thesun.co.uk.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
McDonald's are making small improvements to our classic burgers. Still now 100% British and Irish beef patties, so they're even juicier. And we're serving them hotter for meltier cheese, all in new toastier buns. The classics, now a little more Comparison with prior classic burgers, served after 11 AM, subject to availability.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Chelsea versus Bournemouth live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports 18 plus, free via internet, terms apply. Game day.
Winner of Best Sports Coverage in the 2024 Radio Academy ARIA Awards.
Set your life or finish.
Today, exclusive kick-by-kick commentary of Liverpool versus Wolves. Kick-off 4 PM.
On the talkSPORT app.
Well, the stats show this is the closest title race in Premier League history. It'll be decided today, the final day Will it be Manchester City here at the Etihad where the sun is shining brightly, or Arsenal against Everton? And that's our live commentary on talkSPORT this afternoon. Updates from here at the Etihad and the other Premier League games as well. We brought in the news yesterday that Roberto De Zerbi is leaving Brighton and Hove Albion. It's also been the following news that Brighton very much interested in Kieran McKenna, as we understand it, the Ipswich manager. Well, let's get more on this. Brighton taking on Manchester United this afternoon. It's live on the talkSPORT app. Let's go back to the Amex Stadium for more on Roberto De Zerbi leaving there for talkSPORT. Alfie Reynolds.
Well, thanks, Adrian. I'm outside of sunny Amex Stadium, where the whole context of this game, Brighton-Manchester United, changed yesterday when Brighton announced it would be Roberto De Zerbi's last game in charge. I'm with Mark, a Brighton fan. Mark, just give me what your reaction to the news was yesterday and how you feel stood here now before kick-off that it will be the last game he takes charge of.
It's gutting, really, to be honest with you. He's done a great couple of seasons for the club. He's gotten into Europe. A lot of people, obviously a lot of Brighton fans are unhappy with what he's done this season, but in all honesty, I think 10th place with the injuries we've had is a good season.
Are you shocked?
Not at all, no. I'll be honest with you, I think back in December, where there's a few things he was saying that it's pretty obvious, really, in his mindset. He was already planning on going anyway.
Any thoughts for yourself on who you'd like to replace? I'm seeing Kieran McKenna at Ipswich has been linked. There's a few others as well.
I can't see McKenna coming from Ipswich. Why would he? He's done a great job at Ipswich. Give them the best chance possible. I can't see a top manager coming here. The club run the club, not the manager runs the club. It's obvious that the manager's not necessarily in charge of who he buys and how much money they spend. Is the club.
Thanks for your time.
Very interesting. That's a Brighton fan, not confident that Kieran McKenna would leave Ipswich and go to Brighton. Let's bring back in our chief football correspondent, Alex Crook, and you brought up the possibility of Kieran McKenna going to Brighton from Ipswich. So what would persuade him to leave?
Well, I think the size and stature of the football club, we've seen this season, the three teams that came up from the Championship have all gone straight back down, even though two teams down at the foot of the table have been deducted points. I think that gap between the top of the Championship and the bottom of the Premier League is becoming bigger. I'm not sure that Ipswich are going to have any really significant funds to spend this summer, so maybe Kieran McKenna will just feel that while his stock is high, now is the time to jump a few rungs in the ladder. And I mean that no disrespect at all to Ipswich Town, who historically are a massive football club. We all remember the glory days under Bobby Robson, but it isn't that club anymore. And you look at Brighton, massive profits last year. I think Roberto De Zerbi leaves behind a more than competitive playing squad. They've had a lot of injuries this season. They've got people like Solly March and Karen Matoma, two players they've in particular really missed, who will come back in. And I think Brighton will be aiming again next season to be challenging for a European place. You simply can't make a case for Ipswich to be doing that.
And there's an interesting name that's cropped up with regard to who might replace Kieran McKenna if he does decide to leave Ipswich and go to Brighton.
Yeah, the three managers that are going down this afternoon, I think Rob Edwards comfortably is the one that gets the most credit from this season, the way that Luton have competed, the way that he's conducted himself off the pitch, of course, in the face of huge adversity at times when you look at the Tom Lockyer situation down at Bournemouth. And I think he's the type of manager that Ipswich will be looking for to replace Kieran McKenna. And I think he would have a big decision to make, because again, is there any guarantee that Rob Edwards can take Luton straight back into the Premier League? I'm not convinced. I think it was a miracle first time around, and I think it will take a miracle again.
Just want to get a quick one from Alvin Martin, who's at Brighton for us this afternoon. Roberto De Zerbi leaving it. If you were Kieran McKenna's agent, would you be saying to him, look, Brighton come in for you, that's a definite yes, you've got to go there?
What would I be advised? Look, I think what we've got here is relationships as well, Adrian, at the very top, and I think there's one here at Brighton that maybe has led to that exit, and I think it's the relationship right at the very top of the club. Tony Bloom has got a record for recruiting managers, and it's second to none, Adrian. So, you know, he knows a good manager when he sees one. But he's got somebody in charge here, Paul Barber, who I think was in at the station and making certain comments about the model here. And I think the relationship between Barber and Bloom is rock solid. And who's not to say that Kieran McKenna hasn't got that sort of relationship with his Ipswich counterparts as well? I honestly don't know. I do know one thing is for sure, that De Zerbi is punched above his weight, has done an excellent job here, but maybe wanted money to spend. I think they've got a different idea of where that money and how much money should be spent. I know that they've They've got academy players. I think 5 or 6 of them have been introduced to the first team here. So that's the way that they want to go. And I think it's a rigid and no negotiation sort of situation here at Brighton. I think it's obviously a well-run club, but so is Ipswich. And I understand exactly what Alex was saying about the risk involved of McKenna taking charge of Ipswich in the Premier League. But look, as we've seen with Rob Edwards, he would look at Rob Edwards and think, can I get somewhere near what he did? And I think he will feel confident that he can. And I think even if it didn't happen for them next year at Ipswich with McKenna in charge, I think he would still have a really high stock, the same as Edwards has. So I would be, maybe at this moment in time, suggesting that he stayed where he was.
Very interesting. It will all unfold. De Zerbi is definitely leaving. Brighton will need to get somebody in. Let's see who that is. We've got 10 Premier League games kicking off at 4, just over half an hour away. Let's get the latest from Betfair, the official betting partner of talkSPORT's Premier League coverage.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a hand from Betfair's popular bet builder and easily add our fan favourite football selections to your bet slip. Terms and conditions apply. See support.betfair.com. 18+, begambleaware.org.
And applause as the City players come out to warm up in the sunshine. Alex Boyce from Betfair is with us. And Alex, each week we place a bet on the Betfair Sportsbook with all the winnings going to the Bobby Moore Fund, raising funds for life-saving bowel cancer research. We've been brilliant. I don't want to say myself, we've been brilliant in recent weeks. And our charity bet this week, we are placing a bet on Man City to win, Arsenal to win, Chelsea to draw with Bournemouth. What do you think?
Yeah, afternoon Adrian. Let me run through the charity treble before a quick check-in on the title odds in just a moment. It's a great afternoon, isn't it, when all 10 games kick off at the same time. Let's start with that game at the Emirates. Arsenal to beat Everton, very short of course at 1-8 in Betfair's match odds 90 market. Away from the title, Adrian, if they do avoid defeat today, only in one other season will they have amassed more points in a single season. It's not a trophy, but it just shows where this squad could be placed. Man City, the title race is going to Manchester if this charity treble wins, because you've got them to win as well. And that'll be a 4th season in a row, something that has never been done in top flight history in England. City even shorter than Arsenal, Adrian, 14-1 on, a remarkably short price. And the final leg is Stamford Bridge and Chelsea, who only need a point to finish 6th. And you've backed the draw at 16-5, just over 3-1. They've won 9 of 11 at home, and only 3 sides have won more points in the calendar year than Pochettino in the Premier League. It does remain to be seen though if this is his last game at the club. That treble comes out at a tick over 4-1. So our £50 charity stake will return just over 250 quid for the Bobby Moore Foundation, and that will take our season total, Adrian, to over £3.5 grand, which is pretty good going. So fingers crossed on that one. Quickly on the title race, let's have a look at the odds. We all know the permutation, so can Arsenal leapfrog Man City? Well, you can back them now at 15-2 on the Betfair Sportsbook to be crowned champions, though the market is fully expecting them, Man City, to get the job done. 14-1 on to better Arsenal's result. For those hoping for some major drama, how about this? Everton and West Ham, the double, has paid 284-1 on the Sportsbook this afternoon. City, they've conceded the first goal on the last 2 occasions they've been in this position. Brighton in 2019, Villa a couple of years ago. You can back West Ham to score the first goal here at 4-1, and I promise this is the last thing that I'll say. Betfair have got a super boost on the Sportsbook today. That is for both the Everton and West Ham goalkeepers, 3 or more saves each. They both sit in the top 3 for save ratio, and Arsenal and City are averaging over 7 shots on target per home game in 2024. That's super boosted up to even money from 1-4 on the Sportsbook.
Alex, always a pleasure listening to your voice. Thank you very much. That odds update, all thanks to Betfair. 18+, begambleaware.org.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a hand from Betfair's popular bet builder and easily add our fan favourite football selections to your bet slip. Terms and conditions apply. See support.betfair.com. 18+, begambleaware.org.
Half an hour to kick off. Final day of the Premier League season, and the title will be decided live on talkSPORT.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Liverpool versus Wolves live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18+, free via internet, terms apply.
Who are you going for in the racing today?
The favourite.
And tomorrow?
The favourite.
And the next day?
The favourite.
The Sun's horse racing pull-out, The Favourite, is now in the paper 7 days a week. Yes, that's right, every single day. Bringing you even more top tips, more form guides, more race cards, and all the colours and silks. Get your favourite pull-out every day in the Sun.
the home of racing.
Woo! You're a hustler, boy. You know me, I just eat my KFC with free popcorn chicken every Friday. You mean, we just eat? Whoa. Find your own deal, Nicholas. That's cold. Come on, man. One bite.
Get Friday freebies from McDonald's, KFC, Pizza Express and Local Eats for Freebie Fridays and everything else.
Did somebody say just eat?
Subject to availability and serving times. Participate in stores. Check free item and required minimum spend on the store page. Fridays only. Brands and free items may vary weekly. See justeat.co.uk for details.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Watching the big game, cozied up in the snug. Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
We're playing real life football!
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
There will be 14 minutes of extra time.
With Betfair's 90-minute payout, you don't have to wait for the final whistle to celebrate, because your winning bet will be paid out in full at 90 minutes. Betfair.
Applies to match odds 90 market or markets with a 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Whether you're drilling or decorating, get the job done with Big Spring offers on trade essentials at Screwfix. Upgrade your kit and save £10 on the DeWalt brushless cordless combi drill, now only £159.99. And get rolling on those paint jobs with 2 for £26 on 10-litre Fortress Trade contract matte paint. Shop Spring offers now on the app at screwfix.com or in store. Delivery fees may apply. Prices valid until at least June 2nd, subject to availability. See screwfix.com for full T's and C's.
McDonald's are making small improvements to our classic burgers. Still now 100% British and Irish beef patties, so they're even juicier. And we're serving them hotter for meltier cheese, all in new toastier buns. The classics, now a little more mmm. Comparison with prior classic burgers, served after 11 AM, subject to availability.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes, so if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
Aria Gold Award winner for Best Sports Coverage 2024.
Game Day Live
on talkSPORT.
25 to kick off. No Saka for Arsenal, who face Everton. It's live on talkSPORT. And here at the Etihad, no Bowen for West Ham against Manchester City. Simple stuff. City win, their champions, but if they don't win and Arsenal do, the Gunners will lift the title. Now, Jurgen Klopp isn't the only man leaving today. talkSPORT's very own Graham Beecroft is hanging up his microphone after 26 years at talkSPORT and over 40 years reporting in total. Before we speak to Graham, let's just hear some of our favourite moments from his time at talkSPORT.
Liverpool 3, Norwich City 0. Luis Suarez, fantastic goal. The guy can do things that no other player can, I'm telling you. This was wonderful. He got hold of the ball, teed it up, beat a player, volley blow into the net. His third hat-trick against Norwich City. Piece of club history. Liverpool 3, Norwich 0.
Another goal, Graham Beecroft!
Liverpool 4, Arsenal 4. And it's Yossi Benayoun who scored it. Crossfield ball, headed into the middle by Mascherano, and Yossi Benayoun, it was a stuffer, but by all count.
Okay, Mansfield 1, Northampton 0 in that Mansfield 0, Northampton 1, Mansfield 0, Northampton 1.
The right-hand side, flicks it back, Sigic with a header down, great chance, it's there, it's been belted home by Milan Jovanovic, and Serbia, just after Germany have been reduced to 10 men, have taken the lead here. Sensational. He's fallen down the moat. Jovanovic has gone into the moat. I don't know whether he knew it was there or not. But there's a cat on the pitch, and the cop have just been chanting, instead of attack, 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 a cat, a cat, a cat. So at the moment, this cat is stopping play, yeah. Torres, what a goal by Fernando Torres. Firmino's got it, checks it onto his right foot. Goal! Ball into the back of the goal! And Roberto Firmino has scored for Liverpool.
Got a goal at Anfield, Graham Beecroft.
Liverpool 1, Everton 0, Steven Gerrard.
Jordan Henderson grips the Premier League trophy. Is he going to do his little jig? He is, you know. He
He turns towards his players dance with him, and he thrusts the trophy, the Premier League trophy, into the air. Liverpool's 19th title. They are the Premier League champions of 2019-2020, and how they deserve it. And the fireworks go off on the roof in spectacular fashion.
So it's Mansfield 0, Northampton. Sorry, it's Northampton 0, Mansfield 1. We get it absolutely right in that other playoff semi-final, which is going on today. Do you know who I am, Jurgen? Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Around the bay, up and down. Oh, that was brilliant.
I'd completely forgotten about the roller coaster one. Graham Beecroft is at Anfield for us today. Beaky, how you doing?
I'm very well indeed, Adrian. Are you?
I'm really good. I'm sad in many ways that you're not going to be on the mic anymore. I just remembering that roller coaster thing. An extraordinary moment. I'm not sure anybody could have commentated on that any better than you. That was brilliant.
Thank you very much. Very kind. I love the a cat one as well. That was the cop at the best.
But you know what's best about it is your delivery of it. And you've not just been a reporter with us. We've been very lucky to have you on talkSPORT. Not just a reporter, bringing years of experience to talkSPORT and into early years when it was just getting going, and you were much needed in that time as well. You've been a presenter as well on talkSPORT. You covered a whole range of sports, not just football, rugby league, boxing and poker. What would you say was the highlight?
Oh, crikey, that's such a difficult one. I must admit, I enjoyed following and watching Lennox Lewis when Lennox became the world champion. It was a tremendous moment, and I'll never forget going over to Las Vegas with him, and the boxing press were there, and of course the boxing press follow him around all the time because he's the number one boxer in the country, whereas I wasn't following him all the time. I was doing football as well. And I'll never forget him just seeing me in the corner, turning to me, nodding to me and saying, come over here and I'll give you some words of wisdom. And that's exactly what he did. That was awfully kind and really good. And I appreciate that sort of thing from sports people who haven't forgotten their position and know, if you like, where things are and where things should be, generally speaking.
I would say as well that you and Alan Brazil were one of my favourite pairings on the breakfast show ever. And I thought that you brought that level of journalism required to balance out with what Alan Brazil brought. What would you say about your time working on the breakfast show with Alan?
When anybody's ever asked me that, I've always said to them, listen, working with Alan was like this. I said it's like jumping on a horse and holding on for grim death while this bucking bronco careers around the studio verbally, and that was a bit what it was like. But it was great fun. We had some great time. Went down, of course, to Newmarket with him. Held my own. I think he thought he was going to get me drunk down at Newmarket, but he didn't. Let me tell you. And we had a great time together. Don't take anything away from Alan Brazil, because Alan Brazil is a very good presenter. He knows how to do a link. He's quick on the mark in that terms as well. And certainly he hasn't been on the breakfast show for so long without good reason.
This is very, very true. I say that to everybody. I've got to say that if ever I was doing a game at Anfield at Goodison with you, Graham, you'd be reporting alongside me, I'd be hosting the show. And sometimes back in the day it was still quite late, often going on until 6:30. So I would be up there in the press box. You would go off and report and interview the managers after the game. And I'll tell the listeners this, what used to happen then, you'd go and move your car closer to the ground. You would always, without fail, give me a lift to Lime Street Station so I could get home before midnight, and I'm very grateful for that. And some of those conversations we'd have in the car, what goes on in the car stays in the car, Graham.
Indeed it does, yeah.
Some of those conversations were an education and great for the soul as well, so I'm forever grateful. And I think that just about sums you up. A brilliant, brilliant broadcaster, and you've commentated and broadcast on many incredible moments in history, certainly sporting history, but also as well as a brilliant professional, a brilliant human being as well. So I just want to say thank you for everything you've done for me and for talkSPORT as well, for the Saturday show that we've loved working on as well. And I would request that you please stay in touch with us, Graham. What are you going to be doing with your retirement?
Will do. Well, that's a very good question. Just before I say that, thank you very much indeed for everything you've done. You're a fantastic presenter. I mean, tremendous knowledge. Everybody else as well there who works behind the scenes also putting everything together. let's not forget that. They do a really, really good job. So I've enjoyed talkSPORT. Everybody there has been brilliant. What am I going to do now? Do you know what? I'm going to be following my granddaughters around. I've got three granddaughters, two of whom are county standard netball players, and they're really, really good. And I've got to help their mum and dad send them around and make sure they're in the right place at the right time. That's one thing. I've got one grandson, and so I've got to keep him going as well. Converted him from being a Manchester United fan. His father wanted him to be a Manchester United fan. I wouldn't have that. I let him decide who he wanted to be, an Evertonian or a Liverpoolian, but not a Manchester United fan. With all due respect, Man United fans and football fans everywhere will know that. But from me here, I've had a great time. Hopefully it'll be a great finish here for Jurgen Klopp, because he's done brilliantly for Liverpool and for the city of Liverpool.
And just finally, what was the score, Northampton-Mansfield?
Do you know what? I can't remember. The reason that happened was that different information was coming from different sources in different directions. If I was going to be really smart, with all due respect here to Mansfield and Northampton fans, I don't know what I do. But you know what I mean. I love lower division football, non-league. I'll be watching non-league football as well, by the way, when I finish. Maybe nip down to watch I don't know, Vauxhall Motors, who are not too far away from me. Yeah, so maybe I'll do some of that. Certainly will do some of that.
Mickey, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much and stay in touch.
Cheers. Will do. Thanks, Adrian.
Graham Beecroft, an absolute talkSPORT legend, no question about it. Now it's all over in the Grand Prix. Fern Buckley.
Oh, a dramatic ending, but Max Verstappen wins at Imola, his third victory at this track. I've got to say though, we had the closest battle we've seen from a Verstappen face for a long time on track. Pressure was building from Lando Norris, who pushed his older tyres to the absolute limit, shaving more and more time off each lap. And he's just over half a second behind Max, but he couldn't get enough to take the world champion. Wondering though, with a victory last time out and coming so close to another, is this Lando's and McLaren's moment to really give the Red Bulls a run for their money? Excitement rebuilding in Formula One. At the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, is Max Verstappen in first, Lando Norris in second, and Charles Leclerc in third, a Ferrari podium at their home circuit.
Aberdeen have equalised at Ross County, St Johnstone lead 1-0 at Motherwell, so it could be all changed down at the bottom of the Scottish Premiership. Now, it's always a privilege and a pleasure to bring you Game Day live on a Saturday afternoon on talkSPORT with all the goals as they go in, and this season we've certainly had some fun along the way.
Get the kettle on, get the rich teas out.
Gone are the days of dial-up. This is full-on ultimate broadband, isn't it?
Kovacic finds De Bruyne in this right-hand side. I think I just saw it fly. Never mind.
Well, if you're dwelling on the ball, you shouldn't be.
Why?
Not,
Dwell means to be at home.
well, no use being a pedant.
Does it mean now that it's tracksuit forever?
I couldn't believe the noise, you know. I couldn't believe the noise.
Piercy was giving it to
Piercy would give it to me, yeah.
Rob Edwards, who always looks immaculate. I always think, you know, what a good-looking fella he is. He looks, you know, very well turned out.
Is there any prospects of getting Archer and Cameron Diaz back quickly?
Cameron Diaz?
Yeah.
Yeah. He can play
Okay.
for us.
The last time they scored that many goals at this stage of the season, 1963-64, and Beatlemania had only just swept these parts. It's a good time to be a Tottenham fan.
Indeed, Arsenal fans were shouting, help, I need somebody.
I need somebody help, not just anybody help. You know I need someone.
What unleashment work there? That was very good, actually. You get a clap from me to you.
There's a collision like that on a dance floor in a nightclub, you don't go down. Probably the best way to describe it. I thought he was breakdancing. I've seen just a little bit from the 80s, a bit of breakdancing when they spin on their back. The referee's foam has exploded. That's a big blob of shaving foam. That's not going to vanish like they do for the free kicks. Tell you what, I'm not going to mess with that referee, are you? I mean, he's got his sleeves on. He's got some guns on him, hasn't he?
You know why the referee generally they give those? Because they don't want to do the running back.
It's funny because when I look at the bigger picture, if I was looking at it from the point of view of, as I say, like a normal human.
Are we human? Or are we dancers?
Some blokes just walked down the gangways with a full 14-inch pizza.
as he goes to take his seat. To watch this corner.
The dentist is calling. That might be important.
Last year I was using the same toothpaste for about 6 months, just on match day, and I was like scraping the barrel trying to get the last bit out. I was doing that in the playoff final. I was like, come on, I need it today.
In the second half, whether rightly or wrongly, they are a goal behind. A penalty saved by Pickford, the rebound slammed in.
Everyone knows exactly what he's thinking, and I'm sure they did at half-time as well, Danny.
Sorry, what was that, Sam?
Oh my goodness me! Diego Carlos! How has he missed that? He's on the goal line!
Some people have actually paid to watch this as well. Oh dear.
Are you suggesting that the entertainment value hasn't been high yet?
Were you ever any good at that? I can't imagine that was your thing. Oh, no, now I'm seeing it. I realise that it probably was, yeah. You are a body popper. Who would have believed it?
The only thing that pops on me is, well,
you're groin.
Groin and backside. Pardon my French.
That's as good as it sounds. We all love working on it. We're all good mates together. We all get on, and it is an absolute blast. We're very proud of the live football coverage we bring you on the talkSPORT network. Our Saturday game day coverage from 11 a.m. onwards has been recognised as the best in the business, winning the Radio Academy Gold Award just a couple of weeks ago. And for our midweek football, the figures are the best they've been for 12 years. And that's thanks to you, the listeners. We appreciate you being with us. Big thanks to my Saturday game day producer, Clint Emmons, who's truly unreal at that job. Others involved, Anil Candola, Sam Harris, Henry Baines, the audio team, Jack Caton and Alex Irons pressing the buttons regularly. Game Day Live and midweek football producer Keelan Cosgrove has been exceptional. The producers on the road, Sal Deck and Izzy, all work hard, do the miles, brilliant people. And a word about the Sunday Session show with Sam Matchface, Alex Crook and Perry Groves, along with producer Ollie Stevenson. The listening figures are huge for a reason for that show. It's because it's so damn good. Thanks to our reporters who cover the games. It's good to work with good people. It's good to get out and see them all as well. It's a great team at talkSPORT, and we think that helps bring you, the listener, to our live football coverage on the world's biggest sports radio station. And thanks to our football editor at talkSPORT, Jason, who's recovering from an operation to get rid of cancer. We are all with you, my friend. Game Day Live, around the grounds with all the goals, back in August on talkSPORT.
Game Day Live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Rent from the best lineup in the UK. Enterprise has 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs.
McDonald's are making small improvements to our classic burgers. Still now 100% British and Irish beef patties, so they're even juicier. And we're serving them hotter for meltier cheese, all in new toastier buns. The classics, now a little more Comparison with prior classic burgers, served after 11 a.m, subject to availability.
Hope there won't be any VAR delays today. Heard that rumour about their striker. Can't wait to see what the pundits make of that booking. Looking forward to the match report on this one.
When it comes to football, never miss a story. Get the best news, opinion, interviews and gossip at thesun.co.uk. For the football lowdown every day, it's thesun.co.uk.
Whether you're levelling or landscaping, get the job done with big spring offers on trade essentials at Screwfix. Save £10 on the 4-piece Magnuson Spirit Level set, now just $39.99. And tackle those lawns with the Titan electric lawnmower, now only $119.99. A saving of £10. Shop spring offers now, on the app, at screwfix.com or in store. Delivery fees may apply. Prices valid until at least June 2nd, subject to availability. See screwfix.com for full T's and C's.
In sport, what's just as important as the goals, the glory, the roar of the crowd? It's the half-time break. Time for a breather, a reset, to keep everything on track. In sports betting, Betfair's safer gambling tools help you do that too. Like timeouts, so you take that all-important half-time break. Or deposit limits, to help you keep count. Manage your play at safergambling.betfair.com. Simple ways to stay on top of your game with Betfair.
18+ begambleaware.org. We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market.
The common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 2 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
You're a hustler, boy.
You know me, I just eat my KFC with free popcorn chicken every Friday. You mean, we just eat? Whoa, find your own deal, Nicholas. That's cold. Come on, man, one bite.
Get Friday freebies from McDonald's, KFC, Pizza Express, and Local Eats for Freebie Fridays and everything else.
Did somebody say just eat?
Subject to availability and serving times. Participate in stores. Check free item and required minimum spend on the store page. Fridays only. Brands and free items may vary weekly. See justeat.co.uk for details.
Game Day Live on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sun Sports action like Arsenal versus West Ham live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports 18 plus Springbow Internet. Terms apply.
Winner of Best Sports Coverage in the 2024 Radio Academy ARIA Awards.
Game Day Live
on talkSPORT.
It's now or never, and City seize the Premier League power at just the right time.
That's what I wanted, not to have an experience a few years ago against Aston Villa, what happened in 73 minutes, 0-2 down.
It's Manchester City 3, Aston Villa 2.
I couldn't ask more.
Knowing that if they beat West Ham, they will be champions of England for an unprecedented fourth straight year. That's the one he wanted! Gives it to Trossard! There's the second goal, there's the clinching goal. What a ball by Declan Rice!
But if you want to win championship, then you have to rely on something else, the way you compete, the way you defend.
All we can do is what we've done, is keep Manchester City honest. Dominic Calvert-Lewin, this to give Everton the lead, and he does! Down the middle, the last team to come back from behind to nick it at the death on the final day. Arsenal, 89 and all that. But Thomas charging through the midfield. Thomas, it's up for grabs now. Thomas, right at the end. Our commentary of Arsenal, Everton is coming right up on talkSPORT. Let's get the lineups, all thanks to Betfair. Sam Matterbrace is at the Emirates Stadium. Just the one change from Arsenal. It's a big change as well. No Bukayo Saka this afternoon. He's not in the squad. So Trossard goes to the right and Martinelli will play from the left. It's David Raya in goal. White, Saliba, Gabriel and Tomiyasu the back four. Partey, Rice and Ødegaard in midfield. Trossard and Martinelli flanking Havertz in attack. Everton unchanged. Pickford is their goalkeeper. Coleman, Tarkowski, Branthwaite and Young. Garner, Gay, Onana and McNeil behind Doucouré in the 10 and Calvert-Lewin leading the line. And here at the Etihad, we are just over 5 minutes away from kick-off. A reminder of the teams from Alex Crook.
And the pre-match news here dominated by Jarrod Bowen's absence from the West Ham squad due to illness. No such problems for City, who barring goalkeeper Ederson have a clean bill of health. That means Kevin De Bruyne has overcome the ankle issue suffered at Spurs on Tuesday, while Jeremy Doku starts in place of Kovacic. Ortega is the goalkeeper, Scott Carlson among the subs, Walker, Diaz, Akanji and Guardiola in front of him. Then comes Rodri in midfield, Doku, Bernardo Silva, De Bruyne and Foden in behind Erling Haaland up front. West Ham bring Mavropanos and Cresswell for Bowen and Ogbonna, who drops to the bench. Areola is their goalkeeper, Zuma, Mavropanos and Cresswell the back three, Soufal and Emerson the wing backs, with Ward-Prowse and Soucek in midfield, and Kudus and Paquetá in behind Mikel Antonio up front. At the Etihad, they are ready for a title party. It's Man City against West Ham.
Well, those lineups brought to you by Betfair, the official betting partner of talkSPORT's Premier League coverage. That's all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. Let's bring in Darren Bent, who's at the Emirates for co-commentary this afternoon on talkSPORT. And I can tell you, Darren, I've just had a message from a City fan saying he's scared. Another City fan just stopped behind me a moment ago and was very, very nervous. I suspect that until you actually get the job done, there will be nerves, there will be fear.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess from their perspective, at least it's in their own hands. I mean, I can't see the good reports, but I can understand the nerves. And for a club that's been there so many times, I find it quite strange. But listen, you can sense the nerves in here. I mean, there's Arsenal fans near me and Sam that are waving West Ham shirts about. There's one in front of me, 28, Thomas Soucek. So they really are praying. But as long as Arsenal take care of their business today and win the game, then the rest, they can't control it. If they win their game and Man City somehow drop points, fair play. But as long as Arsenal do their job, that's all that matters.
And yes, I heard earlier, when we crossed you before, I heard Arsenal fans singing the Bubbles song, so they have become West Ham fans for the day. They'll be relying on something here, and who knows what could happen. Maybe on Tuesday an injury to a keeper, and Scott Carson has to come on early doors for Manchester City. There could be all sorts of drama this afternoon. First goal in either of these games could be absolutely crucial, just to heap that little bit of pressure on. Remember, if Arsenal win and City draw, Arsenal take the title. A City win and it is their title, as a huge Manchester City crest is unfurled in the middle of the pitch. It's way beyond the barriers of the centre circle. It is gigantic as this sky blue build ground under sky blue skies prepares for what is possibly going to be a title party. Quick word in Scotland, because St Johnstone got 2 up at Motherwell, half-time there, and half-time Ross County 1, Aberdeen 1 means Ross County are currently in the relegation playoff place with 45 minutes of the season left. The teams are on their way. Game day exclusive coming to you from Manchester City, the home of the champions. But we'll be saying that a couple of hours from now. City win and they're champions again. But if they don't win, then it's up for grabs for Arsenal to take the title on this, the final day. Updates from here at City West Ham. Commentary from Arsenal Everton with former England striker Darren Bent alongside Sam Matterface.
You might not believe it. They might not believe it. But what if? Football history is littered with moments you never saw coming. 93-20, Wigan in the FA Cup final, Leicester winning the league, Arsenal coming back from 11 points behind in 1998. And the day that Blackburn won the title because West Ham drew with a club from Manchester. And where would we have been right now if Son had scored? What if? Well, if it happens, it will happen here. Alex Crook is at Manchester City, so you won't miss anything on talkSPORT. There's live commentary on Spurs trying to hold on to 5th place on talkSPORT 2. And the games at the Amex, Brentford, Kenilworth Road and Anfield are on the talkSPORT app. The final day always delivers. Every significant strike, every dip and climb on the roller coaster that is the Premier League is here on talkSPORT, where the football comes first. Arsenal in red with white shorts.
Alexa,
Everton.
talkSPORT 2, please.
talkSPORT 2 from News Broadcasting.
Field, Kulusevski and Johnson either side of Son up front. The sub-benches for Sheffield United: Davis, Brewster, McBurney, Vinny Souza, Larouci, McAtee, Holgate, Brooks and Jevison. And for Tottenham, 2 goalkeepers, Austin and Whiteman, Skip, Højbjerg, Gill, Royale, Scarlett, Moore and Donnelly. Well, it is just a picturesque, classic end of season afternoon. The Bramall Lane playing surface is absolutely bathed in beautiful bright sunshine and a cloudless sky overhead. We are in the main stand just to the right of the halfway line. As we look to the left, the Tottenham players go into a huddle very close to where the away fans
Alexa,
are, away to our
talkSPORT, please.
talkSPORT from News Broadcasting.
Usually like to shoot the other way at the start of the game. And Everton headed towards the goal, away to our right. A small band of their supporters
Alexa,
in the corner.
BBC Radio 5 Live, please.
Playing BBC Radio 5 Live.
We are last day of the season. It's in their hands. They have the opportunity to lift another Premier League title in front of their own fans. I'm sure it's one they won't want to waste.
And beautiful warm sunshine. I'm told it's 22 degrees on the side of the pitch in the shadows, and the Manchester City players lining up with a whole bunch, almost a battalion of mascots who will cherish that photograph. And there's another team and a half of them on the pitch as well that Kevin De Bruyne is just going across to see if everyone's okay. The Manchester City team today then for match number 38 of the Premier League season for them. Ortega in goal, but Ederson is here. He's in a black t-shirt with his own picture on the front, but he's got sunglasses on. Can't be involved in these final 2 matches because he fractured his eye socket on Tuesday night. So Ortega's in goal again, his 15th start of the season. Back four of Kyle Walker. It's his 300th appearance for Manchester City today, the captain. Might be lifting the trophy later to mark the occasion. Then Diaz and Akanji with Guardiola at left back. Then Rodri with De Bruyne and Bernardo Silva. Phil Foden, Jeremy Doku and Erling Haaland. So Kovacic is on the bench today, and Kevin De Bruyne, who was a doubt, is fit and plays. And already there's been a goal at Burnley, Sani Radravangela.
And it's Nottingham Forest have taken the lead. Ex-Burnley man Chris Wood tapping in from point blank range. Great cross from Anthony Elanga. 1 minute gone. Burnley 0, Nottingham Forest 1.
So it looks as though Nottingham Forest will be rubber stamping their survival in the Premier League today. And the West Ham team for this one, Areola in goal, 3 central defenders, Mavropanos, the former Arsenal man, the captain Zuma and Cresswell, Soufal and Emerson in the wing-back positions, Souček and Ward-Prowse, Kudus and Paquetá, and then Mikel Antonio up front. So Manchester City 0, West Ham 0. The match about to begin here, but it seems that several of the matches are underway already, and it's to Luton now, and Chris Cole.
50 seconds in, John. Luton 0, Fulham 0. Clearly that Nottingham Forest goal not great for Luton, albeit I'm not sure how realistic their survival chances are. Now 13 goals needed to bridge, but the atmosphere here is good in the bright sunshine. Luton 0, Fulham 0.
And straight to Brentford, Alistair Bruce Ball.
First goal in 12 games for Ivan Toney. May not be the last one. Plenty of time left in this game. Brentford lead early on. Brian Mbeumo got away down the right, in behind the Newcastle defence, and Ivan Toney couldn't miss after Mbeumo played it into him. Brentford 1, Newcastle 0.
Obviously Newcastle, one of the teams vying for the minor European places. But Manchester City, West Ham is underway here in the sunshine. And remember, if Manchester City win, they retain the title and will become the first club to win this league 4 years in a row. This league that started, don't forget, back in 1888. And no team, no club has managed to win it 4 years in a row. City, sky blue shirts, white shorts, blue socks, have got the ball on the halfway line, and the T20 has finished at Headingley. Atik Noaz.
It has indeed. England have wrapped up a comfortable win by 34 runs. They've taken the series by a whitewash, 3 games to 0, heading into the one-day international series, which starts on Thursday. A very, very strong performance from England against Pakistan.
So once they wrap everything up at Headingley, it'll be the Chelsea match that is on Sports Extra, one of our choices of listening this afternoon. So Chelsea Bournemouth on Sports Extra shortly. Bernardo Silva on the right hand side, ball to Foden on the edge of the box, left foot shot, brilliant finish yet again from the man named this week as the Premier League player of the season, like a rocket off his left foot into the top corner above Areola, and that's the settler that Manchester City wanted in the second minute. Win to win the title. And a goal almost right at the start from Phil Foden, number 26 of the season for him.
Oh, wow. I mean, this young man just keeps doing such wonderful things. He seems to get better and better every time you see him. I mean, this is a huge game for Manchester City. It's only the second time he's picked the ball up in the game. The first time he got turned, tried to run at somebody, decided to lay it on, picked up a better space, and just waited for the move to develop. And from this central position, he can just be so effective. The ball comes out to the right-hand side. Bernardo Silva given real space. He just passes it inside. Phil Foden just lets it run across his body, opens it up, allows it to run into probably the D on the edge of the West Ham penalty area, and just unleashes a strike with that left foot. It's still rising as it hits the net. Areola has absolutely no chance. And you know, what a goal, what a young player. No surprise the award he's already received this season.
Yeah, the Football Writers Player of the Year, the Premier League Player of the Season. BBC World Service listeners are with us. I hope you arrived in time for Phil Foden's goal. I think we can all guess how that's gone down at Arsenal with you, Ian.
Well, after almost got him
themselves a goal there with Tomiyasa's header at the far post. But yes, news of that goal here at the Emirates is filtering through, and up until that point, it's been an absolutely cracking atmosphere. But Arsenal have made a very strong start, but it's Arsenal 0, Everton 0, 5 minutes played.
We thought Ivan Toney had scored for Brentford, Alistair. Bruce Ball.
You can chalk that one off. Brentford 0, Newcastle 0. VAR had a look. Matthias Jensen offside. So Ivan Toney's goal ruled out. Brentford 0, Newcastle 0.
Here at the Etihad. This is 5 Live and the World Service from the BBC. Listen as well if you're on the move on this glorious afternoon via BBC Sounds. And Manchester City's home stadium is ringing to the sound of home celebrations. Bernardo Silva setting up Phil Foden. I feel, Leon Osman, like I've seen that goal already this season several times, don't you?
Yeah, well, absolutely. It's one that we're coming accustomed to.
Now Rodri and Haaland on the edge of the penalty area, but it breaks down and runs through to Areola.
Yeah, it's one that we're accustomed to seeing him score in a very usual position for him on the right-hand side, able to cut in and hit to the far post with his left foot. Yeah, we've seen it before, but I mean, it still blows you away with the quality that he can hit the strike with, the position he can find himself in. And Kevin De Bruyne has been the orchestrator of this Manchester City team for a few seasons now, but even watching it here today, you just get the feeling, certainly over the course of this season, that may have changed hands to Phil Foden. The influence he has on this Manchester City team at the moment is absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, that's now 8 goals in his last 9 appearances. That's a great way to finish the season when there's a tournament coming up. The England squad will be named Tuesday afternoon, by the way. We'll have lots of coverage for you. It's 2 o'clock, it'll be named, so hear it on 5 Live, the England squad for the Euros, and lots of reactions throughout the course of the day and in 5 Live Sport on Tuesday night. Bernardo Silva, who set the opening goal up from round about here, right side of the penalty area. It's De Bruyne now. Here's Foden again, central position. Then Claudio's getting involved as well. Touch from De Bruyne. The confidence here. That early goal, as if they needed it, Leon, has just spread further confidence throughout the players who are out there in sky blue for the Premier League leaders.
Well, they're a confident team when they're behind. They're a confident team whenever they step out on the pitch, but you give them a lead in a game like this, you can just see it oozing through them. Flicks round the corner, finding it space. West Ham are struggling to get close.
Chasing shadows, West Ham. They're starting 9th, they'll finish in 9th. Here's Doku on the left-hand side into the penalty area. Doku now goes for the byline, slipped to across, and it's cleared away by Zuma. On the edge of the 6-yard box, the West Ham captain putting it out of play on the far side. So Manchester City already with the early goal. The only other goal is the one that was scored at Burnley by Nottingham Forest, which will, if they win that match, will confirm their place in the Premier League for next season. But I think we know that anyway. It's just a case of crossing the T's and dotting the I's for them. All of the other matches currently goalless. And in the Premiership in Scotland, into the second half there, Motherwell 0, St Johnstone 2, and Ross County 1, Aberdeen 1, which means that St Johnstone would avoid relegation. Emerson, West Ham. I think this is the first time they're over the halfway line, Leon. But however, quickly, De Bruyne gets it back. Then he nutmegs Ward-Prowse, comes back to De Bruyne in the centre circle. De Bruyne running free. You'd never know he was a doubt for this match. Forward towards Doku. Doku is just outside the penalty area. Ball to the left-hand side. Guardiola is there. That comes back in field to the corner of the penalty area, and he tries a shot. De Bruyne from the angle, which is beaten away by Areola, who I think had a good sight of that. But this is the traditional strong start from Manchester City. They've got 1 goal. They're already after a second. And if they were able to get it, it would be hard to see West Ham coming back from that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, West Ham are a team that are better on the counter-attack. They're better when they've got a lead to hang on to. And teams are coming on to them. Manchester City are just in full control of this game at the moment. We've just seen De Bruyne have a strike from distance. Yeah, why wouldn't you? West Ham want to defend as deep as they have done. Might as well get a shot away.
City all but West Ham. Foden now into the penalty area. Turns, gives it back towards Walker, who slips actually as the challenge comes in on him. City, though, still in possession. Rodri recycled it to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva into the penalty area, then to Walker on the right-hand side as Manchester City attack towards the end to our right. That's where the West Ham fans are. Comes across to Guardiola. Guardiola to Foden. Very central Foden, I must say. And then forward from the position of the left back, and that's cut out on the edge of the box by Sofal, and West Ham should get it away. They should get it away. Let's go to Selhurst Park next. Hamish Marshall.
We think it's Crystal Palace 1, Aston Villa 0. Long VAR checks taking place at the moment. Jean-Philippe Mateta continuing his great run of form. Shot home from 12 yards out. Just a question over offside. Players are waiting to restart. We don't know, but it stands at Villa, trailing by a goal to 0.
Livingston 0, Hibernian 1. Maizani Mayolida has scored that one for Hibs. And Doku into the penalty area now on the left-hand side. His ball across, that's blocked away. West Ham defending in strong numbers inside the penalty area. City come again. Doku holds off the challenge from Sofal, who gets in it and again, and actually, credit to Sofal, is able to come out with the ball. What a storm they're facing here, West Ham.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm talking before the game, what do West Ham have to do? They have to defend deep, yes, they have to defend well. They probably have to make contact with Manchester City, maybe prepared to give a few fouls away. At the moment, they can't get close enough. The speed at which Manchester City are playing through the middle of the pitch, 1 and 2 touch, the awareness of what's over the shoulder. Phil Foden, in particular, at the heart of it. 3 or 4 West Ham players around. If they think they've got him, they haven't. And at the moment, West Ham just can't seem to get a kick of the ball.
Yeah, that Mateta goal has been confirmed for Crystal Palace. So Palace leading 1-0 against Aston Villa, who, of course, are already sure of their place in the Champions League for next season. And more good news for St Johnstone, because it is now Ross County 1, Aberdeen 2, and Jamie McGrath has got a second for Aberdeen, so thereby increasing St Johnstone's chances, which they would do if the match is finished right now, of avoiding relegation. Manchester City winning a free kick in the West Ham right back area, so this could spell more trouble for them. Foden and De Bruyne over there together. You'd think it would be whipped in by De Bruyne, who might actually go for goal from here. Foden runs over it, then De Bruyne, he does whip it straight at the West Ham goalkeeper, who quickly got his fist up in front of his face and beat it back out from where it came and out for a throw on the far side.
Yeah, it's what you'd expect him to make from that angle, when it being pretty much towards the front post, but De Bruyne did hit it well. But West Ham just had everybody, barring the 2 players in the wall, inside that 6-yard box. I'm surprised Man City didn't try and just work something. They had Bernardo Silva on the edge of the penalty area unmarked, but it's still been a blistering start for Man City.
So Manchester City doing what they need to do. Arsenal still 0-0. Arsenal have got to win that match today and hope that Manchester City don't. But the early goal from Phil Foden, who received his Football Writers Award on Thursday night. He wasn't able to go to London for the ceremony because of this match. But here's Bernardo Silva on the right-hand side, tried to scoop it into the penalty area, but that was cut out by Emerson, but he just ran into a wall of sky blue, and Manchester City have got it back again. Rodri, then back towards Foden. Bernardo Silva on the right and Foden in a central position. I did wonder if it would be the other way around, but he is so central, Foden. Although he turns a full 360 degrees, and then I think does the first thing wrong that he's done today. Gave it away to Mikel Antonio.
He gave a pass away.
That
was surprising, wasn't it? But West Ham are so deep when they pick the ball up there. They've got nowhere to go, no one to break. Antonio gets it. He's completely on his own. And yes, West Ham are defending. Even they need to figure out a way of not gambling as such, but getting people further up the pitch.
Back to Burnley, Sani Radravajala.
Well, Forest have got the goal ball in the net. Chris Wood diverting a shot in for a second, but it is being checked for offside. It looked like it was, but VAR is currently ongoing. Currently it's Burnley 0, Forest 1. Forest may have a second.
Okay, 1-0 to Manchester City. And next it is to Bramall Lane. Last day in the Premier League for the time being, Charlie Slater.
And it's not off to a good start for them. 14 minutes on the clock. Sheffield United 0, Tottenham 1. Kulusevski, left-hand side of the penalty area. A low, hard shot in off of the far post. 1-0 Tottenham.
So Tottenham thereby strengthening their position in 5th place and the place in the Europa League group stage, which would go with that. So let's see how things have started at Stamford Bridge, where Chelsea are up against Bournemouth. John Southall.
And that result means that Chelsea would finish 6th if it finished like that this here, where it's Chelsea 0, Bournemouth 0. Early chances though. Nicholas Jackson denied by Neto. Cole Palmer shot wide. 1 for Bournemouth. Semenyo 16 yards out, straight at Petrovic. Chelsea 0.
And that match should be on Sports Extra now. If it's not, it will be shortly, for the commentary with Sohail Sahi and Adrian Mariappa. So BBC Sounds Digital Radio, for Chelsea, Bournemouth. Manchester City, West Ham here on 5 Live, BBC Sounds and the World Service, and Emerson carrying it forward from the halfway line. What a run this is. He's beaten 2 men. He's up towards the edge of the penalty area, but then he's just passed it slightly behind Sofal on the right, and Sofal's cross into the area is cleared away by Kyle Walker. Not sure, that might be the first time West Ham have been in the Manchester City box.
Yeah, it was an opportunity as well. I mean, he could have kept going there, Emerson. He got through a brilliant little gap and burst into the edge of the Manchester City's penalty. He just ran past the ball. He didn't give himself a chance to take it with him and get a shot away, but for a moment there, Manchester City were worried.
And back to Burnley, what's the news, Sammy?
Well, a goal's been given. It's a 14th of the season for Chris Wood, diverting in the shot in a lengthy delay on offside. Forest fans were actually singing against VAR. Now they're chanting for VAR. It's Burnley 0, Nottingham Forest 2.
Sense of humour. Manchester City leading by 1-0 and on course to retain the title. Back to Chelsea, John Southall.
What about this? Chelsea 1, Bournemouth 0. Moises Caicedo with his first goal from the club, just inside the Bournemouth half, spotted Neto way off his line, over his head and into the net. Chelsea 1, Bournemouth 0.
And that is now on Sports Extra. Chelsea making a strong finish to the season. You would have thought that would be possible at one stage, Leon, but now some of the teams that it looks as though they're going to finish above, not least Newcastle and Manchester United.
Developing very well, Chelsea. I think there was always signs there, wasn't there? It was just consistency and everyone on the same page, but there's no doubt about the quality of their players.
Manchester City with Rodri just trots forward and then taps the ball to his left to Akanji. Manuel Akanji. The Swiss have already named their squad for the Euros. I don't know whether you saw that, Leon. They named a squad of 38. Here's Doku into the penalty area on the left. He shoots and it's saved well by Areola, who's been peppered with shots. This was a very good save to push it over the top of the crossbar for a Manchester City corner, which is coming up after Charlie Slater and Sheffield United.
17 and a half gone here, but we're not playing at the moment. There appears to have been an incident amongst the Sheffield United fans away to the right-hand side. Someone in need of emergency medical treatment, so the game has been stopped. It remains 1-0 here to Tottenham.
Thank you, Charlie. So we'll be back with you to find out more about that. Manchester City with this corner then from the right-hand side after that. Decent save from Areola from the shot from Doku. It's taken short. Comes back to Foden, the corner taker. Then he sets up De Bruyne just outside the D, trying to find the shooting position, but it wouldn't open up for him. However, City get the ball to the left-hand side to Bernardo Silva. His cross was blocked by Sofal. 1 or 2 shouts for handball over there after he blocked that on the edge of the area, the West Ham man. Rodri then, high pass out to the right-hand side. Doku, great controlled it on the half volley, shoots into the foot of the near post where Areola goes down and makes another save, pushing this away, and actually he's kept in play, although it does eventually roll out of play for a throw to West Ham in their own left back area. And James Ward-Prowse and David Moyes are both saying to the 4th official, Doku kicked the ball away there, shouldn't he be yellow carded? But I think anything to slow things down at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think they'll mind the break at the moment, but I think Jeremy Doku has started this game particularly well, whether it be on the left-hand side or the right, but he's cutting inside. Both full-backs, wing-backs are finding it very difficult to deal with him.
De Bruyne's got it back. Now Rodri pokes one low. It absolutely opened up for Rodri, but I think he was on the stretch there. And it was a bit of a toe poker, wasn't it, that he sent just wide of the foot of the post.
Yeah, this could already be 5-0. Yeah, good. Well, it was really good play from Kevin De Bruyne, winning the ball back in the corner, and he tried to play the ball into Phil Foden, who is going berserk because Rodri stepped in front and took the ball off him. He did so at a stretch, and in doing so, he was off balance, and the ball was in the middle of his foot. The best effort for him to get a shot away, he felt, was to toe poke it, and he didn't get it right, missed the target. But as I say, Phil Foden going mad behind him.
Leon, I was at Tottenham covering the match on Tuesday night, and it did feel at the end that they felt, Manchester City, that they'd cleared the most difficult hurdle. That's what the celebrations said. You know, you thought, well, maybe they're a little premature, but seeing how they are today, there's absolutely no hint, is there?
There's a supreme confidence in their ability individually and as a team, and even moments ago, when they were just slacking with regards to 1 or 2 tackles, Pep Guardiola in front was going crazy himself, and have such levels.
City flowing again, and now Foden once
The two players I've said really have been at it today. Jeremy Doku, Phil Foden, the two players that create and score the goal. I mentioned about Pep Guardiola, unhappy with certain aspects of the game. He's demanding more and more from his side, which you're probably surprised about, but I think the players know they have to be at the very top level in every moment, and it's brilliant play down the left-hand side. Haaland comes in deep, Doku goes long, he plays the ball out wide. Doku doesn't need to beat the defender this time. He drags two players over, Soufal and Mavropanos. That creates the space inside. Phil Foden steps into it. It's a nicely weighted pass into him. He just needs to side foot it as it comes across and into the far post, up the far left hand, outstretched hand of the goalkeeper, who can't really do much about it. Brilliant finish, wonderful goal. City very much in control.
City look like a team that is going to win the league. Well, they've looked like that for quite a few weeks now, for months. And Phil Foden extends his best goal-scoring season yet to 27 goals in all competitions, 19 in the Premier League. It feels it here, and I guess, Ian Dennis, with you as well at Arsenal, it must feel there as well like the game is up.
Well, Arsenal 0, Everton 0. There was a feverish atmosphere ahead of the opening exchanges, but even after that first goal, that was diluted somewhat. And now, yes, you're right, John, there is a realisation that it won't be the beautiful day that Mikel Arteta had dreamt about. Arsenal, though, still got to focus on their job in hand, and that is to win, and they're drawing 0-0. Pickford's made 3 decent saves in the first half so far.
Thanks, Ian. So 2-0 now to Manchester City. 2 goals for Phil Foden. Inside the first 20 minutes, the second goal scored in the 18th minute. He got the first after 79 seconds, by the way. That's how long Manchester City supporters had to wait before their team went in front. They are now back underway at Sheffield United, incidentally, where Tottenham are leading by 1-0. And to Brentford again, an Alistair Bruce ball.
Brentford 0, Newcastle 1. A rare thing, a Harvey Barnes header has given Newcastle the lead. They know a win here, they will finish at least 7th. They would keep Manchester United at bay as these teams battle for the European places. Brentford 0, Newcastle 1.
In the Premiership, St Johnstone's still winning 2-0 at Motherwell, and Aberdeen winning 2-1 at Ross County. So St Johnstone will be staying up, but in the Ross County match, Aberdeen are now down to 10 men because Angus MacDonald's been sent off in the last half hour of that match. So Aberdeen now with 10 men. So St Johnstone will obviously be watching their match, but keeping a close eye and ear on what's happening at Ross County. But scene of celebration here, Leon Osman. City fans on their feet, singing their songs. What a great first 20 minutes for them in the circumstances.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. I mean, they couldn't have asked for more. Not just the goals, but the performance of the team, the way they're dominating. West Ham struggling to get out. I mean, on paper, this is not the ideal place to go. Last game of the season when City are going for the title if you're West Ham, but you get here, the sun's shining, it's difficult. City are in this kind of form, momentum, attitude. And it just shows how difficult a task, and the heads have gone already.
They've lost it again, West Ham. De Bruyne takes it on. Here's Haaland, yet to get in on the act, but it was just taken away from him by Mavropanos near the penalty spot, between the edge of the area and the penalty spot. Otherwise, he might have been in. He's made a quiet start to the match, Haaland, but I'm not sure anyone's really too bothered about that.
No, I don't think Haaland probably is. I think he wants to score a goal. That was a nearly opportunity there. If he could have just dropped his shoulder. Good defending. Well saved.
Great point, Leon, apart from the man himself. Doku, now De Bruyne on the edge of the area. He's been everywhere. Doku's been everywhere. Doku now curls one right across the face of goal and beyond the far post via a deflection. Another corner to Manchester City. While they organise themselves, let's head to Anfield and see what the mood is like there. Maz Faruqi.
Bright start from both sides, John. Great chance for Wang Hee-chan for Wolves. Put round his right post by Alisson, and Gakpo just going wide at the other end. But I don't think the clock would stop singing even if Liverpool did go behind. But it is still Liverpool 0, Wolves 0.
Phil Foden to take the corner. Foden, who is already on a hat-trick now. That would be his 3rd of the season if he's able to complete it. And he's got plenty of time. Foden's ball in, headed away for West Ham on the edge of the area. A stretch from Bernardo Silva to see it back to Walker, then De Bruyne. Now here is Foden again on the right flank. Infield to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva drives it in. Guardiola cross, and Haaland couldn't convert. I mean, he was he was already falling. His leg was up, possibly six feet off the ground, and he couldn't hook it in from point-blank range. It's not like his miss in the Manchester United match all over again, but I'm surprised it didn't go in.
Well, that's, by his standards, that is a huge miss. It's not far off other misses as you've just mentioned we've seen this season. I think it's Mavropanos just gets across and stretches and just makes him take his eye off the ball maybe. But by his standards, the ball coming across the goal 3 yards out, he has a clear look at it. It's coming onto his foot, and for him to not to make contact, albeit it was foot in the air.
Now Foden's going to have another goal, and now Areola's able to feed it away. It was just to put them into his left, the West Ham goalkeeper, but I think it had swerve on it as well. But my goodness, that was hit by Foden.
Well, he certainly wants his hat-trick, doesn't he? I mean,
hat-trick, I think he wants 6.
I think the best thing about him at the minute is decision-making. It's when to take a shot, when to run forward, when to play a pass, when to play a through ball. When you're at the peak of your powers like he is at the moment, you get the majority of those decisions right, and you know, he's limping at the moment. I'm sure there's a bit of concern from every England fan and Gareth Southgate, considering the form he's in. We do not want him to pick up any kind of injury at the moment.
No, we'll keep an eye on 2-goal Phil Foden. He's just pulling up his socks at the moment and limping away, but there's no hint of a look over here towards Guardiola, although he is just having a look over now, but I think he's okay. So it's a free kick to Manchester City, just forward of the centre circle. We've not heard how things have started between Huddersfield and Warrington in the second Challenge Cup semi-final, so here's Matt Newsom.
Yeah, Huddersfield 4, Warrington 28, just under half an hour to play. Warrington fans singing of Wembley. Matt Duffy going over after Ben Curry's charge down. Warrington in the box seat, Huddersfield 4, Warrington 28.
Yes, absolutely, 3:15 kick-off. Our timings are all over the place this afternoon, 4 o'clock kick-offs. That's on BBC 2, by the way, the Huddersfield-Warrington semi-final. 2-0 for Manchester City, and Foden, I think he's okay, Leon? I think he's all right?
Yeah, he'll be okay. He certainly won't want to leave the field. I think it was just a knock. He's already picked the ball up, played a couple of passes, but what surprises me, him and Kevin De Bruyne as well, how they keep on finding space. And you know, West Ham know where they are. They're in their structure. They know where he's going to end up being, and yet he still seems to find space that they're unaware of, and it's a brilliant thing to have in your game.
So difficult, isn't it? Like now, as well, looking at it, both Foden and Bernardo Silva are on the right flank together. And actually Akanji gives it to Foden, who just drags it back. The ball's stationary at his feet now. Then back to Akanji, who's got his hair tied right up on the top of his head today. What about that? 38 in the initial Switzerland squad. As Doku plays it in towards the corner of the box. Guardiola, then back to Rodri. Rodri to Foden, first time touch, back to Akanji. He's going to have a go, and Areola has to save that as well, but a routine save this time.
Yeah, I mean,
in the midst of the saves that he's made today, that was straightforward.
It's shooting practice really for Manchester City, and West Ham are defending so deep. I mean, Akanji just had a shot from probably 24, 25 yards. Maybe that's one of Manchester City's deepest players, and it just shows that they might as well go and have them shots from that distance if West Ham aren't going to close them down.
Doku into the penalty area, pulls it back to the edge of the area. De Bruyne! Oh, that wasn't far wide. Well, Areola dived for it. I think he might have got a touch to it, you know. Either it took a deflection, or that's another save from Areola, and the defenders are going to him. Yeah, and they've given him little pats and such like he did. He got his hand to it.
Wonderful save. I mean,
save. He's man of the match so far.
Yeah,
for West Ham.
And Kevin De Bruyne has had that shot, yes, under a little bit of pressure, but from inside West Ham's penalty area this time. They're getting deeper and deeper and deeper, West Ham, and if you're going to allow Kevin De Bruyne to shoot from inside your penalty area on a regular basis, West Ham are in for a tough afternoon on the score sheet.
Ross County now have made it 2-2. Jan Dander's got a second. Corner comes into the near post, and it's headed wide. It was a twisting Guardiola at the near post who headed it wide of the near post. So it is still only Manchester City 2, West Ham 0. David Moyes' side in his last match as the manager of this great club. They've barely been out of their own half. They're fortunate it's not 4 or 6. Goal kick Let's head to Anfield again, where Maz Faruqi.
Well, Wolves are not a fan of VAR, as we know, John, and they've just had a yellow card for Nelson Semedo, upgraded to a red for a challenge on McAllister. His studs made connection with McAllister's left ankle. Chris Kavanagh asked to go look at the pitch side monitor, switched the yellow for a red, still 0-0, but Wolves down to 10.
Livingston 1, Hibs 1 now. Bruce Anderson with the equaliser for Livingston. 2-0 Manchester City. By the way, do join us in the last hour of the programme today on 5 Live Sport before 6:06 with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton, when we'll have all of the fallout, all of the reaction, the trophy presentation here, and also Jurgen Klopp's final speech. Doku into the penalty area, back to De Bruyne, left foot shot from him, that's blocked. So far inside the penalty area, and the ball bounces away out of play into those oversized advertising boards on the far side of the ground that are currently advertising a beverage that will be very pleasant in these very warm conditions here. And I think there will be some celebrations tonight, particularly the way that City have played. They've been just irresistible. And Guardiola now into the penalty area, back to the edge of the box. De Bruyne, now Doku, he's dispossessed inside the penalty area by Kudus. And then Sofal tries to and is successful in winning a goal kick off Doku. That's a minor triumph for West Ham.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, it shows how deep West Ham are having to defend. Kudus is winning the ball back inside his own penalty area for a moment there. Because Doku's had such an influence on this Manchester City team, they started to bring help over to Sufal. Souček's had to go over at times. Mavropanos has tried to go over just to double up against Doku, and that's creating spaces everywhere else for Manchester City. That's why Kevin De Bruyne's had a couple of shots now unmarked inside the penalty area.
So Manchester City absolutely dominant here against West Ham. What about Arsenal against Everton? Ian Dennis.
13 minutes to go at half-time. It's still 0-0. Everton have just hit the post. Calvert-Lewin, right-footed shot off the base of the left-hand post. He put the rebound into the side netting. Still goalless.
West Ham trying to forge some sort of attack, but they got, what, 8 yards into Manchester City territory. And now City sweep forward. Claudio, here's Haaland! Half saved by Areola! And it bounces wide off the goalkeeper's body. But the offside flag was up against the big man.
Yeah, probably would have been close, but I mean, again, sweeping move. Guardiola spotting the space centrally as Kevin De Bruyne picked the ball up. He didn't run in a left-back position, he went right into the middle of the pitch to pick the ball up. Guardiola brilliantly, like a number 10, a Phil Foden stepping in there, steps in, slips a lovely straight pass for the diagonal run of Erling Haaland. Keeper made that good save with his left hand anyway, but fractionally offside as we see the replay.
Remains Manchester City 2, West Ham 0. 5 Live, BBC Sounds, the World Service on this last Sunday afternoon of this Premier League season. It's been quiet at Brighton, Manchester United. Henry Moran, what's happening?
Well, it has been quiet. Brighton 0, Manchester United 0. Brighton by far the better side. João Pedro just flashing the ball across goal. A series of good chances for Brighton. De Zerbi on the touchline, enthusiastic, energetic. Ten Hag sits motionless. Nothing he can do but watch this tepid Manchester United side.
This Manchester City side is far from tepid. It's red hot. Doku on the left-hand side. I think he's just taken a knock from Sofal. And referee John Brooks is just trotting over there into the sunshine to see how he is.
Yeah, the ball just hit him in the face. Sufal tried to clear the ball over his head, hook it clear. Went a bit behind his clearance and it just smashed into the face of Doku. Just wanted a moment, but what preceded that was exactly what Manchester City are about, dropping into spaces, getting the ball on the half-turn, playing one or two touch football around these West Ham players, and Bernardo Silva nearly seeing a pass that nobody else saw. Thankfully for West Ham, Sufal was alive to it, otherwise Jeremy Doku would have been bearing down 1v1 with his goalkeeper.
Yeah, he's okay, and Areola will overarm it out as Manchester City at the halfway line, and there's an offside flag up, so free kick to West Ham 10 yards inside their own half. You've just spotted, the television cameras have picked out Calvin Phillips, who is injured, but obviously as a City player couldn't play in this match anyway, ineligible against his parent club. You really do think, what on earth is he going to do next season?
So wonder firstly, what's he thinking about Manchester City's team winning the title, but he's not played, he's been on loan at West Ham, he can't get in that team, he's fallen away from the England team. It's been a tough spell for him.
Back to Anfield, Maz Faruqi.
Liverpool lead the 10 men of Wolves. Alexis McAllister with the header past Jose Sal. Lovely cross. cross on the right-hand side. Really perfect delivery from Harvey Elliott in the build-up. Liverpool 1, 10-man Wolves 0.
So the other latest scores, Sheffield United 0, Tottenham 1, so Tottenham will be finishing in 5th. Chelsea 1, Bournemouth 0. Chelsea will be finishing in 6th. Commentary on that on Sports Extra right now. It's Brentford 0, Newcastle 1, Brighton 0, Manchester United 0, Burnley 0, Nottingham Forest 2, so Forest's survival will be confirmed. We've got commentary on that online via the football pages of the BBC Sport website. Luton 0, Fulham 0, as we just heard from Maz, Liverpool 1-0 up against 10-man Wolves, and Crystal Palace 1, Aston Villa 0. And there's also commentary on the Palace match online. Here is De Bruyne. De Bruyne tried to find that pass through into the penalty area. It was blocked on the edge of the area. Foden is then all over Kudus. City very nearly win it back, and Ward-Prowse is just able to get a foot to it to pull it away. And West Ham are back in position on the edge of their own penalty area. Back to Brentford, Alistair Bruce-Ball.
Newcastle looking very good for at least 7th place now. Brentford 0, Newcastle 2. Mistake by Ethan Pinnock. He thought he'd rescued it, but Alexander Isak managed to take the ball off him. Down the left he went, crossed in for Jacob Murphy, who has side-footed it home. So Newcastle now want Bournemouth to do them a favour at Stamford Bridge. But it's Brentford 0, Newcastle 2.
And there is still the possibility, isn't there, of European football for Newcastle United if Manchester United were able to win the FA Cup next weekend. Kudus is sent away down the right-hand side to Ortega, who's been an absolute spectator, who's quickly out of his penalty area to clear the ball out of play into the lower tier of the stand opposite. West Ham take a quick throw. It's headed down and away by Akanji, and then deflected out of play for a throw-in to Manchester City. The FA Cup final next Saturday, 3 o'clock kickoff. You'll hear that on 5 Live. Champions League final will be on 5 Live the Saturday after, and of course blanket comprehensive coverage of the Euros from Germany right across the BBC, but all of the matches on 5 Live, Sports Extra, and indeed online. Here's Foden, halfway inside his own half. But we're going back to Brentford again, and Alistair Bruce-Ball.
Yeah, Brentford falling apart, making mistakes inside their own half. This one allowed the ball to be fed through for Alexander Isak. Wonderful finish from the angle into the bottom corner. Brentford 0, Newcastle 3.
Thomas Frank is going to be part of our coverage at the Euros. Might not mention the final match of the season to him if it stays like that or gets any worse. David Moyes as well, part of the BBC team at the Euros this summer, and he's just at the moment in discussions. I mean how many managers have been in his position here where your team is absolutely put through the ringer by Manchester City, but even by City's standards this has been a real cowsling, isn't it?
Such a difficult position. I mean, he's had a wonderful time at West Ham, but you know, the decision to part company a few weeks back, the players know that he's not going to be their manager next season. They're coming up against a blistering
flicks, tricks, City, Foden, De Bruyne, now Bernardo Silva on the right-hand side. Back to Foden inside the box, square from him. Rodri's having a go, but Areola's able to dive to his right, and he catches it this time. So 2-0 remains the Manchester City lead. Back to the Challenge Cup semi-final, Matt Newsom.
Yeah, Huddersfield 4, Warrington 34. Manchester City style rugby league from the wire. A try from Matt Duffy, giving them a 30-point advantage, and they lead Huddersfield by 4 points to 34.
And the ball's out of play for a throw-in to West Ham on the halfway line. Back to Selhurst Park, Hamish Marshall.
Jean-Philippe Mateta is absolutely loving his time at Selhurst Park at the moment. He's just scored his 8th goal in 7 games. Cross on the right-hand side. Nice finish from 6 yards out. Crystal Palace 2, Aston Villa 0.
As West Ham try to bring it through the middle, but it's turned back to Cresswell here. Cresswell, long left-footed ball to Kudus on the edge of the penalty area. He chests it down up against Gvardiol in the box, and then comes in onto his left foot, twists Gvardiol, shoots right-footed, saved by Ortega, and that's a good save, pushing it away across the penalty area to preserve Manchester City's clean sheet. And there now has been an opening goal at Arsenal. Ian Dennis.
And in a game that Arsenal have to win, they are behind 5 minutes before half-time. A free kick. It was Garnicke, direct free kick, took a wicked deflection, gave Brian no chance. Arsenal 0, Everton 1.
So they had to win, Arsenal, but your old club Everton are spoiling things for Arsenal. Long pass forward from the back from Zuma. With this scoreline, though, whatever Arsenal did
it wouldn't be enough. However, they want to certainly put themselves in a position whereby, should the highly unlikely happen, then they would be in a position to benefit. So Arsenal need to respond.
Yeah, of course. I mean, every team wants to win every game, the last game of the season, especially where they are in that moment. Arsenal, Everton obviously doing a good job, but you know, West Ham in that flash there have shown that they are capable of scoring a goal. What they have to do is try and isolate Kudus with Gvardiol in that moment. Long ball over the top, he brings it down, he's 1v1 in the penalty area. Gvardiol gets twisted and turned, and Kudus managed to get a shot away, which Ortega had to make a good save from. So they are capable, West Ham, of scoring a goal if they can get Kudus the ball.
Yeah, they could do with Jared Bowen, though, who's not involved, if you missed it earlier, out of the match today with tonsillitis. And he's another one as well who will be hoping for good news for the England squad on Tuesday. Back to Liverpool, Maus Faruqi.
Liverpool have a second. Jarrell Quansah bundling the ball, making sure it found the back of the net. Mo Salah actually with a shot from the 6-yard area as the corner was swept in from the right-hand side. But Jarrell Quansah gets the final touch as Wolves can't defend their area. Liverpool 2, 10-man Wolves 0.
Manchester City again bringing it forward with Gvardiol. And now Rodri behind him. Pass out to the right-hand side with a flourish. Bernardo Silva. Kevin De Bruyne. You'd never have known that there was an injury worry over Kevin De Bruyne coming into this match. He's been absolutely everywhere. Vintage Kevin De Bruyne. Turns 33 this summer. As City have the ball with Gvardiol. Out to Doku on the left-hand side. Doku into the penalty area, but he's lifted that one over everyone inside the penalty area. And Bernardo Silva keeps it in on the right-hand side, and then he sets off up against Emerson. Bernardo Silva to Foden. Foden square from him. Gvardiol tries to tee up De Bruyne, 23 yards out. De Bruyne back onto his right foot, and then back to Akanji again. West Ham with everyone apart from Mikel Antonio behind the ball. A flick from Foden. Gvardiol back through into the area, but beyond Foden and through to Areola.
That's what they're brilliant at, Manchester City. The patience of their attack and the change in the tempo. They were playing about, they thought they could get in, they got into this number 10 pocket. West Ham quickly narrowed off, and then they're happy just to come out and keep the ball and play it slow and just wait for that next opportunity to come, where they then speed it up with a couple of quick passes. Back heel flick from Phil Foden, and nearly received the pass back from Gvardiol. And West Ham concentration levels are having to be so high. The moment they just lose concentration for a moment, Manchester City find themselves in brilliant positions to try and score another.
Leon, this has been the ultimate test today, hasn't it? There is no more difficult test than coming here to face a Manchester City team in this sort of mood.
No, and obviously missing great parts of your referee and Jared Bowen to get you up the pitch, but you know, they can work across and get backwards and forwards, but unless they actually find a way of scoring.
As Walker has to put the ball out of play at the back post as the cross came over from the right. And it will be a corner to West Ham, but what's happened at Arsenal now, Ian Dennis?
Arsenal are level. Everton's lead lasted all of 3 minutes. It was Erdegaard on the right-hand side with a cutback, and Tomiyasu just inside the penalty area, right-footed, swept it home. Arsenal 1, Everton 1.
Remember, Arsenal have got to win and hope that Manchester City don't. But City have this 2-goal lead after a furious first half hour in which Foden scored both of the goals. So he's now on 19 in the Premier League this season and 27 in all competitions. But it's a corner to West Ham. Ward-Prowse high towards the back post. It bounces down inside the penalty area, only half cleared, and there's an overhead kick in from Kudus, and West Ham have got a goal back. And what a goal that was! Wow! An overhead kick that flew over Ortega into the back of the net, and it's absolutely stunned almost the whole of the Etihad Stadium. Manchester City 2, West Ham 1. So first, Arsenal equalise, and then West Ham get a goal back. It's not over yet.
Maybe it's not. I mean, Manchester City players straight to the referee, claiming that there was a hand in there somewhere. It's difficult to tell. The ball ricocheted around. There's a deep ball to the back post from James Ward-Prowse. There was a coming together. Mavropanos was in there, bounced down. But the moment Kudus got close to it, he flicked it up into the air, and at its height, jumped like you wouldn't believe. Overhead kick, met it at its highest point. Top corner, all Ortega could do nothing about it. I said if they were going to score, it would be through Kudus, and maybe after this VAR check, that will be the case.
And I think it might have been ruled out because Haaland has just knocked the ball back to the edge of the penalty area. We're still waiting for John Brooks to actually confirm this. So even though Haaland's played the ball back to Ortega, no, the goal has been given. Well, that was an odd one. So the goal has been given, and Kudus has made it Manchester City 2, West Ham 1. So there is a glimmer, Ian, for Arsenal.
The Emirates has been re-energised with news of that goal. It has certainly fallen flat when Manchester City were leading by 2-0. But with that goal coming hot on the heels of the Tomiyasu equaliser, the Emirates all of a sudden just starts to believe yet again. 7 minutes of added on time, 1-1.
Well, that's a contender for goal of the day from Kudus, mind you, so was Phil Foden's. To Luton, first goal of the afternoon, Chris Coles.
And it's gone to Fulham, although their lead might not last long because Luton have just been awarded a penalty. Fulham in front, Adama Traore's fine volley into the bottom corner. Luton have a penalty pending a VAR check. Luton 0, Fulham 1.
And it was a Souček handball that they were looking for in the midst of all that, Leon. VAR, though, decided against it. But just seeing it again, I think he would have been unlucky if he'd been ruled out for that.
If it did, it brushed it and he knew nothing about it. He was trying to compete with, of all people, I think Bernardo Silva at the back post. He was just trying to be a nuisance, and in doing so it knocked down, and Kudus was just the first to react. You know, they've started to grow into this game, West Ham. They've started to get forward, especially on that side where Kudus is up against Vardyal. Most of their good plays come down there, forced a corner, and with James Ward-Prowse delivering, you may always have a chance with someone like Souček attacking the ball, and Kudus showing his quality.
Yep, scoring in the 42nd minute. So 2-1 is the scoreline now, intriguingly. Back to Luton, Chris Coles.
Well, the penalty was scored very tidily by Carlton Morris, tucked into the bottom left-hand corner, given for a foul on Ogbene by Bassi in the Fulham box. Luton 1, Fulham 1.
So 2-1 going on 6-1, but it is still in the balance. And the reaction inside the stadium here, you could barely hear the West Ham supporters celebrating, and it was just silence around the other parts of the stadium. That was a real shocker. Akanji playing the ball out to the left-hand side. Kudus now into the box, still going, works it across. Haaland lifts it over the top, 7 yards out. Zuma threw himself in there in front of Haaland, which might have been a factor, but even so, again, Haaland, you would have expected the net to ripple.
Yeah, I mean, he's so good stepping into that area, but West Ham have got a real problem with how to deal with Jeremy Doku up against Soufal on that right-hand side, because every time Doku picks the ball up, he's twisting and turning, either coming in for a shot or going on the outside to deliver that kind of ball across the 6-yard box. And Haaland actually got across the defender there and just scooped it over the top of the crossbar. It wasn't the easiest of chances, but he certainly would have expected to score.
Sudden goal fest at Kenilworth Road, Chris Coles.
Out of nowhere, this game has burst into life. A second for Fulham, they're back in front. Raul Jimenez, really good finish this, arriving late, tucked into the bottom corner. 3 goals in 3 minutes. Luton 1, Fulham 2.
So Luton 1, Fulham 2. Luton's relegation being confirmed today. Nottingham Forest are winning 2-0 at Burnley. And in the matches affecting the European places, Sheffield United 0, Tottenham 1, so that will be Tottenham clinching 5th. Chelsea 1, Bournemouth 0, that's on Sports Extra. And Chelsea will finish in 6th. Newcastle winning well at Brentford, and still Brighton 0, Manchester United 0. So there is that possibility of Manchester United missing out on European football. They've got to win the FA Cup, it would seem, with these scorelines to qualify for Europe. And Newcastle will be hoping they don't do that. If Newcastle are able to get into Europe, they need Manchester City to win the FA Cup next weekend. Here's Ward-Prowse, deep inside his own half. Right-footed ball forward, but over the top of Antonio. And it's played back to the edge of the penalty area by Ruben Dias. Real shock to the system, the West Ham goal, but what a finish it was. Talk about a classic bicycle kick from 12 yards out. And that's given away by Akanji. And now West Ham suddenly are interested in this. Kudus with the ball over on the far side. Then infield towards Paquetá. Kudus Again, lovely flick by Paquetá. Then square out towards the left-hand side from Socha. Cresswell is there. Cresswell, this by a country mile, the most enjoyable period of the game for the West Ham supporters. Ward-Prowse from a deep line position to Topal on the right. Topal's ball in is cleared away by Akanji. And suddenly, out of I can hardly believe this, but there are now jitters in the whole section.
I was going to say, the whole feel of the stadium has really changed, especially with West Ham taking the ball.
Deep ball into the City box, but it's caught by Ortega at the back post.
And having been in such control of this game, Manchester City should have had more goals than they have done. That West Ham goal has just brought that little bit of nervousness to the stadium, knowing with one goal in it, with West Ham showing already they can score.
Rodri over the top for Foden to chase, but out comes Areola, and he's able to gather that ball. And now, all of those Areola saves look absolutely vitally important, not just for West Ham in this match, but for Arsenal in the title race, where it is 1-1 at the Emirates. Arsenal 1, Everton 1. Arsenal have to win that game and hope that Manchester City don't. And there is the half-time whistle after 4 minutes of added time. Quite the half, Leon Osman.
Wow, I mean, what a start to a game. A game that, if you win the Premier League title. They couldn't have asked for a better start. They couldn't have asked for a more influential first half performance from Phil Foden. That first 25 minutes in particular was outstanding. He was at the heart of everything. Jeremy Doku certainly complimented him in a wonderful way down that left-hand side. And City will look back at that period and think the game should have been done. They should have been 4, maybe even 5 goals ahead at that point. But, as we always say, if you don't take your chances, the opposition have opportunities themselves. And in Kudus, they have an outstanding player, West Ham, who does know where the goal is. His goal was outstanding. Out of nothing, really. But it's just brought a bit of nervousness into this stadium that City know with one goal in this, anything could happen, and they'll want to see their team start in the second half in much the same way and put this game out of reach for West Ham.
Yeah, brilliant bicycle kick from Kudus to make it 2-1 after Foden's 2 early goals, and with Barry Manilow playing at the new arena close by.
Oh no! No!
For 35 minutes it looked like it was going to be Copacabana, and suddenly they ended up in the Bermuda Triangle.
Oh dear. Ian Davis.
I'm saying nothing. Half time here at the Emirates. It's Arsenal 1, Everton 1, and it was Everton taking the lead after they'd earlier hit the post through Calvert-Lewin. It was a Ghana game, direct free kick, right foot. It struck the top of the head of Rice and gave Ryan no chance. However, the lead lasted all of 3 minutes as Arsenal equalised through Tomiyasu sweeping it home from Erdegaard's cutback. It is a feverish atmosphere at the start, and then when news of those 2 City goals filtered through, there was a realisation that it maybe wasn't going to be Arsenal's day. However, with the Tomiyasu equaliser, and then obviously West Ham getting a goal back, the Emirates was re-energised, and almost to the extent that there was some misinformation, and there was a large number of Arsenal supporters who started celebrating wildly because they'd heard that it was 2-2. Luckily, Mark Warburton, we were hearing to the dulcet tones of John, and we knew the truth.
No, absolutely. I'm sure this crowd here will keep the players well informed in the second half of what's going on away from them. Their focus has to be winning this game of football, because right now Everton are resolute, they're hard to break down, they pose a threat on the counter, Calvert-Lewin's physicality, Manil's running with the ball, and they're dangerous, so there's no doubt this is a tough job for them. Focus on what they have to do here, and then, as I say, events away from them will come into play.
Do you think that, though, the way that Arsenal had started and then the scoreline from the Etihad had filtered through, do you think that had an effect on the Arsenal team?
Yeah, but obviously this type of situation, this scenario with the crowd here and how much passion, emotion involved in, there's no doubt about that. But I think they have to recognise that Everton are a good team. They've had a good run the last 4 or 5 games. They pose a threat, as I said, on the counter, and they're good at set pieces as well with the physicality. So get the job done here. The crowd will keep them informed, and they can't control away from them.
Half-time then at the Emirates. It's Arsenal 1, Everton 1.
They're into stoppage time in the Scottish Premiership. Final games of the season in the bottom half. Motherwell have just pulled one back at home to St Johnstone. Motherwell 1, St Johnstone 2. It's Ross County 2, 10-man Aberdeen 2. At the moment, St Johnstone are staying up on goal difference. So if Ross County get a goal at home to 10-man Aberdeen, they would be staying up, and St Johnstone will be going into the relegation playoff. I would imagine the St Johnstone fans that you can see at Fir Park, Connie, are a little nervous.
I tell you what though, the full-time whistle's actually just gone here, Mark, and the St Johnstone players started celebrating until someone said, wait a minute, we're not 100% sure because that game in Ross County isn't finished just yet. So the fans that I can see on my right-hand side are just kind of milling around, just waiting, as are the players. Couple of handshakes going round, but everyone is just standing still, waiting to find out if the full-time whistle has gone at Dingwall. As it stands though, it finished here at Firth Park. Motherwell 1, they got a goal back just a couple of seconds ago. Moses Abiy, St Johnstone 2. I'll keep you posted.
Yeah, they're still playing at Dingwall into the 8th minute of second half stoppage time. Back to the Premier League. Jurgen Klopp's going to get 3 points in his final home game, Masparuki.
Yeah, but Wolves went mighty close to a goal when they still had 11 players on the pitch. Hwang Hee-chan picking up the ball, in fact, after a Liverpool attacking free kick, and Alisson had to put it wide of the left post for a corner after Hwang's run forward and then his shot. But the Nelson Semedo red card for that challenge on Alexis McAllister was obvious statement, a bit of a turning point in this game. And the 2 Liverpool goals have then come from McAllister, here's a header, and then Jarrell Quansah just before half-time. Liverpool 2, 10-man Wolves 0.
Crystal Palace's good form continues. Hamish Marshall.
It certainly does. They're leading Aston Villa by 2 goals to 0, and they got more dominant as the half went on. A double from Jean-Philippe Mateta, making it 8 goals in his last 6 games. One a good finish from 12 yards. The second a striker's finish from a low ball in from the right. Villa had their moments. Dean Henderson twice denied Moussa Diaby, and Ollie Watkins had a header cleared off the line by Mark Gahey. But Palace are on course for a top 10 finish.
Villa already confirmed that they were going to finish 4th. Tottenham on course to finish 5th. Charlie Slater.
Sheffield United 0, Tottenham 1. Kulusevski with the only goal 14 minutes in. They've also hit the post through Bentancur, and Wes Foderingham has kept Sheffield United with a handful of excellent saves. It's been a disjointed first half. It was stopped for a few minutes when a Sheffield United supporter took ill, though he appeared to leave the stadium safely. And as it stands, Tottenham tightening their grip on Europa League football next season, and they lead 1-0 at the break.
Chelsea pushing them all the way. Let's go to Stamford Bridge. John Southall.
They lead Bournemouth by 1 goal to 0. So at the moment they're finishing 6th. That'll be Europa League or Conference League next season, depending on who wins the FA Cup. The goal was an absolute treat. Neto came sliding out of his goal to get to the ball before Raheem Sterling. His clearance fell to Moises Caicedo on the halfway line. He took a touch and pinged it back over Neto, and in it went a la David Beckham at Selhurst Park all those years ago. His first goal for the club, and what a way to open his account. Jackson and Palmer went close before that. For Bournemouth, they finished the half strongly. Christie and Tavernier both going close, but half-time, Chelsea 1, Bournemouth 0.
Guess what my favourite bit of that first half was?
The goal?
No, Semenyo's wrestling move on Cucurella.
Yes, push the X, yeah.
Just his hair went everywhere in his
hair went
fall.
everywhere, and then he was like, no penalty.
You'll probably see that on Match of the Day a little bit later on. Final whistle has gone at Dingwall. Ross County 2, Aberdeen 2. Ross County will be in the relegation playoff, and St Johnstone have survived by the skin of their teeth. Disappointing final match of the season for Brentford at home. Alistair Bruce Ball.
Yeah, they're being walloped. Brentford 0, Newcastle 3. So Newcastle looking as short of 7th place at the very least. Remember, that won't guarantee European football because Manchester United could still win the FA Cup. But this has been an absolute stroll in the sunshine for Newcastle here. 3 goals in 16 minutes after Ivan Toney's early finish was ruled out for offside. Joe Linton also guilty of one of the worst misses of the season. That'll be on Match of the Day, I'm sure, tonight. Harvey Barnes spared his blushes, heading in for Newcastle's first. Jacob Murphy and Alexander Isak both scoring, taking advantage of very shoddy Brentford play in their own half. Brentford 0, Newcastle 3.
Regular listeners will know what I mean when I say John Southall should really have been at the game Henry Moran is at.
Half-time, Brighton 0, Manchester United 0. Roberto De Zerbi's Brighton farewell with everything but a goal. Marco Moda and Gianpetro all with more than presentable chances. United, who need to better Newcastle's result to reach the Europa Conference League next season, well, they've been poor. Garnacho with one moment of quality to force a low save from Steele. Brighton 0, Manchester United 0.
Nottingham Forest are enjoying themselves in the sunshine at Turf Moor. Sammy.
Yeah, they are. Burnley 0, Nottingham Forest 2. Chris Wood scored more Premier League with Burnley than anyone else, 49, and as they return to the Championship, he's got both before the break for his current side. As Neil Langer, dangerous on either flank, it was his driving run across from the right. It was tapped in by Wood after less than 2 minutes. 12 minutes later, Wood got a second, redirecting a shot from outside the box by Ryan Yates. Long VAR call, but it was given for his 14th of the season. Bright skies in Burnley, but really dismal for the home side on the pitch. Half-time, Burnley 0, Nottingham Forest 2.
Luton definitely going down this afternoon. Chris Cole.
They are, and all the action of this in a frenetic final few minutes of the half. First, Adama Traore putting Fulham 1 up. His first start for Fulham, slamming into the corner from the edge of the area. Luton responded immediately. Ogbene fell by Bassi in the Fulham box. Penalty given. Penalty scored by Carlton Morris calmly into the corner. But their parity was brief. Raul Jimenez sweeping home from just inside the box. 3 goals in 5 minutes. Luton's already assumed relegation is being rubber-stamped with this scoreline. Luton 1, Fulham 2.
Let's just go back to Connie at Motherwell St Johnstone with confirmation that St Johnstone have survived.
Oh, that was tense. I tell you what, I've no skin in the game, and I was feeling it. They had to wait to find out what was happening, as I said, at Dingwall. But as the news filtered through here at Fir Park, it was delight, it was cheering. I think probably more than anything, it was relief. These St Johnstone players on the park now celebrating with the Saints fans who've made the journey here. And probably just thinking to themselves, we've got away with that one, because it's not been a brilliant season for them. Adam Sidibe, probably the player of the match today, got on the score sheet, as did Nicky Clark. Gave them the points. Ross County's failure, obviously, to beat Aberdeen sealed their survival. But I tell you what, Mark, for next season, they have got work to do. New owners, and it'll have to be a new approach to the new season. But as it stands right now, it finished Motherwell 1, St Johnstone 2. St Johnstone are safe.
If you like jeopardy in your sport, then the Men's Challenge Cup semi-finals this weekend have been very disappointing. Matt Newsom.
Yeah, it's utterly one-sided. Warrington have just gone in again for try number 8. 8 tries to 2. They have battered Huddersfield here. Roderick Ty finishing off. Sam Powell going over just a moment before that. Matt Duffy with 2 on this afternoon in the sunshine. Warrington fans have been cheering about Wembley. Sam Burgess will take his side to the National Stadium on his first season in charge. 27 seconds left. Huddersfield 10, Warrington 46.
Yeah, Warrington Wigan in the Men's Challenge Cup semi-final, and the women's will be between St Helens and Leeds after Leeds beat Wigan earlier on today. One bit of tennis news, and Emma Raducanu has confirmed why she's withdrawn from the French Open. She says it's not because of an injury, but to give herself a chance to keep fit for the rest of the year. The quote is, "It is important for me to keep laying on the foundations. I will use the time to do a healthy block before the grass and subsequent hard court seasons." The French Open gets underway this time next week, and full coverage across 5 Live and Sports Extra. 3 minutes past 5. Let's get the latest BBC News. Here's Joel Mitchell.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Thank you. Reports from Iran say a helicopter carrying the president has been involved in an accident. State television says rescuers are trying to reach the aircraft, and there are conflicting reports about whether it crashed or made an emergency landing. Our Middle East analyst is Sebastian Usher.
This is an area where it's mountainous, it's wooded, and we're hearing from these sources that there's particularly bad weather conditions there, that it's foggy. So a major rescue operation is underway, as you'd expect, but at the moment there's no clarity about what has happened.
In other news, senior Conservative and Labour politicians say the victims of the infected blood scandal have waited too long to know the truth about what happened. Thousands of people were given contaminated blood products by the NHS in the 1970s and 80s. An inquiry into the scandal will publish its final report tomorrow. And a 14-year-old boy has died after getting into difficulty in the River Tyne. Police were called to Obingham Bridge in Northumberland yesterday afternoon. A 13-year-old boy was also rescued from the water. He's in a critical condition in hospital.
When I saw him the first time play, I said, we left Pelé here.
Discover the story of how a young boy from Paris has become a sporting phenomenon in Mbappe on BBC iPlayer.
There was a feeling that he was special.
That little kid is special, isn't he?
Support on the outside from Mbappe.
And sporting giants, Kylian Mbappe on BBC Sounds.
In the neighborhood, to make yourself a name or respected is difficult. Mbappe.
Kylian Mbappe. Watch on iPlayer. Listen on BBC Sounds. This is 5 Live Sport with Mark Chapman.
On 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Manchester City 2, West Ham 1, Arsenal 1, Everton 1. Second halves on the way on the final day of the Premier League season. from 8 o'clock tonight on Sports Extra, and then from 9 o'clock here on 5 Live, the final round of the US PGA. Xander Schauffele and Colin Morikawa are 1 shot clear of the field. It is tight behind them. I'm allowing myself to get excited, Ian Carter, but we've been here before, and then someone pulls clear and it becomes a disappointment. But not tonight.
Well, this is a place that has a reputation for exciting finishes. Think all the way back 10 years ago when Rory McIlroy did it, beating Ricky Fowler and Phil Mickelson. It's a glorious day today, Mark. There are 15 players within 5 shots of the lead. The leaders will be teeing off at 7:35 your time. Xander Schauffele and Colin Morikawa at 15 under par. Sahith Theegala a shot behind. Shane Lowry and Bryson DeChambeau and Victor Hovland all at 13 under 2 behind, and the leading Britons, Justin Rose and Bob McIntyre, they're both at 12 under par. It really could be a cracker tonight.
Who's your money on?
I think Schauffele's going to do it, actually. I think he's going to bounce back from the defeat to McIlroy last week at Quail Hollow.
OK, thank you. Going to be a fascinating final round with Ian and the team. Sports Extra from 8, 5 Live from 9. Back to Matt at the Rugby League.
Yeah, Huddersfield Town at Warrington 46. Huge applause for Sam Burgess as he walked down the touchline to greet his fans. At the end of this game, with 8 tries to 2, Warrington will play Wigan at Wembley on June the 8th. Even if the semi-finals weren't competitive, that final should be an absolute banger. Warrington at Wembley.
England have completed a 3-0 T20 series win over Pakistan. They won by 34 runs at Headingley this afternoon. Some games already back underway in the Premier League. They're not at the Emirates, where it's 1-1 between Arsenal and Everton, and they're not at the Etihad, where the teams are coming out for the second half of Manchester City West Ham, with City 2-1 to the good. I'm guessing they'll probably coordinate these 2 halves starting at the same time. As things stand, City have a 4-point lead at the top of the table, but a couple of goals could change all that. Back to Leon Osman and John Murray.
Yes, it's all of a sudden quite intriguingly poised, and you're absolutely right, Mark. We've been told that it is going to be an 8 minutes past 5 kick-off time for both this match and the Arsenal-Everton game. Leon Osman sitting alongside me, former Everton and England midfielder. And I say it's fascinatingly poised as the players line up for the start of the second half, because 1 West Ham goal here and 1 Arsenal goal at the Emirates, and that means it would be Arsenal who would be on course to win the league.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's interesting because I don't think Manchester City go out very often thinking about all we need to do is not concede a goal. You know, Manchester City are usually very positive in their endeavours, the way they go about the game, the way they attack things, but if they don't concede a goal here in the second half, they win the Premier League title, and maybe that's something that'll be different for them to experience today. West Ham can just push forward. West Ham can just go and attack this second half and see where it takes them.
Well, the second hand ticks to 8 minutes past 5. John Brooks has given the thumbs up, blows his whistle, and the second half begins with West Ham firing it forward, down and out of play into the Manchester City left-back area. No changes at the break, so City still with Ortega in goal. Made 1 very good save, actually, just the 1 save, but then was beaten by the Kudus overhead kick that you do need to say on Match of the Day tonight. But at the second half's underway, already a goal of Luton Chris Coles.
And we have carried on where we left off in the first half. Fulham have a third. Raul Jimenez has a second. Free kick from the near side, flicked in by Jimenez with his head in off the post. Luton 1, Fulham 3.
And a goal in the Sports Extra commentary match at Chelsea, John Southall.
And a second for Chelsea. Chelsea 2, Bournemouth 0. Raheem Sterling did really well, cut in from the left-hand side. His shot came off Neto, and in it went. Chelsea 2, Bournemouth 0.
Well, Newcastle needed Chelsea to lose. What's the latest at Brentford, Alistair Bruce Ford?
Well, Newcastle have conceded early in the second half, so Thomas Frank's words look to have had an impact for Brentford. Vitaly Janelt has scored with his left foot. Well taken goal. 3 minutes gone in the second half. Brentford 1, Newcastle 3.
So here at the Etihad, it is Manchester City 2, West Ham 1. World Service listeners join us from around the globe here on 5 Live, and we're immediately taking you back to Stamford Bridge, John Southall.
Because Bournemouth have won back. What a start to this second half. It's Chelsea 2, Bournemouth 1. It's Enes Ünal on the right of the penalty area. Took a big deflection into the top left corner. Chelsea 2, Bournemouth 1.
As Manchester City win a free kick on the halfway line. City with Ortega in goal, Walker, Diaz, Akanji and Guardiola, Rodri, with Kevin De Bruyne and Phil Foden centrally, Bernardo Silva mainly on the right, Doku on the left, and Haaland through the middle. Haaland's missed a couple of big chances. Areola's made a string of saves for West Ham when it was 1-0 and 2-0. So Areola in goal for West Ham. Mavropanos, Zuma and Cresswell, three central defenders. Sofal and Emerson, the wing backs. Souček and Ward-Prowse in the middle. Then Kudus, Paquetá and Antonio. And Manchester City attacking on the far side, from right to left, in the sky blue shirts, white shorts, blue socks. And I do feel that nervousness. Leon Osman, before the game, there was that feeling of celebration, party songs really. And that continued all the way, almost all the way through the first half, until Kudus scored that goal, and then Arsenal got their equaliser.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, the momentum in football is absolutely huge, and City certainly had it before the game. The feeling from beating Spurs in the week continued into the pre-game celebrations, into the way Manchester City started the game, going 2-0, wonderful football. But at the moment, I wouldn't say it's flat as such, but it's certainly not as noisy as it had been in the first half.
I think what we'll see soon is Pep Guardiola trying to get the crowd to turn it on again. Here's Bernardo Silva on the right-hand side. De Bruyne just steps around Ward-Prowse and then plays the ball back in field towards Rodri. Now to the right-hand side to Kyle Walker. De Bruyne's over there as well. Hair swept back. The ball comes across to Gvardiol, 5-goal Gvardiol as he is currently. Then forward from Rodri. De Bruyne back to Rodri again. Imposing figure, right-footed pass out to the left-hand side. Doku who set up the second goal for Foden, but plays it back to Gvardiol, who is up against Paquetá, trying to find a position. Just got his ankles caught by Paquetá, but goes back towards the halfway line. So 2-1 to Manchester City here. City doing what they need to do. Remember, if you've just joined us, Manchester City, if they win, they will win the title. And Arsenal currently level at 1-1 with Everton. Ball played through by Rodri through the middle. Foden's found some space. Plays it slightly behind Haaland. Haaland now, quick feet into the penalty area. Blocked away. De Bruyne tried to curl one low, but it bounced wide by probably 2 or 3 feet, actually, for a goal kick.
Well, West Ham look a lot better defensively with their setup in this second half. The spaces are smaller. City aren't finding it as easy to thread through passes into the spaces they want to, but just in that moment, that's when Phil Foden is at his best. He just took one on the back foot, again, let it run across his body. He was able to turn and play it into Haaland, and suddenly West Ham's 4 midfielders and 2 strikers are completely out of the game. They're attacking the defensive structure, and City need to get the ball into Foden as much as possible.
Goal kick is taken by Areola downfield. Sofal plays it aerially infield. Rodri's heading it away. Now Gvardiol with Kudus. It loses out to Doku on the halfway line, and now Doku sets up on a run, but Mavropanos almost lies down in front of him, Leon, and blocks the progress of Doku.
Well, he slipped over and Doku cut inside him. Doku hadn't realised that he'd slipped over, and Doku ran into his head, and he headed the ball off Doku's foot, and Mavropanos didn't know an awful lot about it.
Foden, 25 yards out, goes for the curler, but wide. Phil Foden puts his hands to his face. The opening goal, if you weren't listening in the first half, on his left foot, edge of the area, that was after 79 seconds. That ripped into the net, and then he scored a second in the 18th, and everything was so up about the Etihad Stadium. And then a series of chances as well, saves by Areola, but the overhead kick from Kudus to make it 2-1 just before half-time has changed the atmosphere. And even though you can probably hear in the background some of the City fans trying to get it going, it's nothing like it was in the first half when City were so good. Rodri though through to De Bruyne, 30 yards out, ball through for Foden, won't get there. Areola's able to slide out and get there quite comfortably. Kind of played it in between the runs of Haaland and Foden. So here's Kudus now breaks away from the halfway line. Sky blue shirts around him, gives it out to Antonio on the right hand side. Eventually the support comes, but Gvardiol's going to cut that out, which he does, and then he manages to shrug off the challenge from Antonio, and Manchester City have it back on the edge of their own penalty area. So still as it was at half-time here in Manchester, 2-1 to the champions. What about the Emirates with you, Ian Dennis?
And it remains Arsenal 1, Everton 1. Havertz with a chance in the second half, across from the right, headed wide, still 1-1.
Manchester City cross the halfway line. Bernardo Silva now in that bright, warm sunshine in front of 53,544 people inside the Etihad Stadium. City still with it on the right-hand side. Bernardo Silva weaves his way infield. Then De Bruyne back to Walker on the right-hand side. De Bruyne has a little look, but plays it back behind him towards Rodri. Square from Gvardiol. Gvardiol still 25 yards plus from goal. Then square again, but it's a little static this from Manchester City. De Bruyne back to Rodri. Rodri then right-footed, right across the pitch to the left-hand side. Doku is able to get it down. He's got Sofal and Kudus in front of him. Takes on Sofal, who gets a foot in to put it out of play next to the corner flag. Back to Selhurst Park, Hamish Marshall.
Points are surely secured for Crystal Palace here. They lead Villa by 3 goals to nil. Abrici Eze with the third goal. He saw a gap 18 yards out. A low drive. It beat the keeper all ends up. Crystal Palace 3, Aston Villa 0.
Back to Kenilworth Road, Chris Cole.
This is great fun. Luton 2, Fulham 3. Alfie Doughty, free kick on the left into that corridor of uncertainty. Didn't get a touch, ended up in the corner. Luton 2, Fulham 3.
There's always at least one match on the final Sunday of the Premier League that is high scorer. That could turn out to be it. Corner vote of Manchester City. Foden to the edge of the 6-yard box. That's headed up and away for West Ham by Ward-Prowse, and then it's thumped away downfield. Headed back by Bernardo Silva, headed on by Akanji. Here's Haaland, middle of the half, trying to find the pass through. I think it struck the arm of Sofal, so does referee Brooks. It's a free kick to Manchester City, just to the left of the centre of the West Ham half, Leon Osman.
Yeah, but again, West Ham are making those spaces a lot smaller than they did in the first half. In the first half, the crowd was electric. Manchester City played on the edge of the West Ham penalty area, and whatever pass Manchester City were looking for, it seemed to be available, it seemed to be there. People were getting turned shots away. In this second half, it's become a much more typical Manchester City display that they're having to show real patience. The opposition have really dug in and making it difficult. But at the moment, they are in control of this second half, Manchester City, albeit not finding those same opportunities at ease like they did in the first half.
No, not threatening in the way that they did for most of that first 45 minutes. Almost 3/4 of the pitch in shade as Foden plays this free kick in, but that is headed away by Souček. Comes back out to Manchester City. Bernardo Silva, square from him. Foden has a look up, left-footed ball out to the right-hand side. It's taken down at sort of thigh height by Doku, and then with a lovely shimmy, a twist of the hips from Doku. His pass back to Rodri, Kevin De Bruyne, and then De Bruyne back towards Kyle Walker near the halfway line. Just a buzz around the pitch at the minute. The atmosphere inside the Etihad more like a cricket match than it is a team that is knocking on the door of regaining the title, as Rodri plays the ball over the top, but that is overhit and bounces through for a goal kick, and that feeling of unease around the stadium just begins to grow a little more. Back to Brighton, Manchester United. Henry Morin.
Brighton 0, Manchester United 0. A special moment ago for Adam Lallana, leaving Brighton this week. He's just been substituted. Standing ovation and a bit of emotion from Lallana as well. Brighton 0, Manchester United 0.
So Tottenham still winning 1-0 at Sheffield United, so they'll be finishing in 5th, and Chelsea leading 2-1 will be finishing in 6th. Newcastle are going to have to wait to see if their win 3-1 up with Brentford is enough for a European place with the scores as they are. City win it back. De Bruyne, edge of the D, on his left foot. The shot was blocked as Paquetá just came across in front of him, blocked it out to the left-hand side. Doku, though, gets the ball and starts running at Sofal. Sofal got something on that, and then Doku swung a foot at it, made contact with the ball, and I think with Paquetá as well, who goes down holding his face. I'm not sure whether that was absolutely necessary to hold his face like that, or his neck as it is, but it's out of play for a throw-in to West Ham in their own right-back position. And still, it is quite finely poised between these two teams that have gone neck and neck over the course of the last few weeks. In fact, Arsenal going behind today, that's the first time either Arsenal or Manchester City have been behind in any Premier League match since Arsenal lost to Aston Villa on the 14th of April. But it's all square there now, and as I say, finely poised. A couple of goals for West Ham and for Arsenal would change everything. Here's Doku on the left-hand side into the penalty area. Doku pulls it back towards the penalty spot. Ward-Prowse controls and passes it away for West Ham. Going to go to Anfield in a moment, but West Ham are on the attack with the danger man Kudus, who plays it back For the long pass from Paquetá through the middle. This is for Emerson to chase, but Kyle Walker is able to get there comfortably first ahead of him and play it back to goalkeeper Ortega. Back to Bramall Lane now with Charlie Slater.
Where Tottenham lead by 2-0. Chance after chance. Eventually it fell to Pedro Porro, who thumped it into the back of the net. We've played an hour. Sheffield United 0, Tottenham 2, and they're heading for the Europa League.
We'll go to Anfield in a moment, but Manchester City with Rodri, middle of the half, turns to his right, gives it to Bernardo Silva. De Bruyne's there on the right side of the box, slips it across, but it was just cut out by Souček. Otherwise, that would have been right into the path of Foden.
And what West Ham have started to do better in this second half is James Ward-Prowse and Thomas Souček are protecting that space in front of the defenders much better in the second half. When the wingers get into the wide areas, your De Bruyne's, your Doku, when they're pulling it back, suddenly West Ham have got bodies in there. City had 3 shots from there in the first half. It's much more difficult, better from West Ham.
Manchester City throw on the right-hand side. We'll go to Anfield in a moment, but Rodri 25 yards from the West Ham goal. Now the noise begins to increase in volume. Walker just outside of the penalty area, back to his left to Rodri. Gvardiol with that thick black beard of his goes full circle, then gives it to Rodri. Manchester City moving West Ham from side to side. Walker now to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva back to Rodri. Little ball into the edge of the area. Foden then back to Gvardiol. They're really working West Ham here. Manchester City with those little passes in the almost in the final third of the field, but they're forced to go back towards the halfway line as Walker picks out Bernardo Silva again. De Bruyne's made the run down to the byline in the West Ham left back area, comes back up the line towards Bernardo Silva. Now the captain, Walker, infield to Rodri. Rodri though finds claret and blue in front of him, back to Walker again. Walker out to the right hand side. Kevin De Bruyne is there in that bright sunshine. De Bruyne's little pass infield, Bernardo Silva, then Rodri with a shot, and Areola can't keep it out. Diving down to his left, it's Rodri who's got it. How often is he the man that steps up when Manchester City really need it? His shot finds a way through into the West Ham net, and Manchester City restore their 2-goal lead, 3-1.
Oh, that was typical Manchester City that we've become so accustomed to seeing. West Ham feel like they're doing a good job, they're limiting Manchester City. But City don't mind, they just show patience, they just keep the ball, they move it backwards and forwards, they just show real quality in waiting for that small opportunity, that one lapse in concentration from the team they're up against. One player that may just drop a little bit too deep. Kevin De Bruyne out on that right-hand side, just finds a little pass, it's a tiny gap into Bernardo Silva. He takes a touch, probably on line with the front post. Penalty spot distance out, he takes a touch and he just lays it to the edge of the penalty area for Rodri, who just passes it hard and low, back through the gap it's come from, into that front post area. Areola completely unsighted, does get a hand on it, but not enough to keep it out, and it's City players, the stadium, and more importantly in front of us, Pep Guardiola, absolutely crazy.
So maybe the moment of tension, the uncertainty, maybe it's gone now. Still half an hour to play. Let's go back to Ian Dennis at the Emirates. Any change in the atmosphere there as a result of that?
I think some of the Everton supporters might just be taunting their Arsenal counterparts over on the far side. They've travelled in great number, but Arsenal are still focusing on this job in hand. But 1-1 it remains, and we've been playing for just over an hour.
So Rodri's goal, that's 9 he's scored for City this season. And I did wonder, Leon, whether it had taken a flick, whether there was a little deflection. But as you said, I think Areola just saw it late, diving down to his left, so he did get a hand to it. He as a top-class goalkeeper, he'll think I should have kept that out. But I mean, he's contributed so much to this West Ham performance.
Yeah, I mean, goalkeepers are disappointed if they get a hand on it, but it came through bodies. Rodri was clever in the fact he just passed it back where it come from. Bernardo Silva gets out the way of it. Suddenly it's going through legs, it's going through bodies. Keeper can't see it until very, very late. I was having a conversation earlier in the day about some of the reasons why Manchester City are looking like they're going on to win Premier League title. Phil Foden, of course, his form's been outstanding, especially in the absence of Kevin De Bruyne. Some of the goals Rodri has scored at crucial moments. This is the guy that protects the defence, and yet he's had such an influence on their goal scoring and their attack this season, and he's done it again.
Yeah, now the mood, as you can hear, is significantly different as Manchester City, De Bruyne forces another corner. This time from the right-hand side, and he just raises his fist there and says to the City fans, come on, make your noise now. The corner to come, but first, Hamish Marshall at Crystal Palace.
Crystal Palace 4, Aston Villa 0. Jean-Philippe Mateta with a hat-trick. Dean Henderson's quick throw. Izzy set up Mateta. Cool finish. Palace 4, Villa 0.
It's a finish to the end of the season under Oliver Glasner. Now that all of those attacking players are back. A corner to Manchester City. Foden to take this. Left-footed into the near post. That's headed away by Cresswell for West Ham, headed back over the top by Rodri. West Ham don't clear it. Foden with a shot from the angle, but it's straight with Areola, who's able to grasp it into his midriff, and then as he tries to sling it out, Erling Haaland lifts a leg right up in front of his chest and stops him from doing that. Bramall Lane, Charlie Slater.
65 on the clock, Sheffield United 0, Tottenham 3. Lovely ball from Son down the left now. Maddison, his cross turned in by Kulusevski. Second of the afternoon for him. And Tottenham are as good as home for the Europa League. 3-0 they lead.
Yeah, I think we can begin to write their name into the group stage of the also extended Europa League next season. Even more European football than ever before that will bring you next season, when once again the Premier League will be on 5 Live and the World Service. 3 o'clock commentaries on a Saturday afternoon, 5:30 commentaries, and then next season again, as this season, at least 2 every Sunday at 2 o'clock, and then at this time on a Sunday afternoon. So join us for that, when it looks as though Manchester City will be defending their title again. With this scoreline they are. A win is good enough, and that's what Manchester City are doing. 2 goals from Foden, with City halfway inside their own half in possession. And then Rodri, and as you say, Leon, I think very fitting that Rodri, this man who's on the ball now, should have contributed in this way, because he's absolutely pivotal. And his pass now to Bernardo Silva, and then De Bruyne on the overlap, and his ball in is cleared away by a falling Souček. And again, Foden and Haaland were there behind him inside the penalty area. Bernardo Silva, somehow Manchester City are able to recapture possession again on that right-hand side. Foden turns it back out to Bernardo Silva. You know, there was tension, there was uncertainty, and that Rodri goal has absolutely released the shackles, has it not?
Yeah, but not just the fans, but also the players as well. There was a little bit of tension in the way that they were attacking. They were making sure they were attacking, but they weren't leaving themselves exposed. Now they're just out there enjoying themselves in the same manner they were in the first half.
Yeah, I think there might be tears of joy once again for Manchester City, and I suspect the waterworks will be on at Anfield later as well. With you, Maz Faruqi.
Well, Liverpool thought they'd have a third, and another really good chance for Luis Diaz, but this previous one bounced down just off the crossbar onto the wrong side of the goal line from a home fan's perspective, in front of the Kop as well. So there's still Liverpool 2, 10-man Wolves 0.
Manchester City leading now comfortably again by 3 goals to 1. And Rodri, it's going to be, with this scoreline, it would be 49 Premier League matches in which Rodri has played since he was last on the losing side. Doku attacking down the left wing. Doku still going. West Ham have 2 men now up against him, so he turns and gives it back to De Bruyne. What a pass that is to Foden. Foden works it back across. Haaland shot, that's blocked on the edge of the 6-yard box. Ward-Prowse and Zuma were together, and the ball spins away out of play for a corner. And it's back to Kenilworth Road and Chris Coles.
You called it, John. This is turning into the traditional end-of-season goal fest. A 4th for Fulham, beautifully guided into the top corner by Harry Wilson on the edge of the Luton box. Luton 2, Fulham 4.
And that might well not be the end of it. And it might not be the end of it for Manchester City either. Kevin De Bruyne, they're singing his song in front of us. They all rise to their feet. A whole legion of sky blue replica shirts in front of us, standing on their feet, many with their phones, recording this. De Bruyne taking it in, and it's flicked on, and Haaland couldn't get a touch at the back post. It was deflected past him, actually, and behind for a corner from the other side. And before that's taken, here's Hamish Marshall at Selhurst Park again.
Jean-Philippe Mateta thought he got his 4th of the afternoon, and Palace his 5th. It was disallowed by the referee after he was on the end of a long ball for offside. After an interminable VAR check, the referee's decision was upheld, so it remains Palace 4, Villa 0.
Inside the Etihad Stadium here,
Foden's gone across there to collect the ball from next to the hoardings. The City fans behind the goal to our right, next to the West Ham fans, have decided now is the time, with just over a quarter of the match to go, to start the Poznan, which is spreading. Foden takes this in underneath the crossbar. Areola's able to jump up against Diaz and push it over the crossbar for a third consecutive corner before they come across to take this. It's to Alistair Bruce ball at Brentford.
The home fans have livened up at the G-Tech Community Stadium. Johan Wissa's curled in a beauty from outside the box, and Newcastle rocking a little. Still assured a 7th spot. They're now only leading 3-2.
However, at Brighton, Manchester United, Henry Moran.
Well, they've not been good today, but Manchester United do have the lead. Diogo Dalot played for a goal. Cool, low finish beyond the reach of steel. Brighton 0, Manchester United 1.
De Bruyne with this latest Manchester City corner swings it again underneath the crossbar. Areola's able to get a hand to that, to claw it away. It might have come off defender Souček as well, and it's going to be a 4th consecutive Manchester City corner. I think there's been a goal elsewhere. While Phil Foden wanders out there, we will have time to hear again from Hamish Marshall.
We didn't have long to wait for Crystal Palace's fifth. Ibrici Eze from the edge of the penalty area. A good finish. Palace fans loving this. Palace 5, Aston Villa 0.
Going to go back to the Nottingham Forest match as well in a moment, but this is I'm beginning to lose count. I think this is a 4th consecutive Manchester City corner. Foden into the near post, that's headed away by Zuma. Nodded back in by De Bruyne, headed on by Diaz. Haaland chests it down. Akanji's in, trick from him. Haaland shot, that's blocked. Then a shot from the far side of the penalty area. Foden is saying that was blocked by an outstretched hand. Foden is saying that has to be a penalty. He's gone a pleading to the referee, but John Brooks is just for the time being saying corner again.
Well, West Ham are trying to keep the ball out of the back of the goal, but they're under severe pressure at the moment. Manchester City just keeping the ball alive. West Ham think they cleared a corner. No, West Ham put it back in. Lots of ricochets. Akanji's the one who hits the shot. I think Creswell's got his elbows tucked in. His hand is slightly away from his body, but not a penalty for me. He's tried his best to keep his arms in. He was only a yard, maybe 2 yards away from Akanji as he hit the shot on the turn. So I wouldn't be expecting a penalty kick here, but you never know.
VAR are looking, so we won't have the restart just yet. So let's head to Burnley this time, to Turf Moor and Sani Radravajala.
Well, the home fans are being given something to cheer. Josh Cullen in acres of space, getting to the edge of the area. His shot deflects in, giving Burnley a goal back in this game. It's Burnley 1, Nottingham Forest 2.
Foden's corner again, right under the crossbar. Areola must have been close to actually catching it and falling over the line, but he's managed to keep it out. Certainly the buzzer has not gone off the referee's watch, and he was able to grab it and get both hands around it. And after that series, I think it was 5 corners in a row that Manchester City had there. They've survived, and it remains still 3-1 to Manchester City. Going to see a substitution apiece. And while they do that here, let's get another update from Ian Dennis at the Emirates.
20 minutes remaining. Everton still holding Arsenal 1-1 here at the Emirates. Havertz with a header has hit the post. And Mikel Arteta has made a couple of changes, including Jurrien Timber, who's come back after injury. His first appearance after an ACL injury back in August, but 1-1.
Yes, could be an important player for Arsenal next season, when it looks as though Arsenal will be trying to go one better than the runners-up spot that they are currently finishing in. David Moyes has made his first change, so Edson Alvarez is on for Aaron Cresswell, and Manchester City have brought on another one of their quietly most important players, Nathan Ake, who's in the Dutch squad, of course, for the Euros. Nathan Ake coming on for Akanji at the back. Still no John Stones, by the way, Leon. John Stones, unused substitute again so far today. Not appeared in 30 matches for Manchester City this season.
Yeah, I mean, he was very much a big part of the early season for Manchester City. Unfortunately picked up an injury when he did, and I think what Pep likes to do, he likes to give his players a real run at it, those that are up to speed, especially when they come down to this part of the season, the running, when he wants everybody to be at full speed. So it's been very difficult to get John Stones his game time, which is not a real concern to Pep Guardiola or Manchester City, but I suppose it is to Gareth Southgate as we look forward to a big tournament in the summer.
Yes, we do. That squad announced Tuesday afternoon. We'll have the announcement on 5 Live Tuesday afternoon. Don't miss that. City 3-1 up against West Ham with the ball at the back. Lines will be open for 6:06 once we have an hour of reaction. So we'll hear from Jurgen Klopp in that time when he speaks to the Liverpool fans inside Anfield. We will have the trophy presentation. Currently it would be happening here inside the Etihad Stadium. You'll be able to read about it all on the football pages of the BBC Sport website. Match of the day tonight is on BBC One, anytime on the iPlayer, and all of the analysis as well on the Football Daily podcast from BBC Sounds in the morning. Here's Doku on the left-hand side, wriggles away from Kudus. It bounces off Alvarez, who might well have fouled Foden. He has, says referee Brooks, and that's a free kick in just the kind of area that Kevin De Bruyne likes it. And the next thing, Alvarez comes across to Phil Foden and tries to hold him to his feet, but Foden's not having any of that. He wasn't very happy with that challenge, actually. Free kick to City.
I think he just needed a moment. I mean, Alvarez, it was just a poor touch. He should have took the ball away. It wasn't a great pass from Doku inside to Foden. Alvarez poor touch, just allowed Foden to step across him. Alvarez brings him down, and you're right, Foden just wanted a moment, and Alvarez was trying to drag him up quickly. Don't quite understand why, but Foden well within his rights just to take a moment and compose himself there.
So free kick to Manchester City. Seen De Bruyne over the ball roundabout here so many times inside this stadium. Sometimes he goes for goal, sometimes he just drops it in there. West Ham have got a man lying down behind the wall. Foden standing to the right of the ball. The two of them are in discussions together. De Bruyne steps away to his left. It's actually Foden to take it round the wall, but Areola just let it go, knowing that it was going wide of the post, even though it clipped the side netting on the way past. But he puts his, once again, for the umpteenth time today, he puts his hands up on his face. Phil Foden, two goals, but so hungry.
Yeah, I mean, he's on a hat-trick. I mean, this would be a wonderful moment to score a hat-trick in the game that is going to lift you the Premier League title. He never really gave himself a chance with that free kick. Goalkeeper set his wall up well.
As so foul dispossessed by Doku, but then Souček slides in, is able to clear it away up towards Kudus. Kudus running it to the halfway line. Pep Guardiola watching as Kudus goes round Rodri and Guardiola twice. De Bruyne then gets involved, plays it back towards the halfway line. What a piece of skill that was.
Honestly, unless you've watched him on a regular basis, I don't think you'll appreciate how good a player Kudus is, how he can run with the ball, his skill, his ability. And without being disrespectful to West Ham, they're going to have a job on their hands keeping a player of his quality long term.
Yeah, Julian Lopetegui is watching this, and I know he's not been confirmed yet, but I'm sure that will come in the coming days. He'll be thinking something similar. Don't want Kudus being sold by West Ham United, as De Bruyne takes it down and gives it to Bernardo Silva under pressure. Haaland's on the run. Bernardo Silva takes it on. In slides Alvarez, takes him down, and that's a yellow card forward of the centre circle. And Bernardo Silva was just at the moment of releasing that, and Alvarez just took him out. So it's a free kick to Manchester City. Back to Sheffield United and Charlie Slater.
Well, we've played 78 minutes, but we've got a lengthy VAR check here. Andre Brooks was initially shown a red card for a tussle with Son Heung-min. He might have kicked him in the ribs, he might have stamped on his foot, but the referee, Andy Madley, has been sent over to the far side to look at the screen for a better look at this. So as it stands, Sheffield United down to 10, losing by 3-0. But come back to me.
Yeah, we'll be back with you presently. We'll go to Brentford in a moment, but Manchester City with De Bruyne on the right-hand side, but he takes it back out into the full-back position. So to Brentford, Newcastle were 3-0 up, Alistair Bruce Ball.
Yes, then Brentford pegged them back to 3-2, a little more comfortable for Newcastle. Now they've got a fourth. They thought they had a penalty. Lewis Hall was tricked. VAR then changed that decision. It was just outside the box. Isak's free kick deflected off the wall and stuck home by Bruno Guimaraes. Brentford 2, Newcastle 4.
So in those European positions, below the Champions League places, the numbers 5, 6, 7 and 8 in the table are all winning. So Tottenham winning, Chelsea winning, Newcastle winning, Manchester United winning. So it is as you were at the start of the day. Manchester City with the ball on the halfway line. And then Bernardo Silva in field towards De Bruyne. Go back to Bramall Lane just in a moment, but Manchester City on the attack, leading by 3 goals to 1, on course for the title. City just slow it down again. So come back in again, Charlie.
The red card was rescinded. The referee Andy Madley went across, had a look and said that Andre Brooks had not committed violent conduct, and so he stays on the pitch, and it remains Sheffield United 0, Tottenham 3.
And Manchester City are back on the move again, looking for the 4th goal that would absolutely finish it. 3-1 at 3-1. I suspect that's the case now, but they're just waiting again for that opening, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, with a 2-goal cushion, they're in absolutely no rush. There's no need to go in search of another goal. They just wait and move the ball, keep hold of it, not let West Ham get it, because, you know, we've seen what Kudus can do. They'll just draw West Ham out and just show real patience, and if West Ham lose concentration defensively in a moment, if something opens up, Manchester City will speed up the tempo of the play and create another opportunity, but they're in control at the moment.
Yeah, just keeping the ball. They've got back into their own half, although a misplaced pass by Rodri, but Phil Foden's there to win it back, and Foden plays it back into the back line. With this scoreline, Manchester City are going to finish the season with 9 league wins in a row. Here's Doku on the left-hand side, goes back towards the left back. Guardiola behind him. He's really settled in, Guardiola, hasn't he, as the season has gone on?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he slotted into this City team straight away. I think there was talk, is he one that's going to be a slow burner until next season? Is he a player that needs to play as a left centre-back rather than a left-back or a centre-half? But just given his time, playing with these wonderful players, the intelligence he has as a footballer, it didn't take him long.
Here's Bernardo Silva now, speeding into the penalty area, shooting left-footed, but rather wastefully. That was a wild one from Bernardo Silva. He had options in the middle, but it flew away beyond the far post and behind for a goal kick.
Yeah, and you know, we wonder whether this may be the last time these Manchester City fans see Bernardo Silva here at the Etihad, so no surprise to see him hungry for a goal to try and get on the score sheet, because he did have options there, easier options that I've seen him time and time again. He would have played those passes, but he went for goal from a pretty difficult position.
Yeah, for those who weren't listening earlier, at the start of the match, the Manchester City fans had a special Bernardo Silva flag that they were waving in the stands before the game. I mean, we've had this, it feels like, almost every summer, haven't we, with Bernardo Silva, about whether he'll stay on, but he did sign a new contract at the start of this season that he would leave a real Bernardo Silva shaped hole, wouldn't he, even in this Manchester City squad.
Yeah, because he's one of, I mean, they're blessed with incredible players, Manchester City, but him more than most has a real appreciation for the tempo of the game and what's needed, when to slow the game down, when to speed it up, when to draw players over to a certain area of the field. And that kind of thing can be priceless for a manager and for a team.
It wouldn't be a big hole physically, but metaphorically it would. Here's Rodri, who goes back towards the halfway line, and Walker is just able to get it down. And Manchester City have got them where they want them, with 10 minutes to go, 10 minutes away, plus added time, from retaining the title again. De Bruyne through now into the penalty area to Haaland, who knew he was offside. So even though he trotted the ball out of the penalty area in his pink boots, he knew that he was going to be pulled up. And West Ham are going to make a change, and it's George Earthy who's going to come on for another taste of the big time for the number 40, the 19-year-old, the young hammer of the year for West Ham this season. There were great scenes when he scored his first goal for West Ham last weekend, with his first touch as well, after coming on as a substitute against Luton. And here he is playing at the home of the champions, replacing Mikel Antonio. We'll get a word from Leon Osman on the arrival of young George Earthy in a minute. But back to North London and Ian Dennis,
where there are about 9 minutes remaining, John. It's still Arsenal 1, Everton 1, and Arsenal are coming up against a very resolute Everton side. Ødegaard and Smith Rowe have had shots blocked as Arsenal look for the win, just to focus and trying to finish the season as runners-up on a high.
And Manchester City, I think everyone here is beginning to just get their thoughts towards how they're going to celebrate this inside the Etihad Stadium. But George Earthy herring around out there, Leon, like a 19-year-old. He's He's chasing everyone in a sky blue shirt, having just come onto the field.
Well, he's had quite introduction early in his Premier League career.
Yeah, just his fourth appearance today. And here's Doku now, quickly into the area, on the left-hand side, and shoots via a deflection, which carried it wide, and it went sailing past the post and behind yet another Manchester City corner.
Again, 3 players having to stop Doku there before forcing a corner kick.
Back to Brighton, Henry Moran.
The second goal for Manchester United, Brighton 0, United 2. Rasmus Højlund working the space onto his right foot, low finish, excellent goal. Brighton 0, Manchester United 2.
That's Rasmus Højlund. He might well be up against England, all being well. You would have thought he'd be in the team for Denmark in the group at the Euros. Kevin De Bruyne to take this corner from the left-hand side. Manchester United tuning up for the FA Cup, the second consecutive All-Manchester final next Saturday. De Bruyne takes this in, and it's poached away again by Ariol under great pressure. He had players all round him. Brilliant skill from Doku. Beats Tofal and then slips over inside the penalty area. He still had 2 West Ham men in front of him, however, and West Ham were able to scramble it away, but he left Tofal on his backside, a little bit like Pep Guardiola at Tottenham the other night.
Yeah, well, he did something outstanding and followed it up with something embarrassing. It was very unique play.
That's wingers for you, Neil. De Bruyne now down the left-hand side. I hope Pat Nevin's not listening. De Bruyne takes it on. He's brought down. That's a free kick to Manchester City in the West Ham right back area. So if you just switched on, if you've been out and about, if it's lovely and sunny where you are today, and you're thinking, is there any doubt? Is there any jeopardy? I'm not sure there is much, because Arsenal had to win. They're currently level at 1-1. And Manchester City knew that if they win, which they are doing, and they've got a 2-goal cushion, they will retain the title. So we had a little spell just before half-time and into the second half that once Rodri drove in that goal to make it 3-1, things changed rather. De Bruyne is now going to take this free kick from the left-hand side. Manchester City fan in a Vincent Kompany shirt just takes a seat down to my left. De Bruyne, right-footed, curls this in, plans by Haaland beyond the far post. And it's a goal kick.
It's just not been his day, hasn't it? And you know, we've not said that an awful lot in his Manchester City career. Maybe once or twice this season he has had frustrating afternoons, but you know, he's unfortunate with that one. He gets across the defender, he tries to flick it to the far post, doesn't quite make contact, comes off his shoulder really before going past the far post. He's had a couple of efforts that he should have scored. He's had a couple of efforts that have been brilliant blocks. At the moment he's finding it very difficult to get on the score sheet, and you know he wants to. You can see it with his runs and his attitude. He won't be happy unless he gets on the score sheet here today.
5 Live in the World Service from the BBC. Nevertheless, Leon, 38 goals this season, 27 in the Premier League, so he's going to win the Golden Boot for top scorer for the second season in a row. Maybe not the heights of last season as De Bruyne is released by Rodri, and De Bruyne now has Bernardo Silva to the right. Bernardo Silva then back towards Kyle Walker. Walker carefully with his left foot just passes it 10 yards or so back to Bernardo Silva. Comes back to Rodri centrally, who just drags his foot over the ball and plays it back to the halfway line. So yeah, 9th goal of the season from Rodri today, and this will be Doku now bursting away from Tofal into the penalty area, kicks on to Souček, and then the ball across is cut out by a diving desperately West Ham captain Zuma. Suddenly City are looking to step it up, but a foul by Doku on Souček, and it's a free kick to West Ham in their own right back area. Going to make another change. Danny Ings is going to come on. This might be his last appearance for West Ham as well. The 31-year-old Danny Ings, we'll see. And it's Paquetá who's going to come off the field for West Ham. Excellent talent, Paquetá, but really West Ham haven't had enough of the ball in the advanced areas to see him at his best today.
No, of course not. And whether they've had the weaponry as well, he needed to maybe be played the ball quickly, which then gives him opportunity to play forward to Antonio or Kudus as they're making runs. But as you said, he's had to work so hard defensively, which he has. He's been part of how hard West Ham have worked, because they've certainly not come here and not committed to this game. No one can accuse them of that.
Danny Ings gets away down the right-hand side. First involvement in the game. Kudus is there as well. He knocked it back to Tofal, who goes back to the halfway line. David Moyes now into his final minutes as the West Ham United manager. Final minutes during a match as Souček receives the ball near the centre circle, lent to Zofal, and then it is in the central area Alvarez who gives it out now via Earthy to Kudus. Kudus into the penalty area, drives it across via a deflection which takes it behind for a West Ham corner.
Yeah, Nathan Ake just getting in the right position, arms behind his back to make sure the ball didn't in any way hit his arm or his hand, and it hits his midriff in the end. But again, Kudus backing defenders up, putting Guardiola on the floor, getting an Ake. Brilliant talent, great to watch.
Now we reach that point where, with the scorelines 3-1, you do think, what would happen if West Ham scored here? Corner, Ward-Prowse, deep one to the back post, which is headed down and deflected in. Souček runs away. The referee is being chased by two Manchester City players. It looks like West Ham have got a second goal. Both Ake and Rodri are running after referee Brooks. They feel that there's been an infringement there, but it could well be Manchester City 3, West Ham 2.
I think they're after handball again, and Manchester City's frustration is boiling over. Just about to see, yeah, that'll be disallowed. I think there was a slight infringement coming together initially.
There's no question.
Once the ball is headed, I'm not quite sure who wins the first one. I think it's Mavropanos. Souček is running in behind it, and it just hits his arm and goes into the back of the goal. I'm not sure why he's celebrating that. In the modern day of VAR, he knows, we can all see that, we will all know that that goal will be disallowed.
Yes, I don't know who Souček thought he was kidding there. I mean, he had to know. Surely that must be a yellow card for Souček as well, for putting the ball into the net in the way that he did. I think Pep Guardiola is asking the same question down on the side of the pitch here. So Arsenal fans at the Emirates thinking there might be a tiny little glimmer. That's just been snuffed out by VAR, and the score remains Manchester City 3, West Ham 1, and we are now into the final couple of minutes of the 90. So 90 seconds or thereabouts of the 90 minutes to play, then added time. Then Manchester City will be confirmed as champions after that goal was ruled out. Unless West Ham can do something extraordinary. And actually, at Arsenal, Ian Dennis,
they've just taken the lead by 2 goals to 1. They still actually don't realise that that goal has been ruled out. As you know, we sit quite close to them. They've been asking us all afternoon, what's the latest score, what's the latest score? It was Ødegaard who burst his way towards the penalty area, initially blocked, it came out towards Havertz, who's knocked it in from close range. So with just over 60 seconds remaining, Arsenal are leading by 2 goals to 1. Havertz inside the 6-yard box.
Yeah, and now I think everyone here as well is aware that Arsenal are winning, so they know that their team, Manchester City, have got to see this out. So with the scorelines as they are, Arsenal winning, what Arsenal need are a couple of quick-fire West Ham goals without reply, because if Arsenal win and this is a draw, then Arsenal would win the title on goal difference. The big but there is that they need 2 West Ham goals. Back to Anfield, Masteruki.
It's still Liverpool 2, 10-man Wolves now. This game in truth losing some intensity in the second half with nothing to play for, but 4 minutes has just gone up on the board. We're into stoppage time at the end of this match for the last 3.5 minutes of Jurgen Klopp's reign in English football.
And now Phil Foden, just feeling his back, is going to leave the field here, substituted. Kovacic comes on. But what a season for Manchester City. Still got the FA Cup final to come. 2 goals today to reach 27 for the season. For so far, the Football Writers Footballer of the Year and the Premier League Player of the Season. What a season, Leon.
Outstanding. I mean, we've all talked for years about this talent that he is, and you know, the pathway that maybe he should have took. People thought he should go on loan, and people thought he needed to do certain things during his career. Well, he certainly did not. He needed to just play with these players, trust in Pep Guardiola, and allow himself to develop into the best player in the Premier League at the moment. He's shown that over the course of the season. What an incredible talent, and a player that scores big goals and big moments as well, but keeps the team ticking along with his immense talent. Wonderful player.
That's Leon Osman. This is 5 Live in the World Service from the BBC. Manchester City leading West Ham by 3 goals to 1. So the top 2 now are both winning. And Arsenal need West Ham to go for this and try and score 2 goals
right at the end of David Moyes' tenure as their manager. They've got the ball, Souček, and we've got 4 minutes of added time to play. Long pass for him, looking for Danny Ings. That's headed away by Diaz on the edge of the area. Bernardo Silva just volleys it up into the air. It's headed back into the Manchester City half. Back to Anfield, now it's Faruqi.
The emotions are coming to the surface now for Jurgen Klopp. He's wiped away a tear as he sits in the Liverpool dugout for the final time. His head is bowed. All four sides of Anfield standing, cheering, applauding him now. And we've got 1 minute and 30 seconds left to play in this match.
Yeah, when I was at Anfield a couple of weeks ago, Jurgen Klopp after the match said there are 500 reasons I'm not looking forward to the final day. But he will speak post-match, and you will hear it if you stay with us throughout the course of the next hour or so. As Ake plays the ball forward, it comes back from the halfway line and is at the feet of Ortega. And there is a little flurry of applause. These Manchester City fans inside this stadium and in Manchester City, you know, many of them will have been through the whole story with City. Not just the Sheikh Mansour years. You know, they've experienced it, and those nerves, that anxiety, for all of the winning that they've done, I don't think that'll ever go away, and they will never be comfortable until the job is finally done and the final whistle goes. But it's not far away now, and it's down in the West Ham right back area, and so far after Mavropanos wins it from Haaland, across the box to Areola, who made countless saves here. Back into the 6-yard box to Areola, who just chips it away. And to Kenilworth Road, Chris Coles.
Luton's relegation confirmed. They've been beaten by Fulham by 4 goals to 2. 2 for Jimenez, Traore volley, and a fine Wilson finish did the damage for Fulham. Luton down, losing 4-2 to Fulham.
It looks like Tottenham are finishing 5th, Chelsea in 6th, Newcastle 7th, Manchester United 8th. They're all winning. West Ham coming forward. They need to score twice without reply. And we are now in the 4th minute of added time. 5 minutes have been added on. Manchester City are nearly there. Ball crossed from the left-hand side. And it's deflected out of play for a throw-in that is taken back towards the left-hand side. And what have you spotted, Leon?
A huge embrace. David Moyes and Pep Guardiola in front of us,
there they
coming
are
together, just sort of speaking probably about their achievements, their careers, and a lot of warmth in front of us.
Well, that's lovely. He put his arm around him, David Moyes. He knows what's going to happen when the final whistle goes, and there is a final shake of the hands there as well between the two of them before David Moyes moves away to his right. We've not seen the finish of him, I'm absolutely certain. This is his 1,150th match as a manager. And Nottingham Forest have won at Burnley by 2 goals to 1. Their safety in the Premier League is confirmed today, rubber stamped today. But now we have 30 seconds to play. Manchester United have won 2-0 at Brighton, but the teams immediately above them have also won. 4th place Aston Villa have lost 5-0 at Crystal Palace. Long ball forward for Manchester City.
And just as a group of fans trying to get on the pitch already, the stewards are having trouble.
Some supporters in the end to our right, they're getting over the hoardings and actually walking towards the edge of the pitch. And some people have actually come onto the playing surface, and the match is not over yet. And the Manchester City players are actually going over there. Bernardo Silva is actually running over towards them. Guardiola, Kyle Walker as well, as the Manchester City captain, is going across, and they are saying to these Manchester City supporters, get back over the hoardings. Get over the hoardings. And the rest of the City fans, you can hear the reaction. They're saying you have to go back over the hoardings. And I guess referee Brooks is not going to restart play here. Now Haaland has gone across. And we have 3, 4, 5, 6 Manchester City players down in that corner who are saying you have to obey the stewards in that corner. Well, they've not all gone back. They've not all gone back into the stands, but the players are coming away now, and I think referee Brooks might as well. But, I mean, it depends how much he's adding on now. We're beyond the 5 minutes of added time, and more people are just now beginning to try and get over those hoardings. But there it is. And we see a pitch invasion now. The Manchester City supporters pouring onto the pitch. The Manchester City players run for cover, punching the air. I see Ruben Diaz, Rodri, as they arrive through the cordon of police officers on the side of the pitch here. Supporters now flooding onto the field, but the Manchester City players have reached a comparative safety now. and the celebrations can begin. They've beaten West Ham by 3 goals to 1, and they've done it. They've retained their title. What a finish. What a second half of the season for them. To finish now here today with a 9th consecutive Premier League win, and that means they are champions again. But not only that, they've won it 4 years running, and no one's done that ever before since this league started in 1888. That's the measure of this history, this achievement that they have managed to put together this season. And Pep Guardiola there, just trying to spot him down in amongst it all. I see his right-hand man, Manel. It's difficult to actually pick him out down there. I presume that he is in amongst that throng of Manchester City coaches and players who are celebrating right in front of the seats. Ortega, the goalkeeper who came in after Ederson's unfortunate injury on Tuesday night, raises his arms. He was beaten by that brilliant Kudus overhead kick in the first half. But really, Leon, it was their performance in the first 20 minutes when they went at West Ham like a storm, and Foden scored those 2 goals. That was the platform for this.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, a wonderful, especially first half performance, but even in the second half, it was a very well controlled second half performance. They know exactly what they're capable of. They know exactly what they can do, and this is an incredible achievement. Make no mistake about that. I mean, Manchester City are now talking about winning everything in a season. That's where they've got to. That's how good a football team this is. That's how good a manager Pep Guardiola is. They want to win it all. They didn't win the Champions League this year. They got knocked out. But the 4th and record-breaking way of winning a 4th title in a row should certainly be looked at in the way it is. It's a wonderful achievement, never been done before by an incredible set of football players.
Yeah, I think Pep Guardiola has disappeared down the tunnel. I think he's going to enjoy his moment when they actually clear the pitch here, when we will see the trophy presented again to Manchester City. But at the moment, we can hardly see a blade of grass out there in the sunshine. There are blue smoke bombs going off in amongst the throng down there, but almost the whole of the pitch surface is absolutely covered. There is one sign down there that reads "The Four Tops Blue Moon" for these 4 consecutive titles that Manchester City have won. More flags as well being raised, and of course too, plenty of inflatable yellow bananas out there, which harks back to the days before of all of the wealth and all of the questions about Manchester City's money. That's the thing here for many of these Manchester City supporters. They go way back, and they could never have dreamt of scenes like this and achievements like this.
I'm quite fortunate to have sort of lived the journey with Manchester City. My closest friends from high school was a very, very passionate, or is a very passionate Manchester City fan when they were in the lower leagues, and the pain that I've seen at first hand Manchester City fans go through, and the journey going back to winning with that Paul Dickoff goal back in, I think it was in 1999, to propel them on this journey that they're still on at the moment. No, make no mistake about it, they are still on a journey. They're at the opposite end of the scale with regards to happiness and joy, but it's still a journey from these Manchester City fans that I think they're ready. They can't quite appreciate it. I think they always expect it to stop at any moment, and that's why they seem to enjoy it so much. And you can appreciate that.
Yeah, so the Manchester City players and Pep Guardiola and his coaches, they've disappeared down the tunnel, Mark. We've still got a square of police officers in yellow jackets with their caps on around that area, the technical area. Then we've got an arc of stewards as well to make sure none of the supporters can get through that. And now we hear the bing-bongs on the public address system as they appeal to the Manchester City supporters who did invade the pitch to leave the way clear for everything to be set up for the presentation of the Premier League trophy to Kyle Walker and his teammates. 3-1, they won on the day, and they've won the Premier League again.
Just give us an appreciation, Leon, as a former player, for what these players, and some of them who've been there for all 4 of these titles, to have delivered that consistency, and also, as we were talking about pre-match, to do it in many ways where they've kind of taken the jeopardy out of it so many times. I know a couple of years ago they were 2 down at home to Villa, but they have such an aura about them that you just never doubt that they're going to do it.
No, and first of all, that's testament to Pep Guardiola and the club for putting the players together. But when you put players of this quality together, they have a real belief in each other that they can perform for each other. They won't let each other down. I never reached the heights that these players have had. We got to cup semi-finals and cup finals in a stretch, and even that was difficult to go and repeat it. The expectation that is on your shoulders from the fans. You've done it last season. You've got so close last season. You've achieved so much last season. We're expecting it now, and the expectation is what's difficult, to go and do it again. And this team, it's as if they don't understand expectation. It's as if their own expectation maybe is more important to them. That they just keep on delivering, and it's so difficult to deliver. They deliver in domestic competitions. They deliver. I mean, they won, was it 4 League Cups in a run? They win the FA Cup. They want to go and repeat Champions League football. They keep on competing at the very highest level. And I can't speak highly enough of how difficult that is for any set of players, regardless of how good they are.
They're trying to clear the pitch then at the Etihad. We will be there for the trophy presentation. We will get plenty of reaction from there as well, and we'll get plenty of reaction from all the games this evening. We're off air at 7 o'clock, and then it is 6:06. But just to give you all the results in the Premier League this evening: Arsenal 2, Everton 1, Brentford 2, Newcastle 4, Brighton 0, Manchester United 2, Burnley 1, Nottingham Forest 2, Chelsea 2, Bournemouth 1, Palace 5, Villa 0, Liverpool 2, Wolves 0, Luton 2, Fulham 4. Obviously at the Etihad, Manchester City 3, West Ham 1, and Sheffield United 0, Tottenham 3. So your final Premier League table: Manchester City finished with 91, Arsenal have 89, Liverpool have 82, Villa have the final Champions League spot, they end with 68. Tottenham are in the Europa League, they have 66. Chelsea also qualified for Europe, they have 63. Newcastle have 60, Manchester United finish 8th with 60, West Ham are 9th with 52, Palace end in the top half. What a job from Oliver Glasner, and they finish with 49 points. Brighton are 11th with 48, Bournemouth also have 48 in 12th, Fulham have 47 in 13th, Wolves are 14th with 46, Everton finish 15th with 40, Brentford with 39 are 16th, Forest have 32 and finish 17th. And then the 3 going down are the 3 that came up: Luton with 26, Burnley with 24, and Sheffield United with 16. The celebrating Manchester City fans on the pitch at the Etihad contrast with a crestfallen Arsenal squad on the pitch at the Emirates. Ian Dennis.
Yes, to the backdrop of Sweet Caroline, the Arsenal players are just gathered inside the centre circle. Some of them are sat down, some of them are on the haunches, some of them are just standing and just looking despondent as they wait to do what would be a lap of appreciation rather than a lap of honour, because this was a case of all or nothing for Arsenal. They at least did their bit, but 1989 remains the last time when the leaders were overtaken on the final day in the English top flight. It was a day of fluctuating emotions, from a feverish atmosphere to a flat one when news filtered through of those 2 first Manchester City goals. After Calvert-Lewin hit a post, Gay's deflected free kick gave the visitors the lead. Everton singing the blues, Arsenal feeling the blues. However, Tomiyasu levelled before half-time and the Emirates was re-energised. But Everton were resilient. Havertz hit a post, Smith Rowe hit the crossbar before Havertz sealed the winner in the 89th minute. But after collecting 49 points from a possible 54 in 2024, it still wasn't enough.
Mark Warburton is alongside Ian. Tough this for Arsenal, isn't it?
Really is, Mark, and they've worked so hard, tirelessly all season, produced some great football, high quality, goals from all over the pitch. So many positives for Mikel and his team and the supporters here to watch. But unfortunately, events outside their control, and so they just fell short. But a tremendous season and definite progress made.
And that's what Mikel Arteta will have to remind his players. I mean, I've got all 10 games on monitors in this studio. And probably the Arsenal group look more down than any other squad that I'm looking at, really, at the moment.
They really do. The sense of disappointment and frustration is more than palpable. You can watch them, look at their face, and look at the depth in here. How disappointed they are, but they've had a tremendous season. As I say, they've fallen just short of the final hurdle, but the fact is they've moved forward, they've strengthened the squad, more depth, and they must look forward to next season with so much excitement and anticipation.
OK, thank you, Mark, for the time being. Thank you, Ian, for the time being. They were all but down going into today's final game. Well, Luton, there was a massive goal swing possibility. That wasn't happened. They were beaten 4-2 at home by Fulham, and Nottingham Forest actually won today at Burnley. What's the mood like there at Kenilworth Road? Chris Coles.
Well, quite a scene actually, Mark, because it's akin to a celebration. No one has left Kenilworth Road. We're all waiting for the squads to start their lap of appreciation, and I imagine they are going to get a rapturous reception. Not many, if any, relegated sides will get this sort of reception at the end of the season. Everyone on their feet. Really appreciation for the effort Luton have given this season, and their time in the Premier League came to a typically entertaining end. They came out, or go out as they came in, great enthusiasm and desire. Ultimately today also a snapshot of their season without injured key players and very loose at the back. Fulham took advantage of that. Jimenez with 2 goals, an excellent Traore volley. Fulham dominated possession, they took their chances. Luton got it back to 1-1 and 2-3, but never really threatened to pull off the victory. But it's been a memorable, albeit brief, stay in the Premier League for Luton, and when this lap of appreciation starts, they are going to get cheered off the pitch. Luton 2, Fulham 4, Luton relegated.
Thank you, Chris. There are goodbyes going on all over the place at the moment. We've got Thiago Silva on the mic at Stamford Bridge, Roberto De Zerbi and his best bits being played on this big screen at the Amex. The mother of all goodbyes today, though, is coming at Anfield. Maz.
The mood a little bit better, though, now, Mark, the playlist. Don't worry about a thing. Every little thing is going to be all right. Just booming out through the speakers. The mood is celebration. We wait for Jurgen Klopp to come out of the tunnel here at Anfield and address the fans here at this stadium for a final time as the Liverpool manager. Liverpool greats from down the years, amongst those in the stands, and there's still all packed, all four stands here, apart from that little Wolves section down towards my left-hand side. At full-time, Jurgen Klopp embracing all his players, all his support staff, even all the Wolves support staff as well. A massive hug for Gary O'Neill. He had that massive grin on his face, but he hid his face under that black cap at points after full-time and in the final few seconds of this match as well, as the emotion really came to the surface. And a sign in the stands over to my right-hand side, I think, sums up this special relationship between their departing manager and the fans here. Danke, Jurgen, you made the Kop happy. You'll never walk alone.
I'm sure we'll be back at Anfield to hear Jurgen Klopp at some point between now and 7 o'clock. Selhurst Park, they aren't going to be wanting to say goodbye to anybody the way this season has ended. Hamish Marshall.
It certainly hasn't. The Palace fans are still here waiting for the lap of appreciation. They've beaten Aston Villa by 5-0. Just a strange experience for the Villa fans, I reckon. They'd have been desperate for their best season for more than 30 years to come to an end. Opposite for Palace, 19 points for the last 21. They'll really wish it wasn't over. The fear for the fans that this could be the last time their crown jewels will play together. Eberici Eze got 2 goals. Michael Olise set up 1 and almost scored a couple of times. And Jean-Philippe Mateta grabbed a hat-trick. 9 goals in 6 games for him. Other clubs will surely circle for them, but they and new manager Oliver Glasner have helped Palace equal their best ever Premier League finish of 10th. For Aston Villa, they've done their bit this season, but they were outclassed today.
Thiago Silva's goodbye speech has probably gone on for about 5 minutes at Stamford Bridge. It's only just finished, and he is in tears at the end there, and his family are as well. His sons are in the academy at Stamford Bridge. His wife is in tears as well. That looked really emotional, John Southall.
It was really, really emotional for all the fans here. Everybody has stayed, as you would expect, here at Stamford Bridge. And all the players are kind of circling around the centre circle. And he's going to each of them now. He's just giving Reece James a hug there as well. I mean, they absolutely love him here at Stamford Bridge. Of course, he won the Champions League here. He went in at the full-time whistle. All the players stayed out on the pitch, formed a guard of honour, him and the staff and the management team, and out he came to a rapturous applause. And as you say, he's just said a few words on the pitch, thanking absolutely everybody. And you can probably hear just around the stadium the chants of Thiago Silva.
The goodbyes keep coming. Henry Moran, what's the mood like at the Amex?
Well, it's a mood of sadness and reflection, I think, as Roberto De Zerbi waves goodbye to the Brighton crowd. He's just walking in front of me, pointing out some friends and family high up in the tiers behind me, but I think it's been a performance which has rather summed up Brighton's season. Dominating large periods of the game, failing to take chances, and ultimately Manchester United's 2 goals in the second half from Darlow and Højlund enough to at least finish their season on a bright note. De Zerbi departing, they put together that goodbye video very quickly. Bearing in mind we only learned of the news yesterday. Very special relationship he's got with these supporters, clearly. And having taken Brighton to their highest league finish and European football last season, he'll have many special memories of his time here at the Amex Stadium. Finished in his final game, Brighton 0, Manchester United 2.
Just watching all these screens, Tom Lockyer, who we speak to a regular amount on 5 Live, is on the pitch at Kenilworth Road with his baby and getting his baby's arm to wave to the crowd. There are some lovely shots. That's lovely to see Tom and his baby doing that. Jurgen Klopp has a hoodie on at Anfield, and on the back of it says, "I'll never walk alone again." And I think his coaching staff have got T-shirts on that say the same thing as well. We'll keep going round all of these goodbyes. We'll bring you reaction as well. And we're still waiting for the trophy presentation at the Etihad, where they have cleared the pitch. So now they've just got to set up the stage and get everything ready for that. We will go next to Sheffield United. Charlie Slater. Do you know, I can't even see that screen at the moment, so I don't know what's going on there.
You don't need to.
Okay, right.
It was this quick. The lack of appreciation was subdued. Fair play to the Sheffield United fans that did stay behind and applaud the team off, but this has been a season to forget for them, hasn't it? They were beaten today by Tottenham by 3-0. Spurs finished 5th and will play Europa League football next season. 2 goals from Dejan Kulusevski, sandwiching a belter from Pedro Porro. It's been a tough week for Ange Postecoglou. Reason for cheer, though, at the end of it, as they leave for Australia tonight for that post-season friendly against Newcastle. Meanwhile, yeah, a fitting end to a horrible season for Sheffield United, relegated with the 3rd worst record in Premier League history. They'll prepare for the Championship. Tottenham will plan for Europe. It finished Sheffield United 0, Tottenham 3.
Let's go to Turf Moor next, where Burnley were beaten this afternoon by Nottingham Forest by 2-1. Sandy Rajabajula.
Yeah, Burnley's players and the family been on the pitch, kids doing cartwheels, the adults kind of reflecting on a gruelling season, really. It's Chris Wood's double against his old club inside the first 15 minutes that did it. Forest were comfortable throughout as they stay up for another season in the Premier League. Josh Cullen's deflected effort in the second half gave Burnley something to cheer, but of course they're heading back to the Championship, where they'll hope for happier days to come. It's clearing fast here at Turf Moor. It's finished Burnley 1, Nottingham Forest 2.
Okay, you can have your say with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 606 later. 08085 909 693. They're starting to build the stage at the Etihad. John?
Yes, out of our sight, down in the dressing room. I'm watching pictures, I don't know if you've got these, Mark, of dancing Manchester City players out of sight. So they've already started their celebrations for 4 in a row.
They're also sponsored by a beer company, so that comes in very handy, I would imagine, on afternoons like this.
Well, it is. It has been quite warm here this afternoon, I must say.
So he not taken his coat off?
He has actually taken his coat off, so it must be warm. And out on the out in the scene in front of us, they've managed to get everyone back into their seats in the stands. Actually, quite a number of the West Ham supporters have stayed to witness this as well. But the usual Premier League livery is being laid out now. They're building the stage, and there are all sorts of bits of paraphernalia. Presumably there are flamethrowers. There's those big black boxes being brought on. Huge inflatable Manchester City balloons as well, with the crest on them. And also, I can tell you that we've already mentioned it. Paul Dickoff is going to be part of the presentation party today. Paul Dickoff, who 25 years ago scored that famous goal at Wembley as Manchester City were able to win the Division 2 playoff final.
But not the CEO of the Premier League.
No, Richard Masters decided that the best place for him to be would be at Arsenal. So the Premier League are going to be represented by Alison Britton, the chair of the Premier League, who will be here. But Richard Masters, who was here last season, is not here this season.
Back to Anfield. Maz?
Yeah, it's not just Jurgen Klopp Liverpool are saying farewell to today, of course. Klopp really keen to point out in his matchday programme the contributions made by Thiago Alcantara, who leaves after 4 seasons. We just had a presentation for him. Also for Joel Matip, who was one of the first signings Klopp made, actually, when he took over here at Anfield. A free one at that. He's been a really popular player, and he got really good reception from the stands here at Anfield. And now the support staff of Jurgen Klopp are getting their moment as well of thanks with the crowd here as well, because obviously all of this technical team behind Jurgen Klopp here is is being disbanded as well, as we know. So we're still waiting, though, to hear some words from Jurgen Klopp. Will be out shortly, I'm sure.
And they're bringing them out one by one, are they?
Yes,
The coaching staff, the technical staff. It's all yours, Maz.
Yeah, it could take quite some time, so I might hand back to you.
Do you know what I say? I'm just watching as they start to come out. It looks like they may have presentations for each and every one of them, which, whilst this is going to take some time to get through, is a very nice touch.
It is, and it's very Jurgen Klopp, isn't it, to make sure that everyone has their moment on the spotlight. Just a word on those hoodies that you mentioned as well. On the front, actually, they all say thank you, love, as well, which is clearly a phrase he's picked up in his 9 years in the city. It's how he signed off an open letter to the fans as well earlier this week. So I'll never walk alone again on the back, and thank you, love, on the front, with a love heart, which is a nice touch as well.
It is. I mean, it's been very well stage managed, but it has that feeling of when you're at the theatre or at a pantomime and you're waiting for you're waiting for Cinderella and Prince Charming to come out at the end, aren't you? Really, and we're nowhere near that with Jurgen Klopp. So we'll go back there shortly. Let's go back to speaking of Prince Charming, Ian Dennis at the Emirates.
Well, you're going to say I was one of your ugly sisters.
I did think about that, and I thought, no, by the end of the season, let's all be nice to each other.
Well, the Arsenal
we
players
don't twankies at the Etihad.
The Arsenal players have just completed their lap of appreciation. Mikel Arteta down below is now having a word with his wife. He's chatting to his three sons as well. A lot of the family and friends are now on the pitch, just chatting to these Arsenal players. He did address the crowd, incidentally, as well, Mikel Arteta. He said it's time to have a break, to have a little think and a chance to reflect. But then his message to the supporters was keep pushing, keep inspiring this team. And then he placed great credit on the players, because whilst there is the disappointment that they have finished runners-up, you know, this is a team that has had the most wins in the top flight since 1971. They've scored the most goals in a campaign since the early 50s. So there are a number of positives, I think, for when that time is to reflect for Mikel Arteta after pushing Manchester City all the way.
Mark Warburton's still alongside here. I feel, on the one hand, Mark, I feel a bit sad for them because they've had such a brilliant season. They've played some amazing football and I sense from the fans, and all day with the fans, they want to thank their players for that and celebrate the season they've had. But I suppose, on the other hand, to see how disappointed they are and how muted this is a little bit from the playing staff's point of view is a really good sign.
Absolutely, I was going to say that, Mark. The players know how good they've been this season. There's no doubt they trust in their quality, they trust in their management, and they know they've had a good season for sure. But they sense they could get through the final hurdle and get this job done. So for Man City to do that away from them and to lose the title, I understand their frustration. The fans will be pleased with so many aspects. How they've come on this season, the depth of the squad, reaction to injury, the goals for me from so many different players, be it Saka, Havertz, Trossard, you've got Odegaard, etc. Everyone contributing, so many positives. But this must surely ignite them for next season. They know what they've got to do to close that very, very fine margin to Man City. One or two key acquisitions over the summer could make a huge difference to give them that final push to achieve the glory that club of this stature undoubtedly deserves.
Mark, Ian, for the moment, thank you. Some lovely scenes at Luton. Tom Lockyer and his whole family having photographs in front of the Luton fans as they say goodbye, all of them, to the Premier League at Kenilworth Road this afternoon. Some lovely shots from inside the tunnel at Anfield, where Jurgen Klopp and his backroom staff are waiting one by one to be introduced to the Anfield crowd as they come out to take their gratitude. And at Brighton at the moment, as Roberto De Zerbi talks to the fans, Henry Moran, those fans are chanting back that they want him to stay.
Yeah, we want you to stay as the chant, and he had to stop what he was saying and that speech to wave goodbye to these Brighton supporters. Visibly emotional, Roberto De Zerbi. We only learnt of this news yesterday that he'd be leaving the club. An interesting message that we got as well. It was, we've agreed to end my time at Brighton so the club and I can continue to work in the way that suits each of us best. And that feels a little bit cryptic to Brighton supporters. They clearly have a very special bond with him, and that chant goes up around the ground once again to acclaim who is a man that has led Brighton to territory they'd never been to before.
Big banner at the stadium as well that says "Grazie Mister" as he continues to talk there. Now, as we look for clues and goodbyes, I wonder what's going on at Brentford and Ivan Toney. Alistair Bruce-Ball.
Yes, well, I'm still waiting, Mark. I'm I'm in the tunnel here at Brentford, but the players and Thomas Frank and co are out there on the pitch in the sunshine, just doing their lap of honour at the moment. That off the back of a 4-2 defeat against Newcastle today. They woke up in the second half, actually, Brentford, 3-0 down at half-time, and the second and third goals they conceded in the first half, you know, very much of their own doing. Newcastle were ruthless and punished them. Ivan Toney thought he'd scored, and we've been speculating, of course, that potentially today could be his last game for the club. That was ruled out for offside early on, but Brentford got it back to 3-2 in the second half, and Newcastle just gave themselves that little bit of breathing space late in the game. Bruno Guimaraes scoring the fourth to make it 4-2, and then donning a bucket hat in the joyous celebration. So what that means for Newcastle, I've just been speaking to their manager, Eddie Howe, is a 7th placed finish, and that should mean European football. It will mean European football in the Europa Conference League next season if Manchester City win the FA Cup next Saturday. So Newcastle fans for a day will become Manchester City fans. And interestingly, Mark, just in the chat I had to Eddie Howe there, I was just asking him about the season as a whole. You know, last season obviously finished 4th and qualified for the Champions League. They've had that adventure this season. He actually said he feels that the club has made progression this season, even though you look at the league table and it wouldn't strictly tell you that. It's a bit more nuanced than that. So interesting to listen to Eddie Howe after the game.
Okay, Ali, for the moment, thank you very much. I can see what's going to happen a mile off here, because at Anfield, they're still bringing out the backroom staff one by one. At the Etihad, they're still building the stage. I guarantee the trophy will be lifted at City at the same time Klopp comes out at Anfield. Let me just remind you of the results in the Premier League today. If you're just getting back in your car, having been saying goodbye to someone at a ground or celebrating your side's final match of the season, well, Arsenal 2, Everton 1, Brentford 2, Newcastle 4, Brighton 0, Manchester United 2, Burnley 1, Nottingham Forest 2, Chelsea 2, Bournemouth 1, Crystal Palace 5, Aston Villa 0, Liverpool 2, Wolves 0, Luton 2, Fulham 4, Manchester City 3, West Ham 1, Sheffield United 0, Tottenham 3. Manchester City are the champions. Arsenal and Liverpool and Villa are in the Champions League. Tottenham and Chelsea definitely qualifying for European competition. Newcastle will as well if Manchester City win the FA Cup next week. In the League 2 playoff final, Crawley beat Crewe 2-0. Final day of the Scottish Premiership season in the bottom half today. Livingston 1, Hibs 1, Motherwell 1, St Johnstone 2, Ross County 2, Aberdeen 2. It means St Johnstone get out of that relegation playoff on the final day of the season because they won at Motherwell. Ross County's point against Aberdeen means they drop into that, and they will play Wraith for a place in the Scottish Premiership next season. England's women beat Pakistan in the third and final T20 international. They take the series 3-0. Warrington beat Huddersfield 46-10 in the Men's Challenge Cup semi-final. They will play Wigan in the final. Meanwhile, in the women's, Leeds beat Wigan, so they will take on St Helens in the final. Tonight on 5 Live from 9 o'clock, the final round of the USPGA. It gets underway on Sports Extra at 8 o'clock. Gone through the day's sport. Any sign of a trophy, John Murray?
Yeah, we're just about to see the first of the Manchester City staff being led back out onto the pitch, but this could be quite a long drawn-out process, because they've all got to find a position. Then there will be all of the coaches will line up, so it's not imminent. And I have a feeling I'm thinking along similar lines to you.
This is going to absolutely clash the two things.
It's going to crash back.
Right. Well, very like my DJing days. Let's go back to to Anfield. Pep Linders has come out, Maz. So it's Jurgen Klopp next.
Yeah, he's behind you. The main event about to come out. Jurgen Klopp just embracing a member of the team here as well at Liverpool, just in the tunnel. We're waiting for him to come up. Pep Linders up on the platform, just been set up here in the middle of this Anfield pitch, and he did a little bit of that fist pumping routine with the packed stands, with the fans still here in the stands. But what they're waiting for as they wave their flags and scarves above their heads in the stands is Jurgen Klopp, who will come out very shortly and say some words as the Liverpool manager for the final time, and maybe we'll get that fist pumping routine of celebration from him as well. I'm sure we will with the fans for the final time.
Pep Linders, of course, is going to take over at RB Salzburg. Ought to say that on that stage, along with John W. Henry, is Sir Kenny Dalglish as well. And now Pep Linders has had his photo, and Jurgen Klopp is in an embrace in the tunnel, and here we go.
And here is Jurgen Klopp about to come out for the final time onto this Anfield turf as the Liverpool manager. And we're just going to get a sense here of the reception. The Liverpool players forming a sort of a guard of honour. Harvey Elliott amongst them applauding there. Trent Alexander-Arnold and Virgil van Dijk as they give it, as Jurgen Klopp comes out now with that black cap on, big smile on his face, puts his hands over his chest, over his heart, takes that cap off and receives applause from all the stands here at Anfield as he walks through his players now up onto that presentation platform in the middle of the Anfield pitch. Big hug from his captain Virgil van Dijk, and then he runs back down the tunnel to give a go through the guard of honour again. He loved it so much, he goes back a second time, and he's making his way up into the centre of the Anfield pitch here. High five for Mo Salah. Just a hug there as well, embrace for Trent Alexander-Arnold, who looked very emotional at full time as well as he gave his manager an embrace for the final time. And he makes his way up to Kenny Dalglish and John Henry and everybody else in the centre circle here. And we are going to hear from Jurgen Klopp for the final time. As the fans, you can hear it behind me, thank Jurgen Klopp after 9 years in charge here at Anfield.
He has a huge embrace with Kenny Dalglish as well, and the pictures go to show all the different banners that are both in the Kop and around Anfield as well. Anfield still packed, so they can say goodbye to their manager after his spell in charge of the club. He will take the microphone. Now, whether we're going to be able to hear that or not, we're not 100% sure at the moment. Meanwhile, we're going to persevere with it in the hope that we can. If you're waiting for the trophy lift at City, nothing is happening at the moment there. The stage is built, the media are on the pitch ready to do the interviews, and what they've done now, Maz, at Anfield, is they've got a plinth of all the trophies that Klopp has won in his time at Anfield.
Yeah, they've got a sort of little mini versions of all the different trophies that he's won. So obviously amongst them, Premier League title, European Champions League titles as well. So trophies and his sort of own version that he can take with him. And then they've also got a framed sort of another thing there as well. It's quite difficult. Pennants from the cup finals. It's quite difficult to see from up here, and my monitor's just gone off, so that's helpful.
I think there you go, Jurgen. It is a framed thing of your time, Mars. It must have been
thing. Good job that I'm not in charge of this emotional moment between Jurgen Klopp and the Liverpool team here now. But yeah, he's obviously quite moved by what's happening here, and hopefully now we are about to hear from him.
Most obvious question is, how are you feeling right now?
I'm completely surprised. I thought I'm already in pieces, to be honest, but I'm not. I'm so happy. I can't believe it. I'm so happy about you all, about the atmosphere, about the game, about being part of this family, about us, how we celebrated this day. It's just incredible. Thank you so much.
You've seen so many of the flags that they have made for you. The singing was almost permanent throughout the whole game today. So many famous games here over the days and the nights. If there was one that you could go back to, which one would it be? Which game here?
One of the City games we drew. Yeah, that wouldn't help, eh? No, the atmosphere is absolutely great. Thanks for ignoring my request to not sing my song completely since weeks. Yeah. So.
Jurgen Klopp has just gestured at the Liverpool fans to stop singing that name. The Manchester by the way, are in the tunnel waiting to come out for the trophy presentation. At the Emirates, they're doing a brilliant photo of the Arsenal players, families, backroom staff in front of the fans at Arsenal. They've got everybody connected to the club over the course of this season, and they're doing a big photo there. We will have reaction to come from the Premier League games. You can see it's all on Match of the Day tonight, 10:30 on BBC One.
Okay, thank you. If you sing it next year, that would be funny. So no, honestly, for whatever reason, I don't fall. Oh, Peter, thank you very much. Thank you. So I don't fall. Not yet. Tonight, possibly. So, it doesn't feel like an end. It just feels like the start. Because I saw today a football team playing full of talent, full of youth, full of creativity, full of desire, full of greed, full of... That's one part of development. That's what you need, obviously. But obviously, since a few weeks, I get absolute too much attention. It feels really uncomfortable. But in this time, I realized a lot of things. People told me that I turned them from doubter into believer. That's not true. It is not. Wait. Believing is an active act. You have to do it yourself. I just said we have to. You did it. So that's a big difference. And who tells you? Nobody tells you now to stop believing. So because this club is in a better moment than ever. Well, not maybe ever. I have to ask Kenny. Probably ever. Yeah. So since a long time. Let me say like that. So we have this wonderful stadium. We have this wonderful training center. We have you, the superpower of world football. Wow.
And as he pays tribute to the Liverpool fans, Paul Dickoff at the Etihad has brought the Premier League trophy out onto the plinth. Paul Dickoff, who scored that goal against Gillingham in the playoff final so many years ago, and look where City are now, 4th title in a row. Back there in a moment for them to lift the trophy as Jurgen Klopp continues to talk to the Liverpool fans at Anfield. The backroom staff at City have made their way onto the pitch. The players and Pep Guardiola are still in the tunnel.
If we're worried or excited, we decide if we believe or we don't believe. We decide if we trust or if we don't trust. And since today I'm one of you. And I keep believing in you. I stay a believer 100%. And obviously, I saw a lot of people crying, and it will happen to me tonight as well, because I will miss people. That's clear. But as well, change is good. And just you never know exactly what to expect. But if you go with the right attitude into that, then everything will be fine, because the basics are 100% there, and that's there, the team, and that's the new coach. So, manager. And you give actually a shit what I want you to sing. I know, but I have an idea. I heard the song today a few times, and you can do that. I have no problem with that. Let's see how the response will be.
He has done everything in that speech, and if there's more to come, we will record it for you and we will play it later on, and I'm sure you'll see it everywhere. But he has done that whole speech with a massive smile on his face. He has looked like he is thoroughly enjoying himself, and that message to the Liverpool fans was change is good. Meanwhile, at the Etihad, Pep Guardiola looks deep in thought as he walks out onto the pitch, as he and his City players get ready to lift their 4th consecutive Premier League trophy. John Murray.
Well, I'm delighted to say, Mark, that he's finally got rid of that thick, chunky black woolly knitwear that he's been wearing over the course of the last few weeks, and so he should today. If it was superstition, then it's done the trick. And he walks out now, and he waves all around the Etihad, and he punches the air. What he's wearing now is just like the rest of the backroom staff, who are all lined up next to the big purple carpet. They walk through an arch as they come out of the tunnel, and he is leading his players out now, and Pep Guardiola is wearing a sky blue Manchester City shirt, which has on the back of it a golden 24, and above that written champions. And now the players are being introduced as well, and they're coming to our side. Leon Osman sitting next to me here. We're just to the left of the halfway line, and we're watching the Manchester City players come out. There's Erling Haaland as well. Erling Haaland, Julian Alvarez, who's been a superb backup. He didn't get onto the field today, but they walk out now. The two City mascots are there, and they walk through the arch, which has champions 2023-24 written on it, and the Premier League crest. And Kevin De Bruyne now appears. He missed half the season, Kevin De Bruyne. Nevertheless, Leon, what an impact he made once he got back to full fitness.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's such a quality player. He turned up exactly when they needed him to. That game away at Newcastle springs to mind when he came on the pitch, but it was like a cameo, half an hour's performance, and scored one, set another up, and, you know, reinvigorated, re-energised this Manchester City attack on the Premier League. And every one of these players, regardless of if they played a minute or they played every minute that they could in the Premier League, have contributed to this fourth title in a row, and they'll be delighted, they'll be extremely proud, and, you know, I can't speak highly enough of what they've done.
So they're just beginning to hand out the medals. Pep Guardiola's already received his mark. He's standing on the stage. I can see it glinting in gold, hanging on the ribbon round his neck, and he's waving to, I presume, his friends and family in the tier above us inside the stadium. So it won't be too long before Kyle Walker, who was last out of the tunnel, will be called forward to pick up the trophy.
It won't, and just to keep you across everything that is happening at Arsenal, all the players and the friends and the family are still on the pitch there. They're not moving there. And the only other place where I can still see everything going on the pitch is at Anfield, where Jurgen Klopp's speech didn't last very much longer after we left it. And then him and his coaching staff all held hands and ran towards the Kop, and they all did that Jurgen Klopp fist pump together in front of the Kop. And now Klopp on his own is making his way around all the other stands, hopping and skipping and doing that same fist bump thing to every corner of the ground before he says goodbye. Where are we up to with your players, John Murray?
Well, Phil Foden has just been called forward, and what a season he has had. He's already picked up 2 of the big awards, the Premier League Player of the Season this week, and the Football Writers Footballer of the Year trophy. He was handed that this week, and he scored 2 goals today, 27 this season, 19 in the Premier League. And talk about superstitions, he's worn that white bandage, Leon, all the way through this season. But Kyle Walker told us, I think halfway through the season, they call him the sniper because of his celebration, and he has been the sharpshooter, hasn't he, this season?
He has, and he's stuck with that bandage as much as Pep Guardiola stuck with that lucky jumper, even in the height of the May sunshine. But yeah, I mean, outstanding contribution. I mean, he's won the award for the best player this year, and rightly so. Phil Foden, he's been absolutely incredible, and I think we've seen not the emergence of Phil Foden, but the announcement that I am now here, I am now the best player in the Premier League. And how long can he play at this level? I mean, he's still only young. He's still got plenty of his career left ahead of him. So the signs are brilliant for Manchester City.
That medal that he's picked up today, that Premier League winners' medal, that's his 6th. So he's won it 6 times now. Kyle Walker 6, John Stones 6, De Bruyne 6, Bernardo Silva 6, Ederson 6. That's the amount of trophy winning experience there is. But the point is about Phil Foden at 23 years old, nearly 24, he is the youngest to win it 6 times, 6 Premier League winning medals.
Well, that in itself is quite incredible. I mean, when you think of some of the Manchester United players that obviously started and came through the youth and went on to win multiple Premier League titles. But Phil Foden has done it, as you said, earlier than all of them. And you know, there's an argument to say what kind of course and what kind of trajectory Phil Foden is on compared to some of those players that played for Manchester United, because you could make an argument he could potentially go a lot further.
Yeah. Well, there is that, you know, and it needs to be mentioned today where we witness these great scenes, you know, in terms of what the future holds. Pep Guardiola's contract runs to the end of next season, and all of the time, of course, there are these 115 charges that are being investigated by an independent commission. Richard Masters of the Premier League, who's not here today, has said that, you know, there will be developments in the near future, but not just yet. And it is Phil Foden now stepping up. And listen to this cheer for Phil Foden. What a popular figure he is here. Of course he would be, but a key part of that is that he is a Manchester City supporter. I have to say, one of my favourite banners all around Europe this season was on the night of the second leg against Real Madrid here, when we had the Foden Express banner in the stands, the bus from Stockport,
the 192
that didn't quite make it, did it, to the Champions League final. But I think that shows what a place, and indeed the Manchester public transport system has in the hearts of everyone in this part of the northwest of England. But Erling Haaland is going to be called forward next. And listen, it might not be the 52 goals of last season, but 38 isn't bad, and he will receive a second consecutive Golden Boot award.
Yeah, I mean, if he'd have done it the other way around, everybody would just be cheering it on. But when you burst onto the scene and get into the 50s the first time, people expect, and that's what expectation is. But you know, he's won for the second year running the Golden Boot. People thought it was a competition a couple of weeks back, and he showed them with, you know, was it 5 goals in a game, 4 goals in a game against Wolves, that no one was competing with him.
And one by one, the Manchester City players are just beginning to assemble now in those special sky blue shirts with the medals around their necks on the Premier League stage. It won't be too long before Kyle Walker is going to be called forward. Kevin De Bruyne is there. Here's Bernardo Silva. Such a favourite. He's been here, as we've mentioned today. We do wonder, you know, whether he'll be here next season. But he quickly gets his medal from Paul Dickoff and then takes his place on the stage. A few more numbers. We talk about this being 4 in a row for Manchester City, but in total this is the 10th time that Manchester City have been league champions. So they've got one more than Everton now. Lyon, your former club, and they're 4th on the list. Manchester United with 20, Liverpool 19, Arsenal 13, and then Manchester City with 10. But it is now this period of domination for Manchester City. It's 8 times in 13 seasons, 6 in the last 7. So those 6 titles in the last 7 years, all 6 under Pep Guardiola. This is his 8th season, and he, I'm sure, is watching with great pride as all of his players who have performed for him this season. It might yet be a league and FA Cup double. They've already won the UEFA Super Cup and the FIFA Club World Cup, those trappings of winning the Champions League last season, and now here is the big favourite. Kevin De Bruyne's name echoes around the stands of the Etihad Stadium as Alison Britton from the Premier League gives him his medal, as a little word there from Paul Dickoff as well as he walks past him. It's a great choice as well. Michael Crowther is the other man who is handing out the medals. Michael Crowther, Manchester City fan, who's been a part of the special Reminisce City sessions that the club put on. But it is now the captain, Kyle Walker, who steps forward. Kyle Walker, his 300th appearance for Manchester City today. It was Ilkay Gundogan last season. Kyle Walker, what a moment of pride this is for him. 33 years old. Paul Dickoff says, go and get it. Go and get it. And he'll walk across. Manchester City, having won it in 2021, 2022,
2023, now win it in 2024, and Kyle Walker lifts it high. 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row for Manchester City. Never been seen before. The sky blue confetti goes up. The flamethrowers send their burning flames high into the air. The smoke bombs go up as well. And once again, the Premier League, it's Manchester City celebrating again. No one can live with them. Arsenal pushed them hard, but Manchester City won on the final day to win the title. And now all of the staff in those special sky blue shirts crab onto the stage with the players, and Pep Guardiola's in there as well. They're all dancing together and celebrating together. It's a sign of our times. Manchester City celebrating trophies and celebrating winners' medals. And the rest of the stadium as well, break into song as well, Mark. And all around on the electronic hoardings, it flashes up in sky blue, champions, and then in gold, 4 in a row.
And Kyle Walker continues to hold that Premier League trophy, and he's going to lift it high again to the cheers of the backroom staff as well. And after he passed it to Kevin De Bruyne for De Bruyne to hold, the camera focused in on Pep Guardiola, who was at the back, and he held up 4 fingers and both thumbs to indicate 6 in 7 years. 10 minutes or so left of 5 Live Sport, then it's 6:06 with Robbie and Chris. Chris?
Oh yes, good evening, Mark. Yeah, I mean 08, 085, 909, 693. I mean, the worrying thing from my perspective, can anyone stop Manchester City next season? 4 in a row. Is this the greatest Premier League team that we have ever seen? Arsenal came so close. I want to hear from Arsenal fans. They pushed hard last season, improved this season, came so close. Where are you going to go next season? Do they need transfers over the summer? And I've just seen the tribute to Jurgen Klopp on the television. Listen to it. Emotional day at Anfield. Want to hear your tributes, and tell us about Jurgen Klopp and what a special guy he was for that club.
They are on the way then when we are done. Let's try and rattle around as many other things as possible as we can before they take over. Stamford Bridge first. John Southall.
Yep, the Chelsea players are now back in the dressing room. They've just been filing past me after the celebrations on the pitch. The great Thiago Silva at the centre of the attention. The game itself, Chelsea won up at half-time. Casado's 50-yarder, 50.5 yards to be precise. Sterling scored the second in the second half. Bournemouth pulled one back almost immediately. Unal's shot deflected off Badiashile for an own goal. So Chelsea finished 6th. The equation now is if Man City win the FA Cup, it will be Europa League next season. If United win it, it will be the Conference League. So now we also have to think about Mauricio Pochettino and his future at the club. I spoke to him a few minutes ago. I thought he was a bit subdued. A lot of talk about the end of season review that's coming up. He said he's already met with the owners, and these are his emotions after his first season at the club.
No, I'm so happy. I think finishing this way is what we wanted, and yes, we achieved that.
And you've been out, and just give us your thoughts on the reception from the crowd.
Yeah, really good. I think today was a very emotional day because of also the goodbye of Thiago. And I think it was amazing atmosphere, and I think the end winning the game and with Thiago talking and saying goodbye, I think it was a perfect game.
Yeah. You've finished in a European place. Don't know yet if it will be Europa League or Conference League. But how important is that for your progression as a club?
Yes. In the way that we started the season, the first 10 games, I think we were punished for that, and then I think how we were capable to turn, the situation. I think that is show that the great character and vision about to keep working really hard. I think finishing this way, I think allowed us to dream and to have the hope for the next season to be better.
You'll speak with the owners and the sporting directors and have the review. What will you be suggesting? What needs to happen to move on?
No, we thought. I was with Todd last week. He invited me for a dinner. He was really nice. It was so nice, and I think happen what happened, always to keep a very good relationship, or all develop a very good relationship. I think it's fantastic.
All on the same page?
I think it's really important to understand what they expect and what we expect. That is the most important.
Mauricio Pochettino with John Southall after their 2-1 win over Bournemouth, and that does get them European football next season. They finish in 6th, do Mauricio Pochettino's side. Let's go back to the Emirates Arsenal beating Everton 2-1, but it wasn't enough. They finished second, 2 points behind Manchester City. Steve Wilson has been talking with Mikel Arteta.
Well, first of all, congratulate Manchester City for the trophy. They've been unbelievable. We tried with all the enthusiasm, energy, quality that we had, and we came really close. When you look at everything that we have produced throughout the season, every start normally you have to earn the right to win it, but it didn't happen because another team was better. So mixed emotions today.
I mean, you had a super season last season. Given that this year you were in the Champions League rather than Europa League, you've pushed Manchester City closer. This would probably go down, I think, as arguably maybe Arsenal's best post-Wenger season. But when you're up against City, maybe you need near perfection, I don't know.
Yeah, and that might not be even enough, but yeah, when you look at what we've done in terms of performances, consistency, where we raise the level, yeah, with the history that we have break almost every record, and it's not been enough yet. But that's what is driving us to be better. So now we have to reflect on what we've done, why these things are happening, and find the right reasons now as well to be more determined, have a lot of courage, and be very ambitious because we want more.
Andy and Dennis is still at the Emirates. That's kind of what we noticed post-match, that there's a determination there amongst the squad. You could tell that in how disappointed they were.
Yeah, there's a determination amongst the squad. There's a connection between the squad and the supporters, which Mikel Arteta has helped form. And I think with that, if they can, you know, they're talking fine margins now. The way that Arsenal have improved, he's talking there about that record-breaking season. Most wins since 1971, most goals since they scored 97 in the 52-53 season. And yet, they've been almost flawless in this calendar year. 49 points out of 54, and yet they've still fallen short. But it's 19 years since they last finished in the top two for successive seasons, so they are making undoubtedly progress. But now it's that final step. Fine margins this year saw them fall short. They've got to set the same high levels of standards for next season if they're to pick Manchester City.
Okay, let's go to the bottom of the table. Luton's relegation confirmed today. It was already expected, really, because of that massive goal swing that would have been needed. Rob Edwards has been talking to John Roeder.
Well, Rob, on last week's match today, you said you were an emotional person at West Ham. What was that just like out there on the final game of the season to walk round after such support from your fans all season?
Yeah, look, we're a special club. We've got unique support. We've had that all season long, and I think everyone that's travelled has shown their best. I think every time we've been away from home, the home support we'll see. Luton Town stay to the end. They're on their feet and they've been with us all 3,000 off every away game. And likewise here, that we've given our best this year. Ultimately, we just come up short. I know that. If one game could almost tell a season story, that would probably be today. You know, I think.
For what reasons?
I think that we've shown really good moments, created chances, didn't take them, conceded from a quick mistake, but then punished with a brilliant finish. Equalised, conceded straight away after. Third goal, I was a little bit disappointed that we didn't get the free kick, a foul on our show in the build-up to the goal. We got to defend the set piece better, and got back in the game again at 3-2, and then conceded again with a quick counter-attack from a throw-in that we got in the final third.
I guess with this final game of the season, you knew that you basically needed a mathematical miracle, which probably almost certainly wasn't going to happen. But nevertheless, your players showed plenty today to give you encouragement for next season, surely.
They've shown that all season long. You know, we've scored a lot of goals this year. We've been good to watch. We've been involved in loads of great games, but as I say, we've conceded too many, and that balance is something that we've got to try to address. And we know where we need to keep improving and keep working on. But we have grown. We've changed, evolved, and improved so much. There's no doubt about it.
Rob Edwards, after Luton's relegation was confirmed today. Plenty of men saying goodbye to their clubs. We had Jurgen Klopp at Anfield, we had Thiago Silva at Chelsea, and of course we also had Roberto De Zerbi today, his final match in charge of Brighton, a 2-0 defeat at home by Manchester United, who is the now ex, I suppose, Brighton.
Special day. I finished one my great experience in terms of relationship. Has been one of the most important experiences in my life.
Roberto De Zerbi after Brighton's 2-0 defeat. The live sport keeps coming this evening from 8 o'clock on Sports Extra, and then here on 5 Live at 9, the final round of the US PGA, the second men's major of the year with Ian Carter.
Really glorious Sunday afternoon here in Kentucky, and an enticing looking leaderboard that doesn't feature the world #1 Scottish Scheffler. He's not been able to mount a final round charge in his opening 7 holes. He remains at 7 under par. The same mark as Rory McIlroy, who is 1 over par for the 5 holes he's completed so far. They're actually alongside Matt Wallace of Great Britain in a share of 35th place, and they're looking a long way up the leaderboard to Xander Schauffele and Colin Morikawa leading the way at 15 under par. Shane Lowry within 2 shots of the lead, as is Bryson DeChambeau and Victor Hovland, and British hopes resting with Justin Rose and Bob McIntyre, Ryder Cup partners in Italy last year. They're playing partners today, and they'll go out at 12 under par. That's 3 shots off the lead. Those leaders going out at 7:35 your time.
So to round up the day for you, Max Verstappen won the Grand Prix, Warrington won the Men's Challenge Cup semi-final, Leeds the Women's, England's women beat Pakistan to take the T20 series 3-0. St Johnstone beat Motherwell. Ross County could only draw with Aberdeen, so St Johnstone are safe, and Ross County are in the Scottish Premier League relegation playoff. Crawley beat Crewe in the League 2 playoff final. Burnley, Luton and Sheffield United are relegated from the Premier League. Manchester City are the champions, and Phil Foden is with Gary Flintoff.
Well, Phil, an early goal to settle things down. You waited the whole 79 seconds, though.
Yeah, it was up there for one of my best goals I've ever scored. To do on a day like today is, yeah, really special, and it was almost a perfect start. Yeah, what can I say? I'm lost for words what we just did today.
You added a second pretty sharpish. Did you feel in complete control at that point?
Definitely, but you know the game can 1 second turn on its head, and unfortunately they scored before half-time, and it was a bit shaky at times in the second half, but yeah, I thought we did what we needed to do and control the game well today.
I mean, Rodri doesn't score that many goals, but he does tend to specialise in really big moments, and once again on the score sheet for you today. Was that what you needed at that point?
Yeah, when Rodri scores, it seems to be important goals, and yeah, what can I say about him? He never seems to get tired. He's always playing every game, and it's been a massive part of what we've done this season. It's down to him, so delighted to play with him.
Just finally, what does this mean again?
Hey?
Does this mean the world to you once again?
Definitely one of the best days of my life, for sure.
Well done, Phil. Thanks for your time.
Phil Foden live Phil Foden with Gary Flintoff a little bit earlier on. As I say, City are the champions. Arsenal, Liverpool and Villa go into the Champions League. There will be European football for Tottenham and for Chelsea, and it is Sheffield United, Burnley and Luton who go down. John Murray at the end of another season.
Yeah, just watching Manchester City's players celebrating in the sunshine at the end of a Premier League season which featured in no particular order points deductions, PSR, VAR, Tom Lockyer's collapse, Jurgen Klopp's bombshell. Only 3 Premier League managers left their jobs. We had added time, late goals, 4 threes, 3 fours and 4 fours almost every week. We had Son's chance, Ortega's save, but 9 league wins in a row to finish means we've got sky blue ribbons on the Premier League trophy 4 years in a row.
6:06 is the other side of the BBC News. Enjoy your evening.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Just gone 7 o'clock with the BBC News on 5 Live. I'm Joel Mitchell. Reports from Iran say rescue teams are searching in thick fog for a helicopter that's gone missing with the country's president and foreign minister on board. The US State Department says it's closely watching developments. The aircraft reportedly made a hard landing in a mountainous area in the north of the country. Iran's supreme leader has called on Iranians to pray for the safe return of the president and his entourage. People affected by the contaminated blood scandal are holding a vigil in Westminster this evening. It's ahead of the publication tomorrow of the Independent Inquiry's final report. Nearly 30,000 people were given infected blood transfusions on the NHS, mainly in the 1970s and 80s. And police say a 14-year-old boy has died after getting into difficulty in the River Tyne. Police were called to Oddington Bridge in Northumberland yesterday afternoon. A 13-year-old boy who was rescued from the water is in a critical condition in hospital.
on BBC iPlayer.
Who are you?
I'm the police.
What, all of them?
The Responder is back, starring Martin Freeman.
The same mistakes over and over again, just when I think I'm moving in the right direction.
Chris, you thinking that you can do stuff on your own is causing this to happen.
No. That's...
Do not think of taking that girl away from me because she's all I've got left.
Everyone here just wants to make some money.
You owe me 10 grand.
The new series of The Responder.
I'm scared. It's all babies.
Watch all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
Are you ready to have your say in the UK's biggest football debate? Your teams, your views. Get ready. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
Good evening and welcome to 606, the nation's #1 football phone. The number to call is 08085 909 693. On the day, Manchester City became the first club to win 4 Premier League titles in a row.
Infield, Bernardo Silva, then Rodri with a shot! And Areola can't keep it out! Diving down to his left! It's Rodri who's got it! How often is he the man that steps up when Manchester City really need it? But there it is. And we see a pitch invasion now. The Manchester City supporters pouring onto the pitch. The Manchester City players run for cover, punching the air. And the celebrations can begin. They've retained their title. What a finish. What a second half of the season for them. They are champions again. But not only that, they've won it 4 years running. And no one's done that ever before, since this league started in 1888. That's the measure of this history, this achievement that they have managed to put together this season.
So, City do it again. Christopher, you'll be really happy because you wanted Arsenal to win it. Is this Man City side the league's greatest ever side? 9 of this team, Christopher, were in the squad that won it in 2021.
Yeah, I still think the Blackburn Rovers team of 94-95, Rob, were the greatest ever Premier League side. Oh, do you know what? That's a great question, Rob. I mean, you think the Arsenal 97-98 team, the Invincibles, Manchester United, they were my personal preference, 1999. Let's put it out there, but what an achievement, Rob. I mean, we all expected Manchester City to get over the line, didn't we? But 4 in a row, 6 in 7 years. My question really is, who's going to stop Manchester City next season?
And word for Arsenal, Chris. We all know the 606 listeners knew you wanted them to win it. They came so close. Can they go one step further next time round? Or, when Pep's at Man City, people may just not turn up.
Yeah. What do Arsenal need to do? You go back to last season, I think Arsenal were great. They've improved again this season. I mean, Arsenal fans, you must be proud of your team, but what do you actually need to do to beat Manchester City? Who do you need? How do you do it? Let us know. Me and Rob don't know.
08085 909 693. It was an emotional Anfield as the Kop clapped off Klopp.
Obviously, I saw a lot of people crying, and it will happen to me tonight as well, because I will miss people. That's clear. But as well, change is good. And just we never know exactly what to expect, but if you go with the right attitude into that, then everything will be fine, because the basics are 100% there, and that's there, the team, and that's the new coach. No, manager. But I have an idea. I heard the song today a few times, and I you can do that. I have no problem with that. Let's see how the response will be.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058.
Tags will be charged at your standard message rate.
Plus, see your privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5live.
Watermark is made of Liverpool, Christopher, and he's going to be a very hard act to follow.
He is. He needs to work on his vocals. Doesn't need to work on his coaching, though. He is going to be a tough act to follow. I want to hear from Liverpool fans, you know, get their tributes in about Jurgen Klopp. I mean, what is it, 8-9 years he's been there? I mean, that they have just been... I mean, I've just loved watching them, Rob. From the very first moment he arrived, you know, he's won a Premier League, won a Champions League. I think that all football fans, whoever you support, would admire the job that Jurgen Klopp has done. Let's hear from you.
08285 909 693. Get your Jurgen Klopp tributes in. Who else should hear from tonight, Christopher?
Well, Manchester United fans, good win today, away at Brighton, managerless Brighton. Let's hear from Brighton fans. Who do you want to replace De Zerbi? But no European football for Manchester United fans, unless, Rob, they beat Manchester City in the FA Cup final. Do you think that could happen?
No.
I mean, here's one for you, Rob. Would Manchester United be better off without European football next season?
Oh, good question, Christopher. Would they be better off without the conference? Well, they're going to the Europa League, wouldn't they? So I would say no, because they'd go into the Europa League, and that would mean if they won the FA Cup, that means Chelsea would drop into the Conference League and Newcastle would miss out on European football altogether. So I would say no, they would be better with European football because it's the Europa League, and if they can win the Europa League, it'll be Champions League football because you cannot guarantee a top 4 place. So there's your answer, Christopher.
What, should they go for a full rebuild? What needs to happen to the stadium roof? Let's hear from Manchester United fans. What about Crystal Palace?
Oh, wow, top 10.
5-0. I know Villa are, you know, cemented 4th. But Mateta, a hat-trick today. Eze 2. How are they going to hold on to Elise, Mateta, Eze? Palace fans, you must be, you know, really excited. 10th place, best ever Premier League finish. What Chelsea, Rob? You know, Pochettino. How many Chelsea fans have we had on here? We had one, didn't we, who said that these are going to get relegated?
I think they could be good next year, Christian.
Yeah, and 6th place. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. Chelsea fans, let us know if you really believe in Pochettino. Haven't mentioned Spurs, Rob. Let's give Ange Postecoglou a bit of credit. Started the season well, finished it well against Sheffield United, 5th place. That's a sign of real progress. And in the England squad, Rob, announced
we're talking about
you got
winners.
A wild card?
We're talking about winners.
You got a wild card? No? Are you chuck in? Let's put that out there. And a shout out, Rob, to the Celtic women's team who won the Scottish Women's Premier League title last gasp winner, Rob.
There you go.
That's it, you Celtic fans.
08285 909 693. Right then, Christopher, straight to the lines. Nat, City, how are you?
Unbelievable. What a fantastic time to be a City fan. Well deserved and appropriate. So I've got a couple of points I'd like to make. I used to play the Lancashire League. I played against you, Robbie. I think I played you before. I used to go to UMIS. Played against some fantastic players. Paul Lennon, right here, Paul Scholes. We often talk about whether it's the manager that makes a team or a player. It's the players, right? When I was at school, we played for England schools and stuff. We won some championships. It's the players that make the team. And a lot of the debates that go on at the moment are about... Thank you. So a lot of the players, a lot of discussions are about who's the right manager. Here's the question. If a manager makes a team successful, why don't they do it year after year? So let's look at Leicester, let's look at Blackburn. Who was the manager at the time? If it was the manager that was responsible for winning a title, why didn't that manager go on and win the title again and again and again?
Because he left, Kenny Dalglish left the season which he won the title. That's why he didn't go on and win it again and again and again.
Okay, but did he win it with other teams, right? So,
yeah, he won it. He won the old First Division with Liverpool 3 times, I think, so he won it again and again and again.
So he's a fantastic manager, right? As is Klopp, as is Ferguson, as is Guardiola. That's my point. There's a few managers.
As is Ranieri.
As is Mourinho.
Okay. Yeah, but Mourinho's fading, right? So there's a few managers that have done really well. Okay, so I don't know if you understand my point.
Ancelotti.
Yeah. So
Brendan Rodgers in Scotland.
Fantastic managers, right? Fantastic managers. But when fans phone up and saying, get rid of the manager, get rid of Moyes, get rid of... I'm like, it's not the manager alone that makes a successful team, it's the players. So that was the first point. The second point is, I was watching the game, Spurs versus City in the week, and you guys weren't doing the podium. I think I went into one of your competitor podiums and listened to it. I could not believe the Spurs fans were rejoicing and doing the Poznan challenge. And the guy on the radio station that I mentioned said, "You're a disgrace, right? How can you want your team to lose?" And it was in Constantinople, or whatever his name is. I can't quite pronounce his name. And he said, the only way we're going to win is with the players, right? Because the fans are not going to be behind them. And he actually said, you know, all over the internet, I'm disgusted that who would want their own team to lose? They wouldn't. So
you wouldn't now, would you? Thank you. Yeah, this is quite noisy where you are, but listen, thank you for starting off 6-6. Fred, you're an Arsenal fan.
Yes, very happy. Not quite there. First of all, congratulate City. Congratulate City, because look, they're as good, if not better, than the Bob Paisley side of the early 80s and the United side.
I've just got to stop you there, Fred, because we've got to go to Gary Flintoff, who's on the pitch at the Etihad.
We are indeed. Thank you, Robbie. Rico, good to see you again. And once again, you have a medal around your neck. How good does that feel?
Amazing, you know, just as good as the first time last year. It's an unbelievable feeling that, you know, it's hard to describe. And playing with these kind of players and in this kind of environment at my age is, honestly, it's something that I could never have dreamed of. And, you know, now I'm living it, and, you know, it's something that I embrace every day.
What did it show once again about your teammates that when things just get a little bit scary, they still find a way through?
I mean, for me, it shows that they're the best team in the world, you know. No other team can do what we do consistently, week in, week out, month in, month out, year in, year out. We're such a top quality team, it's hard to now deny how good they are. And, you know, again, it's just another showcase today of how good they are.
I know the fans here love the local lads doing good. I mean, Phil Foden, do you even have the words to describe this season for him?
Nah, it's unbelievable, that's all you can say. It's, you know, his quality is so high. It's something that you see every day in training that, you know, now he's showing again and again every game that he's one of the best players in the world. And for me, that's true. And, you know, you can see when he plays with so much confidence. And you see all the fans, they absolutely love him. And there's no reason why they shouldn't.
The club have won 4 league titles in a row. No club has ever done that before. Yet, I would imagine the desire is to go for 5 next season.
Yeah, of course, that's the expectation now, is to carry on winning it until, you know, the end of time, really. But, yeah.
Is that possible?
I don't know.
You're going to give it a go?
With this team, I think you can always try, and, you know, whenever we try our best, we normally come up with what we want.
And next week, of course, an FA Cup final to look forward to.
Yeah, of course, you know, and it's not really enough. Again, even though we won 4 in a row, we need to now, you know, enjoy it, but then later on in the week focus on the big game to end off the season.
Thanks for joining us on 5 Live, Rico. Well done.
That was Gary Flintoff speaking to Rico Lewis. Fred, back to you. You know, you're very happy, Freddie. You're very happy because of Arsenal's season went so close.
If you don't lose to all your big rivals, home or away, you come within 2 points of beating probably the best team in the world. And I thought the game, everyone goes on about the Villa game. I remember coming out of Craven Cottage on New Year's Day or New Year's Eve. I always felt that game would come and haunt us. And I think that was the game, actually, that we lost the league. Everyone says it was the Villa, but it's a bit like there's a saying, you can't win the league in September, but you can lose it. Many years ago, we drew 4 of our first 5 games, and we lost the league to United by 1 point, and we lost our second game last of the season away to Leeds 1-0. We battered them, but they beat us 1-0. Everyone said it was that result, but sometimes you have to look back. And you can probably say the injury to Timber was probably, from our point of view, very crucial. I think if you look how good he was in the Charity Shield, when you look how good he is, I think Timber played left back all season. He may have got another...
That's a massive straw clutch, Fred, isn't it?
No, it's not. Look, we weren't quite good enough. I would have moved Havertz a bit further forward earlier.
So Arteta's stalled with that then?
Look, I just think he was still trying to find his feet to where he thought he was best. And in actual fact, that was my one thing about buying him at the time. I love Havertz, and I always thought he was a very good player, but I wasn't quite sure where he was going to fit into Arsenal, if I'm really, really honest. I knew how good he was, because I watched him when he was at Bayer Leverkusen, and all those Chelsea fans who said he was rubbish. He wasn't rubbish. He got them to a Champions League. He won them the Champions League, and he got them to a World Club Championship final. That's not a rubbish player. Now, you could have said maybe if he'd have pushed forward 2 or 3 games earlier, we may have just won an extra game. But it's small margin. I'm not complaining.
Yeah, what do you need to do then next? What do you need to do? What do you need to do to go to get those 2 points next year? What do you need to do next year?
The striker from Sporting Lisbon, I think he'll make a profound difference.
Who's that, Rob?
So much.
You're a big knowledge.
Yeah,
Victor
Victor Gurkias, I can't pronounce his second name. Victor Gurkias or whatever. I think he'll be the difference.
Thank you so much, Tony.
Here's one for you, Rob. Just before we go, Tony, did Fred say that that this Manchester City team better than the Bob Paisley Liverpool team? Did he say that?
Don't know. Didn't catch it.
I think he did. Did Bob Paisley not win 3 European Cups?
This Man City team is the best. The Premier League team.
What about football? Because there was football which existed.
They were centurions. They scored 100 goals in seasons. They got the treble. They could do the double again. Chris, 4 in a row. 9 of those players won in 2021. It's the best team.
Yeah, but we can go pre-Premier League, Rob. And Bob Paisley, does he not win
Premier League?
Yeah, but 6 league titles and 3 European Cups. So this Manchester City team.
How many in a row?
Can't touch that.
How many in a row?
Well, how many Champions Leagues has Manchester City won as well? Come on, they can't touch Bob Paisley.
This is the best team in Premier League era. Facts.
Yeah, but there was football pre-Premier League.
Yes, but I was just saying the Premier League. I'm not saying the old First Division. I'm saying the Premier League since '92.
I'm saying
this is the best
football
Premier League
has existed a long time.
Right, Tony, how are you, Arsenal fan?
Yes, hello there, Robbie. Hello, Chris. Look, I'm fine. And hearty congratulations to our friends on the blue side of Manchester. Top side. They won it by merit. And I said at the beginning of the season when I phoned in and Chris sort of shot me down in flames as being negative, I said Man City would win the league. But we're bridesmaids again.
You always want to be the bridesmaid, Tony.
I know that, but Arteta's time will come. We all know that. But as far as Manchester City is,
I don't know that. How's Arteta's time going to come when
general opinion of people who know anything about football? Now look, I know a little bit about the Arsenal Football Club. And my first game at Highbury was on the 19th of March in 1938, so I'm getting on a little bit. They beat Grimsby Town 5-1 in the old First Division, and people are harping on about Manchester City's 4 titles in a row. What I would say to that one is Arsenal at that time were the wealthiest club in the world, known as the Bank of England club, and that was their 5th title in 8 years. Now, I'm sure Manchester City will surpass that as the years go by.
They've won 6 in 7.
6 out of 7, yeah.
They've got 6 out of 7.
Yeah, that's right. They will. And as long as our friend Guardiola stays there, that will be the case. He's a superb manager. It's a pity, actually, they didn't beat Madrid to win another European Cup. Because
Tony, you just
going to stop you there, Tony, because let's go to Gary Flintoff once again, who's got John Stones.
Thank you, Robbie. Yes, John Stones is with me. Good to see you. Is that number 6 in terms of medals?
Number 6.
I mean, that's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, no, incredible. To be on the same, or if not more, as some of the players that I used to look up to, Rio Ferdinand, John Terry, the list goes on. There's some incredible players. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I'm not saying it in an arrogant way. I'm saying in a I've been able to do that and something that I never thought I'd be able to do. So to be up there with some of those names is an extremely proud moment for me. It's more for my family, but yeah, I'm extremely proud.
Yeah, it's lovely to see all the families are on the pitch right now and smiling over at you. I mean, in terms of that English talent, that amazing English talent that you've spoken of there, who've won medals in the past, you now, where does Phil Foden rank in all of that?
Oh, I think he's 23, he's got so many years to come, I don't know, the list could be absolutely endless. And I hope it is for him, I really do. What he's done in his career so far and how he played today is just the icing on the cake, I think. You know, how he's matured, his game. I absolutely love watching him play, playing with him, how he makes it look so easy, so silky. And I don't know what it is with that angle towards the goal, but
every time
he's got it dialed in. So I'm extremely happy for Phil. I hope I can win some more trophies with him. But he's going to have an absolutely incredible career.
And in terms of this season, have you felt a bit frustrated with the injuries not playing as big a part as you would wish to do so?
Yeah, 100%. I think the injuries are, you know, part of the game, and it's how you deal with those. And it's been a difficult end to the season with not playing as much as I would have liked. But being in this position before and speaking to the lads that this is their first time winning something, and maybe a lot of mixed emotions, and there's everyone's played a part within the season, major roles within the season, and I said that to them: goals, maybe blocks. I was happy to get on the score sheet, and there's something that I'd like to do more. But it came up to be a crucial point within the season for me against Liverpool, and you've got to look at all those individual moments. And I try and tell the lads that have not played as much, and everyone's contributed so well, and that's why we're so successful over the years. You know, everyone's played the part, everyone's, you know, stepped up when needed, and now it's time to enjoy this moment of you know, being there for the team, playing for the team when called upon. And yeah, I'm super pleased for the guys that have come in now and won the first silverware.
Good to see you. Enjoy the celebration.
I appreciate it.
As John moves
Thank
on.
you so much, Gary. That was Gary Flintoff with John Stoll. Jim, you're a City fan.
Hi Robbie. Hi Chris.
Hi Jim. Hi Jim.
Yeah, I just wanted to say how fantastic Rodri has played this season, and not this season, but season on season since he's joined us.
You've just won the title, Jim. Come on, let's talk about the title. You've just won 4 in a row, Jim.
Yeah, I know. It's fantastic, isn't it? First team ever to do it. But as a City fan, you know, I've always followed City because as a youngster I admired Colin Bell and what a wonderful player he was. But today I've got to say Rodri has overtaken that to me. Won us the European Cup, won us the league this year. What a wonderful, wonderful holding midfielder he is.
Where would he rank then in terms of Manchester City players ever, Jim?
Well, Jim just put out Colin Bell. Oh.
Well, I have, and he was the man that made me follow City. I think he's a wonderful, wonderful player. He's not the greatest player in the world, but he's the most valuable player in the world at the minute.
Where would he rank, Jim? Come on, rank him, Jim. You've told us of his importance for Manchester City. I don't think anybody's going to deny that. But you think of some of the great players that City have had over the years, Jim. You put him ahead of Colin Bell. And you've got De Bruyne, you've got Haaland,
I put him ahead of Colin Bell. I wouldn't put him ahead of Aguero, no. Aguero was on another level. You know, forwards, they're just worth more, aren't they?
Oh, they are.
Yeah, Chris will say that.
Yeah. Midfielders, they're the ones who do the donkey work, and Robbie, you did a bit of it, didn't you? But yeah, he's a wonderful, wonderful player.
Yeah, thank you so much for the call. That was Jim, the City fan. Who we got next, Christopher? We'll have to go. Robin, how are you, Robin?
Fine, thank you. Hope you're both well.
Are you rocking Robin tonight?
Well, I am. I've also beaten Chris again over the season on the predictions. We won't go into that.
Have you really?
Yeah, I'm 10 games in front of him before this weekend's results.
Yeah, but I tell you what, you sound like a guy who just goes safe every week. I roll the dice, Robin.
No, you roll the dice, but sometimes you do great till Christmas, and then you somehow go off the boil over Christmas.
A bit like Arsenal last season.
Come
on, listen, it's not about Christmas, it's about Man City just won the league. Come on, Robin.
Yeah, it's a brilliant result. I'm trying to answer your question about the greatest team that you asked at the beginning of the show. And I think this goes down to that every era of football is different. They've got different managers, different games. But the one thing that makes them all great managers is how they create cohesiveness in a team. And I think that Pep's got the skill, Jurgen's got it, and Bob Paisley had it, Shankly, Ferguson. That's what makes those eras memorable, because of the way they created the cohesiveness. And that's what's missing at Manchester United, is this cohesiveness. Chelsea have started to develop it, and Man City have been developing it for the last 10 years since the takeover happened. And it starts with everything from the cleaning of the socks all the way through the system, the academy, and everything.
Yeah, but you've spent a lot of money as well, Robin. Let's get it right. I mean,
everybody spent a lot of money. United spent more money than us.
But not
Chelsea spent more.
The last 5 years they have, Chris.
Yeah, but in the last 5 years, but pre that Manchester City squad,
you've
an
got
absolute fortune. So while Robin makes a great point, let's deal with the elephant in the room there. I mean, they have spent a lot of money as well. They've spent it well. I'm not going to deny that, but we have to put that in the mix as well, Robin, don't we?
United spent money when they won the league consecutively. Didn't Liverpool spend money?
Blackburn had the two British radio transfers.
They bought wisely, bought some great players. One in particular.
You can't on one hand say that, Chris. Blackburn Rovers had the two record transfers, yourself and Shearer.
We're not talking about Blackburn Rovers.
Football is money.
Win a title there.
So if you look at it, Arsenal spent 100 million on one player last year. Manchester City last season actually made money from selling their academy players. That year and the year before, and the year before that.
Shouldn't have sold Cole Palmer, though. Just imagine how far you would have won it had Cole Palmer stayed.
Well, it doesn't matter, it's a win to win.
Cole Palmer will have to still prove himself at Chelsea. He's done brilliantly this season. Can he do it consistently? The player that this year that's really took the Premier League on, and he's only 21, is Jeremy Doku. He's shown his capabilities week in, week out, and he will develop to become a good player. Foden is developing into a world-class player, and they're only young. Cole Palmer's still yet to prove himself, and if he wanted to leave City, so City let him go. If he'd stayed, he might have proved himself, but he has to fight to get into the team.
He did. Robin, thank you so much for the calls. Come on, City fans. We're reaction from the stadium. You must be there. Where's Jedders? Where's Mohammed? Ina, the City fan. Ina must be driving by. All the City fans who've been the game, give us a call.
Do you know what? I'll tell you what's happened, Rob. They're getting complacent. They win it every year. They're getting bored with winning. That's what they do. There's not the excitement there anymore. We've heard it, City fans, this evening. They're taking it for granted, Rob.
08285 909 693. Time for the news on 5 Live with Stuart Clarkson.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Robbie, thank you. A major search operation is taking place in the mountains of northwestern Iran, where a helicopter carrying President Ebrahim Raisi has gone missing. Rescue teams are looking for the aircraft in rain and thick fog. The country's foreign minister was also on board. The final report into the infected blood scandal will be published tomorrow. Amid speculation, the government is setting aside £10 billion to compensate victims and their families. More than 30,000 people were given infected blood products by the NHS decades ago. Around 3,000 died as a result, most from hepatitis C or HIV. A 14-year-old boy has died and a 13-year-old boy is in a critical condition after they got into difficulty in a river in Northumberland yesterday afternoon. The older boy's body was found after an extensive search in the River Tyne near Ovingham Bridge. And the rapper Sean Combs, also known as P. Diddy, has apologised for his behaviour after CCTV footage emerged showing him attacking his girlfriend in a hotel corridor in 2016. His girlfriend at the time, Cassie Ventura, made allegations of rape and physical abuse against him in a lawsuit which was settled last year. That's the news on 5 Live tonight. Let's get all the sport. Here's Andy Bamwell.
Manchester City then are the Premier League champions for a 4th straight year.
Manchester City having won it in 2021, 2022, 2023, now win it in 2024, and Kyle Walker lifts it high. 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row for Manchester.
City. Never been seen before.
Yes, a 3-1 success at home to West Ham was enough for City. Phil Foden scored twice. Rodri was also on target. Mikel Arteta's Arsenal beat Everton 2-1 through Kai Havertz with a goal late on there. But Arteta's side finished as runners-up, 2 points back.
Congratulate Manchester City for the trophy. They've been unbelievable. We tried with all the enthusiasm, energy, quality that we had, and we came really close. You have to earn the right to win it, but it didn't happen because another team was better, so mixed emotions today.
Well, Liverpool said an emotional goodbye to Jurgen Klopp with a 2-0 victory at home to Wolves. Klopp had been with the club for 9 years.
Obviously, I saw a lot of people crying, and it will happen to me tonight as well, because I will miss people. That's clear. But as well, change is good, and just you never know exactly what to expect. But if you go with the right attitude into that, then everything will be fine, because the basics are 100% there, and that's there, the team, and that's the new coach. So, manager.
Roberto De Zerbi ended his spell as Brighton boss with a 2-0 loss at home to Manchester United. Chelsea secured European football for next season, 2-1 winners over Bournemouth. Crystal Palace thrashed Aston Villa 5-0. Spurs had a 3-0 victory at Sheffield United, who finished bottom of the table. Luton Town's relegation was confirmed with their 4-2 loss to Fulham, and with Nottingham Forest having a 2-1 win at Burnley, who were already down. Crawley beat Crewe 2-0 to win the League 2 playoff final at Wembley. St Johnstone guaranteed their safety in the Scottish Premiership, 2-1 winners over Motherwell. It's Ross County who will face the relegation playoff. And Celtic were Scottish Women's Premier League champions on goal difference ahead of Rangers, thanks to a 1-0 victory over Hibs. Well, golf now. It's the final round of the PGA Championship at Valhalla, and correspondent Ian Carter has an update.
And all the leaders now on the course. Sander Schauffele and Colin Morikawa have just teed off, and they've been joined at the top of the leaderboard by Sahith Theegala, the other American that is prominent here. He has birdied to get to 15 under par. There's a good birdie chance coming for Shane Lowry as well. A lovely 7-iron into the first green for him. So a birdie chance coming for the Irishman, who's at 13 under par. Victor Hovland and Bryson DeChambeau both on that mark. And par starts for Justin Rose and Bob McIntyre, although McIntyre's just bogeyed the second. He's back to 11 under par. Rose at 12 under, 3 behind.
And there's commentary on Sports Extra from 8 and full commentary here on 5 Live from 9. In cricket, England's women completed a 3-0 T20 series clean sweep over Pakistan with a 34-run success at Headingley. Max Verstappen recorded his 5th victory in 7 Formula 1 races this season. He held up a late charge from McLaren's Lando Norris to win the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix at Imola. Warrington Howard Huddersfield 46-10 to reach the Rugby League Challenge Cup final. And in tennis, Emma Raducanu has withdrawn from the French Open in order to focus on her fitness. And that's the latest from BBC Sport.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
The voice of the UK.
Every morning, Rick and I wake up with you on 5 Live Breakfast.
The latest news.
Can you just give us an idea of what exactly has gone on in the last 24 hours?
Updates from the world of sport.
He's quite an arrogant footballer. He takes people on with confidence, and it's great to watch. And of course, we hear from you with In My Opinion.
Too much hugging.
I love hugs with the right people. My issue is hugs with people that you barely know.
All that and a whole lot more.
5 Live Breakfast with Rachel Burden and Rick Edwards.
Listen weekdays from 6 on 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
The UK's biggest football debates. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
Welcome back to 606 08 085 909 693. Complacency, you said. Chris, City fans are used to winning the Premier League. It's getting boring.
Do you actually think they get bored with winning, Rob?
No,
Do you think they enjoy everything? Well, they shouldn't be bored with winning. It's so difficult to do. The issue is, Rob, Pep makes it look easy, doesn't he? I mean, but it's like, how many people, seriously, Rob, how many people do you know who this last month, 2 months, have thought that City wouldn't win it? No one.
It's like, you know, when Verstappen gets ahead in the first corner, you know he's going to win the Grand Prix. You know Red Bull are going to win it. You know, City with Pep are like that. You just know, as soon as the season starts, they'll win it. 6 out of the last 7, it'll be 7 out of 8. And I think the only time teams have got a chance is when Pep leaves Man City. That's how good they are. 0805 909 693. Right, Christopher, you've got the four lines going. Complacent City. Ina, how are you?
Oh, complacent lady from my side here, Chris.
Good evening.
Yeah, I had already made my call when I heard that little nugget of yours. And I know you're disappointed, Chris, because you wanted Arsenal to win.
I did. But I can still
admire.
I can still admire Manchester City, Ina.
Yeah, well, I've literally came out of the stadium about 5 minutes ago, and actually, Robbie, just something on an aside. When I last spoke to you, you were talking about how long you'd done 606, and I went back to check when I first called, and my first call was to Richard Littlejohn in 1997.
Wow. Really? I've been doing since 2010 I've been doing since.
Yeah, so I beat you, Robbie. But today there were tears because it is such an unbelievable achievement, and it hasn't been easy. We are not complacent. I mean, even today when we thought Fulham had scored the second goal, and by the way, I don't know if you saw this, but when their goal was disallowed, all their fans cheered. Did you know that?
Yeah, West Ham.
Yeah, the West Ham fans cheered.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all cheered when their goal was disallowed.
Really?
Yes.
So West Ham fans clearly didn't. Yeah. Oh well, you know, there you go. A bit of London rivalry there, but I mean,
this one means as much, Ina. This one means as much to you because Chris is saying, "Oh, it's boring now." The City fans
it means more to me than anything apart from the first one, which was so emotional because it was against United, the Aguero one, and that was just the gamut of emotions in that last 20 minutes was horrible, and we didn't want another day like this. But for me, this one, it's a new record, and I don't think it will be equalled. I really don't. So now we need to go to Wembley next Saturday. We need to beat United, and that will be another record because it will be a double-double, and no one's ever done that.
Ina, is the adrenaline going to be there? Going down to Wembley, playing Manchester United, really? Because they can't live with you, can they?
That's not the point. There are city rivals, Chris, and what you have to remember is all those years when we were utter rubbish, we had our noses rubbed into it. We were verbally beaten up at every turn. And now, wow, look how things have changed, where we are now. It does mean something. I actually was surprised at how emotional it was last year when we beat them, because we expected to beat them. There's a touch of complacency for you, because we're better than they are. But that's it.
I cried. That's it. Yeah, but you expected to beat them. When I go to the Bob Carter Centre in Norwich to play badminton against my 12-year-old daughter Sophia, I expect to beat her. My adrenaline's not really going. It's the same equivalent as Manchester City and Manchester United in the FA Cup final.
Chris,
You're miles ahead of them.
Chris, you really do have an ability to put words into people's mouths, and I just wonder, were you dropped on your head by a City fan when you were little? Because you are so horrible about us, Chris. You are so rude about us.
No, I'm not. I'm just jealous.
He is. Robbie, he is.
He is, I agree.
Really, and he's rude to you as well.
Thank you.
He's not nice. He's not nice.
No, he's a nice guy. Listen, he is a nice guy. He's misunderstood.
I thought about you the other day. There was a clip.
Ina, stay there because you're going to listen to your manager. We'll come back to you. Gary Flintoff has now got 4 in a row. Pep Guardiola.
I have indeed, yes. Pep Guardiola. Many, many congratulations. What does it actually mean to have won 4 league titles in a row? No one has ever done that before.
No, we don't need many years to know what we have done is something extraordinary. So now it's time to just enjoy it and go for it.
In terms of extraordinary, would you use that word to describe Phil Foden's season?
I have been nominated the best, and today they proved the reason why. So,
is it you almost expect that from Phil now, in terms of the man who scores the key goal just to settle things down?
He took a step forward in many departments and many senses, and score goals. and winning games. Always have played good. So look today, the quality of the 2 goals. So yeah, really pleased.
But once again, Rodri doesn't score that many, but right place, right time.
I would say the important ones.
Always with the important
It was
ones.
so important, like the final Champions League. 1-2 was tight. We knew that Arsenal at the end want to win. We felt the pressure and that goal helped us a lot.
Have you got a word of sympathy for Mikel Arteta, or do you congratulate him for the job he's done this season?
It's unbelievable. Liverpool in the past pushed us in our limits, and this season Arsenal. But I would like to say to Mikel, we got the message. So we got the message because he arrived here. They are already here. They have to take good decisions in the next month, years. Otherwise, they will, because he's young. They are young. They have more experience right now. And yeah, but we prove ourselves when we are able to win in the past. Jurgen team and now Mikel team. The dimension of these openings make our victories even better.
And how important is it today for the families, the friends, the backroom staff to all be here to celebrate this moment with you?
Of course, we have to. Here is that, but behind the scenes, we are with them. And the bad moments, always they are there. And of course, you have to do it.
And an FA Cup final to look forward to. Another FA Cup final to look forward to.
Now 2 or 3 days, and after we prepare the final.
Well done, Pep. Many thanks for joining us on 606.
Ina, that was your manager.
Yeah, he sounded a bit odd. Did you think he sounded a bit odd? I thought he sounded a bit odd. Maybe it was just the reception and there's still noise and stuff going on. Just one other thing on this derby thing and the cup final. All bets are off in derbies. Manchester City have beaten United when United were much better side than we were. So there's no given here. We go to Wembley and we would hope to win, but there's absolutely no given whatsoever.
What's your score prediction, Ina?
Do you know, Chris, I tell you something, I never, ever do score predictions, except on one occasion when we played Brighton on the last day of the season. And I did predict that score. And actually that day, Pep's wife was sitting behind us with all their kids. And we did discuss before the game what we thought the score would be. I don't do it. I've followed this team too many times.
You got that score on that particular day right?
Yes, I did.
So why don't you do more? Because clearly you've remembered something which has excited you.
Because I'm a City fan, Chris. You know, we were the team that would be in the Premier League and go to Chesterfield and lose. You know, you just don't. I never bet on City, ever, because even though we're consistently good, I'd just rather not. But I am superstitious, I discovered today, because I left the house without my special scarf, and I had to go back and go get it. And every time I pass the sign for Bradley, Robbie, I think of you.
Oh, thank you so much, Ina. Let's have a safe trip to Wembley. Next trip, it'll be a double. Let's go to a Liverpool fan, Jurgen Klopp's emotional farewell. Paul, were you there?
No, I wasn't. I watched it on TV. Hi, Chris. Hi, Robbie. First time caller, so thanks for having me on.
Pleasure.
It was wonderful, and I think just sometimes, you know, we talk a lot, and I listen to you guys a lot about, you know, where football is more important. You know, it's more important just money, and it links with the community. And I think Klopp has been one of those managers that's kind of got that link that football is a business. And Chris, it's interesting you talk about pre-Premier League and who was better. Well, that's oranges and apples comparison, mate, because the environment, the money, how it was done is entirely different, and it's kind of spurious. But there are
no, it's not.
I think it is, Chris. I mean, you know, I genuinely think it is in terms of pre-Premier League, the money that came in. And how that then fed down through, how that changed the game, not just in the UK but worldwide.
But you can still talk about we can still talk about pure football teams. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, completely. And there is a skill level, and there is an ability to deliver. But I think the point I wanted to make was that Klopp has got this link brilliantly between the business of football and the community of football. And for us, in terms of Liverpool, you know, you look at Kenny, in the way that Kenny Dalglish commanded himself during the whole issue regarding the Hillsborough disaster, and it was taken to the heart of the city. And Klopp's been the same. It's different circumstance, entirely different circumstance. But his ability to link that bit about the absolute business of football and success driving longevity, and how you then just make yourself part of the heart of the city with the people that, you know, are nowhere near earning the money that the players are, nowhere near earning the money that the manager is. But he kind of got that link between how important it is. And there aren't that many managers of any football team, regardless of where you are, that kind of get that link. And he's done it in a relatively short period of time, coming in from outside the city. You know, we have a history of managers that got the city, came up through the club, really understand the importance of community and how it works. And he's been remarkable. And he reinvented, re-energized, and refocused us at a time when we needed it.
Paul, yeah, thank you so much for the call. Thank you for phoning 606 for the first time.
Really excellent, Paul. He put that very, very well.
Certainly did. Doug, Chelsea fan. Doug?
Hi there. Hi. Sorry. Yes. Sorry.
Oh,
sorry. I've been waiting a bit, a little while. Yeah. No.
Well, you nodded off, Doug.
Do you know what? I nearly did. I'm drinking red wine, and
and listening to Chris, so I'm not surprised.
And listening to Chris, yeah.
What red is it? What red is it, Doug?
Malbec.
It's a Côte d'Rone.
You don't sound posh.
No, let's move on to football. I'm pleased with Chelsea's progress. That from the beginning of the season to now, if you look at our last 12 performances, take out the Arsenal debacle, but we are progressing, and our team is incredibly young. People forget that we've got a team that 22, I mean, Gutso is 21, 22. We've got such a young team, and Pochettino is bringing them on. And the worst thing we can do is get rid of Pochettino. And
that mind, I wouldn't call him that Côte d'Rone yet, Paul.
Yeah, no, get rid of sell Conor Gallagher. Don't do that. And you know what? We will be challenging top 4 next season.
Are they large glasses? Are they large glasses, Paul?
No, I'll tell you what. Don't say whether I've been drinking or not, but just listen to what I've said. Chelsea are moving up. Pochettino's got them playing. Nicholas Jackson is. You look at the way he's improving. We've got Cole Palmer. I mean, Jesus Christ, what a find!
Yeah, what a player.
If you look at Gutso, brilliant down the wing. We've got players there. Thiago Silva, we're losing him. But the defence, Thiago Silva, we're losing him. But look at the defence that we've put in his place, and we're looking more resilient. We're not doing that silliness across the back four. We're moving it so much quicker, and the players turn, spin, and go forward. And I'll tell you what, other teams that are ahead of us now should start looking over their shoulder.
Where are you going to finish next season then? Doug, give us a prediction.
I think we're going to be third. Third next season. If you look at us, everyone's written us off, but we were in FA Cup semi-final, a Carabao Cup final, and if you look at those two performances, we should really have won. We were the better team.
Well, hang on.
Liverpool's kids.
Yeah, you lost to the Liverpool under-12s, and Pochettino declared
Chelsea were a young team as well.
But it doesn't matter. Liverpool, they're losing their manager. And I've just looked up Jurgen Klopp's record. He's won one of each. He's not the almighty conquering hero. He's won one of each. He's not. You know, Liverpool are utilising this guy, and he's won one of each. He's won a Champions League. He's won an FA Cup. He's won a Premier League.
He's won a couple of League Cups.
He's won a Carabao. Yeah, he's not the all-conquering hero. Not when you go up against Pep Guardiola. And he's the benchmark. He's the one that every team's got to head for. And there may be arguments that he may not be there next season, especially if Man City get fined. So it's all up for grabs. And I look at the Chelsea team, and I look at a team that basically, if you take Thiago Silva out, we're looking at an average age of 23.
Don't be 23 exactly.
It's around that figure. We're in the box seat.
So if you're going to finish third next season, who's going to finish above you then?
I would say Arsenal, Man City, Arsenal, us. I think Liverpool are going to take a dive.
You're going to finish above Liverpool, and you're going to finish above Angeball, Tottenham. That's a big call.
We'll finish above Tottenham.
And Aston Villa.
Yeah, Aston Villa.
I think Chelsea will do. Listen, I'm with Doug. I'm with you. I think Chelsea will finish top 4 next season. I really do. I think they've had a good finish. And you said final, semi-final. Listen, in that final against Liverpool were young, but Chelsea were a very young side as well. Let's not forget that. Well,
when you look at it, yeah.
Sorry, man. I thought you'd gone. Carry on, Doug.
No, I'm here.
Sorry, mate. You got faded out. You've got faded back up.
Yeah, I think we're on the what's called the cusp. You look at if you go back and you look at teams that you go that they're just in behind, but they're a young team and they're hungry and they're starting to do the right stuff. And I tell you what, next season.
Yeah, next season, third, Doug. Thank you so much for the call. Thanks, Doug. Let's go to Tom, who was at the Emirates today to see Arsenal beat Everton, but just miss out on the title, Doug. Tom, I mean.
yeah, there today. Just have to say, first time caller, absolutely love you lads. Listen every week, Tom. We all do. Me and the others go to week in, week out. But I just wanted to say, what Arteta said today was bang on. We're really, really, really building something.
What did he say, Tom? Before you go on, what did he say?
It wasn't exactly a tearjerker, Chris, but he was saying the right stuff. He was saying, now you believe in us. Now you really see where we're going. There's all that trust the process stuff. But this season, we're there, we're really competing against the might of Man City. Next season, can we do it? Can we push on? If we spend in the summer, maybe we can. Let's just have a look. Let's see. I'm no football genius. I just love the Arsenal. I've stepped outside from the Chinese that I'm having tonight with the lads to speak to you boys. I just wanted to say, next season, bring it on.
What are you having?
What am I not having? We've got squid, seaweed, egg fried rice. We've got
salt and pepper squid.
Of course. Yeah.
So just a quick one, okay? So what would this season, as an Arsenal fan, it has been brilliant. You've taken Manchester City all the way, but there'll be another level of expectation, will there, next season from Arsenal fans? So what has to happen next season?
There are areas we need to strengthen. I think most fans would recognise that. I think we've got centre midfield we need to strengthen. Striker, we just need a goal scorer. If we can
centre midfield. So
yeah.
Good. So you've got Partey, Declan Rice.
Partey, I'm not sure.
Number 9, number 9. So this time with you, Tom. A number 9. An out goal scorer. I'd go for Isak, Newcastle. Me personally. So I'd go for I think 21 goals. Osimhen. He's a very good striker too. Who would you go for?
Yeah, we're saying Isak. We're liking Isak.
Ollie Watkins?
I'm not sure. He's gone off the boil, hasn't he?
Would you go for Ollie Watkins?
Yeah, why not?
Ivan Toney?
Less sure about Tony. Less sure about Tony, but I do like Ollie Watkins. I'll give you that.
Tom, listen, thank you so much. Enjoy the food with your mates. Thank you so much for calling us.
I tell you what they could have done with a young Chris Sutton.
Yeah, they could have
gone there. But,
British record transfer back in the day.
Agreed a fee with Arsenal.
When Blackburn won the title, then obviously Sutton and Shearer done it as well. Was it British record transfer?
Shearer and Sutton.
Yeah, but 2 British record transfers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay then. 08085 99693. Time for the news on 5 Live with Stuart Clarkson.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Thank you. Good evening. A major search operation is taking place in the mountains of northwest Iran after a helicopter carrying the country's president went missing. Teams are searching in rain and thick fog. Reporter Fershter Segedi is in Tehran.
Because it is mountainous, it seems that all the rescue operation teams are walking and they are on foot to find it. The chairman of the Iranian Red Crescent already said that we have 40 teams with all technologies and drones, but the point is that we can't use these aerial technologies because of the weather.
Police say a 14-year-old boy has died after getting into difficulty in the River Tyne in Northumberland. Police were called to Ovingham Bridge yesterday afternoon. A 13-year-old boy was also rescued from the water. He's in a critical condition in hospital. The final inquiry report into the infected blood scandal is due to be released tomorrow. More than 30,000 people were given contaminated blood products by the NHS in the 1970s and 80s. Around 3,000 have died. It's thought the government could set aside several £1 billion to pay out in compensation. The Defence Secretary Grant Shapps has ordered a review to find more planes to take part in a parachute drop over Normandy to mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day. It's feared the plans may have to be scaled back because just one aircraft is currently available. More on this from our correspondent Simon Jones.
Hundreds of paratroopers had been expected to take part in the D-Day jump, but the display could be much smaller than originally planned due to a shortage of A400M transport aircraft. Some have been taking part in operations over Gaza and Eastern Europe. The former chair of the Commons Defence Committee, Tobias Ellwood, told the Mail on Sunday cutbacks had left the RAF short of heavy lifting transport capacity, something he described as a terrible mistake. Grant Shapps, though, told the BBC's Laura Koonsberg it was hugely important to remember the past, and he was confident additional planes would be found.
And South West Water has warned that fraudulent callers have been targeting victims of a parasite outbreak in Devon. Thousands of people living in the Brixham area were told to boil their tap water before drinking it. The water company is paying some customers compensation, but says fraudsters have been calling people up asking for their bank details. The firm says the payments will be paid into customers' accounts automatically. That's the 5 Live News. Andy Barwell has the sports headlines there.
Well, the striker Erling Haaland called it incredible, fantastic, as Manchester City secured another Premier League title. A 3-1 win attempt to West Ham clinched it for City, who finished 2 points ahead of Arsenal, who beat Everton 2-1. Liverpool had a 2-0 victory over Wolves in Jurgen Klopp's last game in charge, and Roberto De Zerbi's final match with Brighton ended in a 2-0 loss at home to Manchester United, and Chelsea secured European football thanks to their 2-1 victory over Bournemouth. St Johnstone are safe in the Scottish Premiership. Ross County faced the relegation playoff. Celtic have been crowned Scottish Women's Premier League champions ahead of Rangers on goal difference. Now, the leaders are out on the course in the final round for the second golf major of the year, the USPGA Championship at Valhalla. And our reporter Catherine Downs has all the details.
Yeah, they've just got that final round underway, Andy, with Xander Schauffele, Colin Morikawa starting the day at 15 under par, and it's Schauffele off to the best possible start. A birdie for him on the opening hole to take him 1 shot clear at 16 under par. Sahith Theegala, he birdied the first, dropped a shot on the second. He's still 2 shots back at 14 under par, alongside Bryson DeChambeau, who started well, 1 under par for his day. Shane Lowry, Victor Hovland, both at level par for the day at 13 under, alongside Justin Rose and Bob McIntyre, the Scotsman. He's picked up a shot, dropped a shot I should say, and he is 1 over for his round in a tie for 8. But all of those players in contention, and keep an eye as well on Rory McIlroy, who's made 3 birdies on the bounce at the end of his front 9, and he's going to need something spectacular on a very soft and receptive Valhalla if he's to catapult himself up into contention.
And there's commentary over on 5 Live Sports Extra. Max Verstappen recorded his 5th victory in 7 Formula 1 races this season with his success at Imola. And in cricket, England's women completed a 3-0 T20 series clean sweep over Pakistan thanks to a 34-run success at Headingley.
Lock yourself away with a true crime podcast.
Who is it that's missing? It's my dad. He went out into the water.
Dead Man Running.
They're now searching for a wanted man who may have staged his disappearance to escape justice.
Intrigue to catch a scorpion.
I'm going to try to track down one of the biggest players in this trade in desperate people.
A very British cult.
They are brainwashing people.
For Most Wanted podcasts. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Now, more 606 on 5 Live.
Well, first of all, congratulate Manchester City for the trophy, taking unbelievable. We tried with all the enthusiasm, energy, quality that we had, and we came really close. But it didn't happen because another team was better, so mixed emotions today.
Incredible to be on the same, or if not more, as some of the players that I used to look up to, Rio Ferdinand, John Terry, incredible players. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I'm not saying it in an arrogant way. I've been able to do that, something that I never thought I'd be able to do. So to be up there with some of those names, yeah, I'm extremely proud.
Today, there were tears because it is such an unbelievable achievement.
This one means as much, Ian, as this one means as much to you, because Chris is saying that it's boring now.
It means more to me than anything apart from the first one, which was so emotional because it was against United, the Aguero one. It's a new record, and I don't think it will be equalled. I really don't. So now we need to go to Wembley next Saturday. We need to beat United, and that will be another record because it will be a double-double, and no one's ever done that.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5live.
Welcome back to 606 08285 99693, Christopher.
Yeah, I tell you what though, if you are a Manchester City fan looking forward to next season, you're glad to see the back of Jurgen Klopp, aren't you? You're breathing a big sigh of relief because as a Liverpool manager, his team have really pushed City.
Not this season. Not this
Well,
season.
not this season, but over that period without Klopp,
Arteta's now the one.
City would have had it all their own way. But if you're a City fan, you're delighted to see the back of Jurgen Klopp.
Listen, obviously Klopp, Arteta. Klopp would have won more if it wasn't for Guardiola. Arteta might have won last season or this season if it wasn't for Guardiola. It's like when, the era of tennis with Nadal, Federer, Djokovic. Murray might have won more, except for Federer or Djokovic.
What about? I mean, why is everything so recent with you? What about Borg and McEnroe?
Yeah, Borg, Connors, Jimmy Connors. Yeah.
What about Richard Krajicek?
Oh, yeah. Well, Mats Wallander. Go on.
What about Stefan Edberg?
Yeah, Goran Ivanovic. Yeah. Right there, Nick, how are you? Man City fan, how are you, Nick?
Robbie, Chris, fantastic show.
Thanks, Nick.
My point is, you both, and everybody else should be, rejoicing in the fact that the best football team in the world has won the best league in the world. So, the league table is accurate, it doesn't lie. I think everybody's finished in the positions they should have finished in. And as a station, the BBC should be championing that we've got the best football team in the world, guys, and it's one of the best league in the world.
But you're not European champions. So you can't be the best in the world if you're not European champions.
Absolutely, Chris. But I mean, you winning, what was it, 3-4 league titles in Scotland, England?
Yeah, but we're not talking about me. This tonight's show isn't about me. This is about Manchester City.
City are the best team in the world. They are. They're the best team in Europe.
Hang on, they are. They can't be.
They battered Real Madrid over 2 legs. They did. They should have won. They should have gone.
Yeah, but I don't know whether you two know how football works.
We do, but they're better than Real Madrid.
But who came through that game? Real Madrid or Manchester City? So then, by definition, Real Madrid played Borussia Dortmund in the Champions League final to become what? Champions.
Let me ask you a question. So if Dortmund win the Champions League, they're a better team than Man City.
They're the best team in Europe.
Go on.
Hello, you two. Are you there?
Nick.
No, Chris, I think this is Strawman's argument. I mean, it's Usyk beat Fury last time. Does that mean Usyk's a better boxer than Fury? No, we all saw the fight.
Well, it does.
You can't
Usyk deserved to win.
Chris, let me finish. You can't just say a one-off result means that they're the absolute best. I mean, you just can't. City have won the league over a full season. They're the best team in this country and they're the best team in the world. Now, if you're going to talk about a one-off game against Real Madrid, when we absolutely battered them, Robbie's right. And
so you didn't celebrate that when you won the Champions League then?
Well, of course I did. Of course I did.
But that was to be champions of Europe, okay? But you're sort of dismissing it. You're saying, well, it doesn't matter. You know, these one-off games don't really matter. So why did you celebrate when City won it then?
No, what I'm saying is 90 minutes of football, as you well know, you played the game, you already played the game, come on. 90 minutes of football, it can go either way. Look at FA Cup games and Coventry, you know.
Playoff finals.
But you enter a competition, and if you win it, you are, by definition, European champion. So you can't have always. You can't say you're the best team in the world if you don't win the world.
If Dortmund win it, they're the best team in their country.
They will be the best team in Europe because that's the name of the competition.
Chris, I like you, you speak a lot of sense, but Robbie's absolutely pulled your pants down on this one. You know...
Because he agrees with you and you're wrong.
No, quite simply, because you're talking about a 90-minute game of football, Robbie's talking about the long game.
180 minutes, they beat you over 2 legs. Sometimes you just have to get over it.
Nick, do you want to go with an Arsenal fan next, Nick? Do you want to go with an Arsenal fan? Because we've got an Arsenal fan coming up who maybe thinks City fans are quite arrogant. Do you want to go on with him?
I'll argue my case, yeah.
Yeah, come on then. Joe, how are you, Arsenal fan?
Hi, Robbie. Hi, Chris. Hi, Nick.
All right, Joe. Yeah, you got Nick, the City fan, Joe.
Hi, Nick, the City fan. It's difficult to say because I think it's not arrogance, it's more apathy. And I think that's the case just across the league. No one cares if City win the league. I really think that's the case. I think the rivals of all the other clubs would rather City won the league than not. I have to say, as an Arsenal fan, having experienced the slog that it is to compete against City for the last 2 seasons, I said it last season, I owe Liverpool fans an apology because actually back in the day when it was sort of Klopp and his team challenging them, I always wanted, I was like, I'd rather City win the league. Because I just don't think City as a team, it doesn't reflect badly on your club if you come second to City. Because, let's be honest, the way they've got to that position, their questions have to be asked. There are 115 elephants in the room. And whilst I can look at that team and look at those players and go, wow, they're an incredible team, they're incredible footballers, they've got an incredible manager who's, without a doubt, the best in the world. I think the way they've got to that position, the questions have to be asked.
So you're saying, Joe, that City, they haven't earned this title then? What, Joe?
I'm not saying they haven't earned it, but look, they've got the points there to prove it. You know, the table, well, I think the expression the table doesn't lie. I think there's an element of misdirection in that. Because actually, my point is that it feels like a lot of clubs, it's like Lance Armstrong, it's like racing against Lance Armstrong. And I just think that questions have to be asked. While I can look at the players and I can look at the manager and I can say they are brilliant, they are objectively brilliant, I think the way that they have got there and the way that they have become this absolute
this job.
Yeah, Manchester City throw their best boys at it, and Cass overturns another case. Hold my hands up and go, fair enough. I was wrong. But at the moment, it hangs over not just Manchester City, it hangs over the whole English Premier League.
Absolutely. Can I just say a final thing, Joe? We sold you two of our players, and you've got your manager from us. So, don't be so down on City, mate. Don't be so down on City.
Nick, Joe, thank you so much for the call. Oh, Christopher, it's time for SAS.
6:06. It's time for SAS. Sensational, amusing, shocking.
This is SAS. What's been sensational for you this week, Christopher?
Oh, Rob, I'm gutted. I'm not a Liverpool fan, but Jurgen Klopp, his last game today as Liverpool manager, he's been more than a manager, Rob, hasn't he? Since he came over from Borussia Dortmund, he's going to be a massive loss to our game. I just want to thank Jurgen Klopp for bringing us a great brand of heavy metal football. He has tweaked it a little bit. He's given us the best version of Salah, Mane, Firmino, Alisson, Van Dijk. You think about Andy Robertson, his nurtured Trent Alexander-Arnold. After 30 years in the wilderness, Rob, winning a top flight at Liverpool, a Champions League. Who could forget that night in Madrid? League Cups, an FA Cup is pushed. Pep's Manchester City machine all the way. You've created your own history at Liverpool, Jurgen. I mean, just Liverpool aside, Rob, he's entertained, he's excited, he's exhilarated us as football fans. He's given us joy. He gets football fans off the seats. And he's played the games that should be played. Front foot, fantastic, fast-paced football, Rob. Thank you, Jurgen. Been absolutely sensational, Rob.
Sensational, Jurgen Klopp. What's amused you this week, Christopher?
Did you see Celtic crowned champions of Scotland yesterday, Rob, under Brendan Rodgers? But what day was it yesterday? May the 18th, Rob, and in sweltering heat in paradise, Santa was there to present Celtic captain Callum McGregor with the trophy. And you might ask, you might wonder,
why?
Why was Santa there? Well, you go back to December. Celtic had lost against Kilmarnock. They'd lost against who was the other one? They'd lost against Kilmarnock. Anyway, they lost against Hearts at home. After that, and the Celtic fans, Santa came onto the pitch in December, and the Celtic fans booed Santa. You can't boo Santa. Celtic fans, they booed him. There was negativity around the stadium. So they win the title, and Santa was there yesterday, bringing back happier times, champion times at Celtic, and it may prove to be the season to be jolly under Brendan's boys, Rob. What about that? That was amusing, really.
What has shocked you this week?
I'll tell you what shocked me, Rob. I don't know if you saw this on social media. Central Coast Mariners assistant in Australia, down under, Rob, Danny Schofield, he received 2 yellow cards in 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was too quick. He counted too quick.
And then he made a rude gesture to a pitchside monitor. What about that? That must be a record. And did you see this one? A Dutch referee was banned for life after celebrating with the team he was officiating on. During that particular game, this is shocking. This is really shocking. During the game he was refereeing, he gave 3 red cards and added on 15 minutes. And then in the celebrations, he sang a song and held up the trophy in the celebration. You couldn't make that up. That's absolutely shocking, Rob. Shocking.
That was SAS for this week. Gordon, Man City fan. How are you, Gordon?
I'm very well, Rob. How are you?
Hello, Chris. How are you?
Hello, Gordon. Are you phoning up about Joe and talking about the Manchester City, the product of the Premier League being tarnished by Manchester City? Joe's words, not mine.
Yeah, well, Joe's just being dumb, isn't he? Let's face it. So today, City won the 4th Premier League on the run. They've opened up the Premier League like no others. Before, it was just United and Arsenal and Liverpool. And frankly, they all got upset when City came along with the investment from Abu Dhabi and Sheikh Mansour, personal investment. And City become the biggest club in the world. And they are the best team in the world, Chris. Regardless of what you say.
Well, they're not. They can't be. Let's not get into this petty debate, because you'll have a serious point to make. But you can't be champions of the world if you're not champions of your continent.
City are the current champions of the world, and they will remain so until until the next team is crowned champions of the world. But that's just
give it till December.
Well, it's 2 champions of the world then, so we're the best team in the world.
Are we going to do?
Correct. You're factually correct, God.
I know I am. I always
Gordon, you are so petty.
We're also the current champions of Europe until Madrid or Dortmund are crowned as champions of Europe.
Gordon, will you call back on? I think it's June the 1st. Call back
Chris,
in
I'm talking
after you're
about
not.
now. Chris, I'm talking about now. Let's face it, Chris. City are the world champions. They're the European champions.
And
they are the English Premier League champions. They're the champions, regardless. There's nobody champions elect. No, it's not a week.
2 weeks.
It's 2 weeks. Yeah. So one team, Madrid, who were battered in 2 legs against City.
You lost.
And won a penalty shootout. They won the penalty shootout. They were scared stiff. Ancelotti,
penalties
you might know him,
penalties
admitted that they had to come to the Etihad and play like they did. And the way they played was...
you.
No, they didn't. It was a draw. It was a draw.
Hang on a minute.
It was a draw.
So penalties. So now you're going against the rules. The rules of football.
So,
penalties don't count.
You know, last night there was a boxing match. I think I hate boxing, but there was a boxing match, and that was decided on points. And that's the way that football should decide. Not stupid penalty shootouts. Who's got the best penalty saver? Who's got the best penalty shooters? It's not the right way to end the competition. So
how do you decide? How do you decide football on points? Number of corners?
That's easy. Yeah, numbers of corners, numbers of shots on target.
Do you have throw-ins?
Throw-ins, corners.
Indirect free kicks. Direct free kicks. Tackles.
Listen to me. The more criteria you put into it, the better. We know everything now. We know all about how much possession, how many shots on target, how many saves by the keeper. How many bookings, everything would count.
So penalty kicks is a skill. Penalty kicks is a skill as well. Come on, we know that works.
How many points would you have? How many points would you have for a penalty?
Look, we don't need to go into semantics, Chris. Let's just say.
You've made a point. Tell us how many points you have for penalties.
Real Madrid did not beat City. They won a penalty shootout at the end of 120 minutes at the Etihad.
Would penalties be more important than throw-ins then on your point system, or throw-ins more?
Oh look, Chris, you're so obtuse. You always like this, aren't you? You're so obtuse.
Well, it's just a question. You said penalties don't count, so would you want this point system?
Just
you
look,
did.
Chris, you put words into people's mouths.
You just said you don't want penalties.
I don't want a penalty shootout.
So you said you wanted a point system. Let's do it like boxing, and I've just asked you whether there were throw-ins and you for penalties, which would be more points.
And listen,
you need to give your head a wobble.
Oh wow!
You need to give your head a wobble. You insulted that guy last night who came on and said about having basically awarding an uncontested penalty.
Well, I mean, did you agree with him?
Handball on the line. He was right.
What you want?
Right.
So, hang on a minute. You now want uncontested penalties?
You can't even say it.
I tell you what, I couldn't say because I nearly swallowed my tongue in surprise. That's ridiculous. You just said you don't want penalties. Now you want uncontested penalties. Which side are you on? You just did.
Just pretend I'm Mrs. Sutton and shut up for a minute. I said I don't want penalty shootouts to decide a competition. I didn't say I didn't want penalties. Penalties during the course of the 90, 120 minutes is fine. They're awarded because of an offence by the opposing team, right? I think the guy who rang last night had made a valid point that if the ball's saved on the goal line by not the goalkeeper to stop a goal going in, then it should be an uncontested penalty. I actually would say, like they have in
Come on,
rugby
God,
league.
don't agree with that, God. You made some good points, not that one, God. Come on.
I made some good points about Chris and Mrs. Sutton.
Gordon, would you have?
The guy rang up with a blue sky suggestion, and you just dismissed him and totally insulted him. You've insulted me tonight. You do this all the time with callers, Chris. You should open your ears and listen to them because people make some really, really good points. But unfortunately,
uncontested penalties wasn't one of them.
That's your opinion. There's probably lots of people.
Would you have uncontested penalty shootouts?
I know you've got this uncanny ability to know what everybody's thinking because you tell us what City fans are thinking, and you're totally wrong. Because we don't think what you say, and we don't think that Dortmund or Madrid are the best team in Europe, and the majority of football fans would think the same. It's a competition. You don't even play everybody in the competition. Not like the Premier League. The Premier League is a competition to win, and we've just won it for the fourth time on the run.
Yeah, but if you want to become champions of the world, you have to become champions of Europe first.
You know something. That competition is a bit of a farce, isn't it? I mean, it's got to be improved in a couple of years when we play it in America, and we're in it because we're one of the best teams in the world. In fact, probably the best team in the world.
Gordon, Chris, listen, just a quick, we got to go to the news, but listen, I've heard it's one of my favourite calls of the whole season is due to, I think you've got mutual respect for each other. I think, God, you know, Chris, I think it's been quite good fun with you. It's one of my favourite calls, God. Gordon.
Bye.
See you, Gordon. Good night. Have a nice evening.
Thanks, Gordon. That was one of my favourite calls of the season. Wow, you give your head a wobble. Wow.
Oh dear.
Yeah, listen,
Mr. Sutton was going to. I mean, he was right about Mr. Sutton.
I like you, Christopher. I like you. 08085 909 693 time for the news on 5 Live with Stuart Clarkson.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
And here are the headlines tonight. A search operation is ongoing in northwestern Iran after a helicopter carrying the country's president and foreign minister went missing. State media there reports it was involved in an accident and made a hard landing after getting into difficulties in heavy fog. Senior Conservative and Labour politicians say the victims of the infected blood scandal have waited too long to know the truth about what happened. Thousands of people were given contaminated blood products by the NHS in the 70s and 80s. An inquiry into the scandal will publish its final report tomorrow. A 14-year-old boy has died after getting into difficulty in the River Tyne. Police were called to Ovingham Bridge in Northumberland yesterday. The 13-year-old boy was also rescued from the water. He's in a critical condition in hospital. And the rapper Sean Combs, known as P. Diddy, has put out a social media video apologising for what he called his inexcusable behaviour. This after CCTV footage aired by CNN a few days ago appeared to show him attacking his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura in a hotel corridor 8 years ago. He says he takes full responsibility for his actions. Let's get all the sports news now. Here's Andy Bowell.
Manchester City's players have been celebrating another Premier League title. City had matters in their own hands and they got the win they needed on the last day. 3-1 at home to West Ham. Phil Foden scored twice. That took his tally for the season to 26 goals in all competitions. And for John Stones, well, this was a 6th Premier League winners' medal.
to be on the same, or if not more, as some of the players that I used to look up to, Rio Ferdinand, John Terry, the list goes on. There's some incredible players. I mean that from, you know, the bottom of my heart. Something that I never thought I'd be able to do. So to be up there with some of those names is an extremely proud moment for me.
Arsenal finished as runners-up, 2 points back. They needed a Kai Havertz goal on 89 minutes to defeat Everton 2-1. And Liverpool had a 2-0 win over Wolves in what was Jurgen Klopp's last game in charge. And he had this to say to the Anfield crowd after the match.
I heard the song today a few times, and you can do that. I have no problem with that. Let's see how the response will be.
That was Jurgen Klopp. Roberto De Zerbi's final match with Brighton ended up being a losing one, going down 2-0 at home to Manchester United. Chelsea secured European football for next season, 2-1 winners over Bournemouth. Jean-Philippe Mateta scored a hat-trick as Crystal Palace thrashed Aston Villa 5-0. Newcastle had a 4-2 success at Brentford. Spurs were 3-0 winners at Sheffield United, who finished bottom of the table. And Luton Town's relegation was confirmed with their 4-2 loss to Fulham, and with Nottingham Forest having a 2-1 win at Burnley, who were already down. In today's League One playoff final at Wembley, Crawley defeated Crewe 2-0. St Johnstone are safe in the Scottish Premiership thanks to beating Motherwell 2-1, and it's Ross County who face a relegation playoff. And Celtic have been crowned the Scottish Women's Premier League champions. They finished ahead of Rangers on goal difference. Well, golf now. The final round continues at the PGA Championship at Valhalla in Kentucky. The leaderboard did seem to be settling down a little. Correspondent Ian Carter's there.
It's chopping and changing all the time now, Andy, and an excellent start from Xander Schauffele with a birdie at the first and at the fourth. And the American who set the pace with his 62 on Thursday is now 2 shots clear at 17 under par. Bryson DeChambeau, Shane Lowry and Colin Morikawa, his closest rivals, they're all at 15 under par. Lowry with birdies at the third and the fourth holes. Justin Rose has just dropped a shot at the sixth. The Englishman is back at 12 under par, and at 11 under par we find Bob McIntyre, who is 1 over par for his opening 7 holes. Also at 11 under par is Rory McIlroy, who's been on a charge and has just birdied the 12th, but too little time, I think, for him to muscle in on the championship and the destiny of the trophy, which Xander Schauffele is bossing at the moment at 17 under.
And there's commentary on Sports Extra at the moment, then on 5 Live from 9. Another Max Verstappen win in Formula 1, this time at Imola's Emilia Romagna Grand Prix. F1 commentator Ben Edwards reports.
Max Verstappen took his 5th win of the season at the Emilia Romagna Grand Prix, but by just 7/10 of a second, after a fierce chase from Lando Norris, who finished 2nd, while Charles Leclerc finished 3rd, taking an important podium with Ferrari, and by doing so, he has moved into 2nd place in the Drivers' Championship, behind Max Verstappen.
And London Lions triumphed in the British Basketball League playoffs for the 2nd season in a row, thanks to an 88-85 win over Cheshire Phoenix in the final. And that's the latest from BBC Sports.
Lock yourself away with a true crime podcast.
Who is it that's missing? It's my dad. He went out into the water.
Dead man running.
They're now searching for a wanted man who may have staged his disappearance to escape justice.
Intrigue to catch a scorpion.
I'm going to try to track down one of the biggest players in this trade in desperate people.
A very British cult.
They are brainwashing people.
For Most Wanted podcasts, listen on BBC Sounds.
The UK's biggest football debate. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
Welcome back to 606 08285 99693. We're here until 9 p.m. Christopher, where we'll be handing over to, I think, Ian Carter with a PGA Championship. Schauffele and Morikawa, I think, are leading the way. Lowry and Rose not far behind. Christopher, 08285 99693 is the number to call. Until then, let's go to the doctor.
This is Doc Savage. The man of bronze.
19-point goal.
Richard, Chelsea. Well done, Pochettino. Keep him. Good quality manager.
Colour 2, 19-point goal.
Adam, Newcastle. We've outperformed with all the injuries we've got.
Colour 3, 19-point goal.
John, Liverpool. Man City fans, you do my head in.
Colour 4, 19-point goal.
Man United, never mind a new manager, what about a new medical team? Nearly 70 injuries? Not good enough.
Colour 5, 19-point goal.
Man City destroyed the Premier League. 64 years old.
Colour 6, 19-point goal.
Daniel, Chelsea fans, 20 after the League Cups. Rome wasn't built in a day.
Ooh. Christopher, who do you want to go to?
Is it Rita, caller number 4?
Yes. Rita.
Hello, Rita. Good evening.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah,
Good, how are you, Rita?
Bit happier towards the end of the season, especially after the Newcastle match.
So Rita, you mentioned Manchester United and the injury situation.
Absolutely, shocking. I mean, I'm a retired physio, okay? Most of those injuries, and there's well over 60, why have we had so many injuries? It's either the training or the not being looked after well, and I should imagine that's going to be high on Brailsford's list to-dos for next season. We've never had this number of injuries, and most of them seem to be muscular.
So with your experience then in this field, what do you think it is? Is it I throw a few things out. Is it overtraining?
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know because I don't go to the training, seriously. But, you know, most being muscular do point to something going wrong. And you hear things and you never know. I don't believe anything until somebody who knows what they're talking about says it. But we've never had that number of injuries. And it is approaching 70. And, you know, if you look at Luke Shaw, we've not had our best back four from last season on the field together all season. We just haven't. And, you know, people get blamed for things, but we're playing people out of position. Tactics have got another thing, but it has to come down to something going wrong somewhere, and it starts with training, surely.
So but Luton could say the same thing. Newcastle could say the same thing. Lots of teams this year could say the same thing.
But I don't think any team has got the number of injuries. I mean, I listened to some of the earlier callers, and we had an Arsenal supporter saying they were affected by the injury to one player. City fans go on about their blip with Rodri away for, 5 games. You know, no other team has had the number that we've had across the team, because it's not just a few players, it's been the back line, it's been midfield, the forwards, and it's just not. That's what worries me more than anything.
The difference with Man City, though, Rita, is they've got 2 quality players for every position, great recruitment.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, I understand. I'm not taking anything away from City or Arsenal. I think they've done really, really well. But as a United supporter, I've never seen that number of injuries in all the years I've been supporting them.
What do you think next weekend, the final?
Now we have the butcher back. I mean, we might have to. Because I called you last year to talk to Chris about him saying Martinez wasn't good enough, wasn't tall enough to be a centre-half, and he was on the pitch for a minute the other night. He did a tackle on our penalty area, passed the ball to Fernandes, went to Hoyland in the back of the net. I wouldn't actually. I've got a slight agreement now with Chris on that, because I think his best position could be as a deep lying midfielder. Because he can see a pass, he can make a pass, and it's where apparently he started his career.
Rita, thank you so much for the
how
call.
many callers come on and say I disagree with you then, and then they always come round, Rob. Rita's come round to my way of thinking. Gordon, I'm sure, will call back in a year.
You didn't say Martinez would be a centre midfield player.
No, but she's come round to agree. In Rita's words, I agree with Chris. there you go. Rita said it. I can't undo those words.
Howard, how are you? Liverpool fan.
Oh, I'm fine, thank you very much. Yeah, all good. Yourselves?
Good.
Was there a few tears today, Howard?
There is, yeah. You got to admit, Klopp, what a job he done in 9 years. Absolutely fantastic. And the trophies he brought us. Put smiles on our faces, and our songs are everywhere now. Everybody sings our song. Hopefully, they put their own words to it, but all the songs we had. But today was extra special. One win, played well. And no, Wolves didn't lie down. They tried as well. Gave a good account of themselves. Very much appreciated. It was nice to see the Wolves fans staying at the end. You know, something to see and to remember that they were there when Klopp left the club. But the tears, and it was a nice ceremony for us, especially doing as usual 2 rumps at the Kop, bang, 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 and cheers. It was wonderful. I can't hold it. Just looking now, we look next season and start again with the new guys.
I mean, it's obviously going to be, difficult. The new guy, Arne Slot, coming in, he'll be given a chance by the Liverpool fans. I mean, what are you expecting, or what are Liverpool fans expecting next season? Because he needs to stamp his own imprint, doesn't he?
I believe he likes fitness, and players can run and stay fit. Chase, Harry, get there, press well, and have the talent to go with it. But of course, we need players. Not all. We've lost Thiago and Carrera today. And what a player he was. Unfortunately, suffered so many injuries. And there's massive he went as well. He was the pairing with Van Dijk. I don't think they would have conceded goals. He would have been on the pitch. Just hopefully that we keep injury free. Of some players, City don't have injuries, which is very clever.
Manchester United had a lot. We just had Rita on the phone.
Yeah, DC, yeah. And Arsenal have and Newcastle, they've had theirs. Arsenal haven't. They've had hardly an injury like Jesus at the beginning of the season. Other than that, no injuries.
De Bruyne and Haaland were injured for City.
Yeah, but Haaland, how long was he out for? Months? Well, we're talking months here. Jota's been out for 3 months. We lost Salah for 3 months. We lost players. Really big players over the whole period. So we have to accept that. And you need the squad to compete with that. And you just got to be lucky with the injuries. And also, one of my favourites, the VAR system. VAR. You get to VAR now, that's the sore point. Because if you add the points up Liverpool lost because of refereeing decisions and VAR, we lost 11. And we would have won the title today. We lost 11.
So you're saying you would have won the title?
Yes.
Had you been on the right end of VAR decisions?
Correct. Take the first game of the season at Chelsea. Corner comes in and what's Jackson doing with his hand by his head? Penalty.
But what if there wasn't?
Take the ball, put it in the back of the net.
What if there wasn't?
3 points. That's it. Game over. That's what the problem is.
So would you vote? So the Premier League clubs are voting then, Howard? Would you vote?
No. I think VAR is right in the sense of that it gets the decision correct. The unfortunate thing is, it's our referees aren't good enough.
Howard, but you contradicted yourself there. But you just said that Liverpool would have won the Premier League had VAR been operated properly.
Correctly, and that's the problem.
That's
the referees saw that information, they saw it, and they didn't make the correct calls. Let's take the handball Arsenal at home.
Yeah, it was handball. Yeah. Howard, listen, thank you. So we get your point. Thank Howard. We can't go out with this, but thank you so much for the call. Yeah, it is, Christopher. It is. We've been waiting for this one, haven't we? We knew it would happen. Obviously, a friend of the show hadn't called up for ages when City were third and when they went out of the Champions League. But guess who's back, Christopher? Mohammed.
Yeah, I'm back.
man. Relax. We are the champions. We will be the champions. You all ignore us. You think, no, City can't be champions. They're finished. And every year I come out here. I remember the first time I came on the show. Liverpool had won the league. Liverpool fans laughed at me. When we lost against Leicester 5-2. I'll never forget it, Liverpool fans. We didn't forget it. You absolutely mullered me. You laughed at me. Your players even made a mockery of me, I heard. You know what? At the end of the day, we won 4 in a row. 4 in a row. We broke records today. Kids are going to talk about it for years to come. Many years to come. We have broken teams. We have broken managers. Klopp has come out and said, I couldn't have done it. I couldn't have done it. I told you. Klopp couldn't have done it. Klopp's got the passion. What an incredible manager. I'll miss him so much. And Liverpool fans have been great. Absolutely fantastic. But at the end of the day, it's the trophies. Our Manchester City here again showed why we're elite. Our weakest squad this season, we still got the Premier League title in front of everyone. And I think Liverpool won it this season. I had a little worry.